Hey, Hustlers, how are you? The rapture happened, Lou. The only thing that got taken during the rapture was Scammy Claus's only half good brain cell. Sorry, Scammy Claus's only half good brain cell is the only thing that got raptured. And it wasn't even all that good. It was just the best available. There wasn't many choices either. Maybe 5 or 6. I also might be giving her credit too. Yes, Blue. I wasn't going to say it because I'll get canceled, but yes. That, according to Rapture law. So today's topic is obsession. We gotta wait a second. We're gonna let some more people get in, share it out to everybody. We gotta make sure that the obsession really sets in, and all the Discords and all the Patreon chats and all of that are, sufficiently tuned in. Let's give them some time to get their people together. I know there's a couple Discords out there that, they're too busy looking at pictures of me. So people are, text your people, tell them to stop looking at those pictures of me and get to the call, get to the VC. Because now, instead of looking at pictures of me, you get to hear me live. Hey, Muffin Man, how are you? Hey, Corvette. How is everybody tonight? So, here is a small little secret. I'm always late on purpose. Because, well, the people that are obsessed see the time that I post that I'm going to go live. And they free up that moment. Whatever they're doing, they stop. They're like, okay, I'm going to be wrapped up by, 9:25. I'm gonna wait for him to go live, even though they know that I'm going to be late. It still annoys them that I'm late. Who's saying what, Jamie Lynn? Hey, Tina, how are you? Don't block too many people, Britt. Let them get a chance to talk. Hey, Rem. Hey, Explain. Hey, Harley. Hey, OG. Hey, Paige. Hey, Animal. I'm good. How are you? No, that's okay. So, I got a question, Jamie Lynn. What would be so wrong if you were? Hey, Monster. I did. So, I want to point something out to Jamie that I've never once said nobody should not go associate with Holly Mae. I've actually stated multiple times over the past few days that just because I'm not a fan of somebody does not mean that you don't have the opportunity to see them from a different view. It's obsessive for people to try to cut people off from what they consider to be the other side. And I don't consider Holly Mae and them to be the other side. I just consider them to be terrible people. But even though I think they're terrible people, it does not mean that you should not be able to experience that for yourself or be able to get a better experience, because, again, people might be able to see them from a different view. I'm sorry about that. I know, Rim. I got a little individual group chat on Discord, and last night, right after Amanda's live, I went and typed in there that Holly Mae is going to try to stand up for the conversation that didn't happen because they want to trash Queenie, and that's their motive behind that, and it's only because they want to trash Queenie, sadly. But even though I'm like not okay at all with Holly Mae or Tina, I still would not ever tell anybody to not go experience them for yourself. Maybe they're telling everybody to not hang around me or Bougie or OG or whatever because they're afraid. So we're going to talk about obsession, and we're going to talk about how people's obsessions on TikTok, and it can translate to really any social media network, has a negative effect on them. The stuff that it does to them, how they get into this cycle, and how they can get out of it. It's really easy. So for the past, year, two, something like that, I've always said, hey, fuck off, go away. It's easy just to put the phone down, go watch somebody else, go talk about somebody else. But then I realized that if I wasn't me, I would want to watch me all the time too. Why I say that's not being conceited, is because I see it happen to Bougie, and I'm like, I get it, the obsession. If you're not friends with her, why would you not want to be? Or why would you not want to be like, yeah, this is why I'm not friends with her, and she's such a horrible person, this, that, or the other. The same goes for many other people, with Snark, with fucking OG, with a lot of people. So, if we got a lot of people that are running around watching us, and they're doing nothing but recording us, listening to us, taking everything that we say, and being like, well, who has the right to say that? I'm sure that's what they're saying. Mittens, too. Hey, Amby. Unblock them. Don't block anybody. Everybody's welcome. Until they, start talking in the chat, funny, and then even then, we'll still try to talk to them together. Like, why so negative? Where's that positivity at? We'll see if they got any questions that are legitimate, and we'll see if we can't answer. Oh yeah, I'm blocking. They're good. We'll wait for your Savage to get in here. Hey, MMs. All right, once Savage gets in here, they're unblocked. Tell them to say hi, and then I'll continue. Because they're pretty good, I like them. Thank you, Rose. Hey. No, I seen who it was, but it's okay. That's why I was like, don't block anybody. Because we have to set an example. Even if you don't agree, you're still allowed to listen and voice your opinion as long as you're not like obtuse about it, like unknown would be. So on the screen here, we have an example of the euphoric state that obsession creates. Credit goes to Scammy Claus for this example. So you see her face. You see how Britt, stop blocking people. You see how her face is full of joy. It might not look like joy to all of us, but that's as joyful as it gets. How the pleasure is just radiating out of her face. Again, it might not look like pleasure, but that's as pleasurable as it gets. How the hair is just, it looks almost knotted up. Almost like it would be more euphoric to put a brush through it. But we're not here for that. We're not here to say how to brush your hair. We're going to tell Scammy Claus how to make more time in her day so she has time to brush her hair. Because obsession can be time consuming. Okay, and it isn't just Scammy Claus, it's a lot of other people. Obsession can make you blind to certain things. People that you surround yourself with. What they talk about behind your back. Why Tattoos and Cadillacs sent me a message between him and somebody else that says you were technically forced to resign because you were inappropriate with a student. That's why the asterisk is next to your name under your retirement. But as wild as that sounds,
Yes.
ah,
I don't know. It said Brittany just invited me to join a box. Or Brit, sorry.
I'm gonna drop you.
Okay.
You can come up here in a minute.
No, I'm good. I got a box request and I was like, oh, okay.
All right, I'll talk to you soon. All right, well, anyways, the reason why I got that was because Tattoos and Cadillacs was pissed off inside the Discord, and I don't even pay attention to most Discords, and all of a sudden it was just like, boom, there it is. I ended up kicking Tattoos and Cadillacs out of that Discord, but the receipt remains. I'll be able to release that receipt on August 30th, 2026. Now you guys might be wondering, why? Scammy Claus can put it together. I think a lot of other people can put it together too. I don't know if it was a trap or a trick or, because Tattoos and Cadillacs a little bit lame. But whatever. I don't give a fuck about anything, really. So I disregard everything. But I remembered it was there. somebody telling Tattoos and Cadillacs that Scammy Claus has the asterisk next to her name on her retirement because she was forced to resign because she was inappropriate with a student. And I'm just like, I never really put any thought into it or any weight into it because Tattoos and Cadillacs has said that before publicly. I'm sure everybody's heard it. But Scammy Claus, why don't you text Tattoos and Cadillacs, because I know you guys are talking, and say, hey, fat buddy, what's your problem? Anyways, student inappropriate or not, we're going to get on to the topic of obsession and why people like to follow people around and, talk about it. Now, can anybody here tell me, what feeling do you get by making somebody else feel less than? Right, Monster, you are followed around every day. Have I ever seen anybody here make somebody feel less than? Or have I seen people here try to bring people back down to reality and make them equal to, and remind them that they are equal to? That's debatable. And I'm not going to say that I haven't tried to make people feel less than, and I'm not going to say that I have tried to make people feel equal to. But what I am going to say is that my existence, the second that I speak about Scammy Claus, automatically makes her feel less than. Scammy Claus refuses to have a conversation. You're right, Chevy. 100%. Scammy Claus will not have a reasonable conversation with anybody. Scammy Claus's reason is, let me work with the person who just a very short time ago went live and put all of my private information, address, number, business, all that out there. Let me work with them. Let me let them in the chat. Let me let them talk and, stir up all this negative drama. And the sunshine. Her reasoning is, I need attention so bad, that I'll do anything to get it. Let me go work with the person that just not too long ago, I put out all of their information. Look at that. Look at that real quick. How desperate someone is. Is it being desperate, or is it just like, I don't know, there's no morals there? Are they right when they're just doing anything they can? And it doesn't matter who, doesn't matter what, doesn't matter where, it doesn't matter when. All they want to do is talk. And it's always negative about other people. Where's the constructive criticism? Like, hey, you're fucking up, but here's how to fix it. Here's my advice. Do we ever hear Scammy Claus say that? Or do we just hear Scammy Claus, her fix, her positive is creating pay stubs to make Jenna Stronger seem like she got a job, and that Scammy Claus's torture did good. Yes, that is Scammy Claus in the picture. Do we see any positivity come out of anything Scammy Claus does? Oh, but you might say she donates to a food pantry. But I would venture to guess that it goes one of two ways. She either spits on the homeless peasants before she gets there, or she spits on them on her way out. Because that's all anybody is to Scammy Claus. Just a peasant. Notice how she acts so entitled, like she's so much better than everybody, like she's so smart. She was a teacher, guys. A teacher. She was a teacher. That's what she says. She was a band director that made a shitty fucking song because her dad made one that actually got popular and he was praised for it. But when she made one, it was a shitty little song. She could never live up to what her father did. She's always tried. She never will. She understands this. That's why she spends her time on TikTok trying to bring everybody else down so she can look at them and say, now you're below me. Jen is Stronger. I don't know a lot about Jen is Stronger, and I'm going to be honest with you about Jen is Stronger. Take it from my experience overall on this app. Everything that everybody said about Bougie turned out to be not true. Everything that everybody has said about OG has turned out to be not true. Everything that everybody has said about Mittens has turned out to be not true. Karma, not true. Mallory, 99% of it, not true. Well, who's me? I can tell you for a fact, not true. What makes me think that anything that these people have said about Jen is Stronger is actually true? I understand, Rome. But I don't know for myself. At some point in time, I know this would be clipped. I wouldn't mind having Jen is Stronger up here to talk to her. She doesn't have to. She doesn't have to schedule it. She doesn't even have to tell me. At any point in time, whenever she is comfortable, if she is comfortable, I would like her to request a box. And if she does, I would respectfully ask everybody to not trash her. Anybody. Because when we all played Follow the Leader on Bougie, and we all played Follow the Leader on OG, and we all played Follow the Leader on Mittens and Monster and everybody else, we were all wrong. Now, that doesn't tell me that, it can't be right. But how do we know? How do I know? Unless I find out for myself. Hi, Miss Holiday. Instead of caps locking in the chat, would you mind taking a box and telling me what you're talking about? Okay. I will be slapped with a defamation of character lawsuit, Florida man. This is a lie, and Jen will admit. I don't know what the lie was. What was the lie? What am I getting defamation of character lawsuit for? Yeah. Okay. Jen and you talk weekly. That's great. But here's the thing. Pastor Petty also said Bougie drove by his house and took pictures, and everybody believed it. And nobody talked to Bougie. Everybody tried to argue she did it. So I'm not going to believe anything anybody says about anybody until I experience it for myself. I think that's a respectable way to approach things. So you think I said something bad about Jen? I thought you were defending Santa Claus.
Hold on, Ferdinand. I don't know if you're seeing half of this Miss Holiday's comments, but let me break it down for you, lady. What he said was so many people have been mislabeled and people believed it. So he would like to have a conversation with this stronger lady himself versus believing what everybody else said. So where is defamation in that?
Yeah, I got it. Is she good?
No.
I'm not going to be mean to you, but
I'm not
that is
being
what I said.
mean. I'm just reading this shit like, wait a minute, what, where, like, the man just fucking said he would like to have a conversation because, hell, people have probably lied on her.
Okay.
Yeah.
She's referring to the comment about scamming because she said, "Are you insinuating she had relations with a student?"
But go up, honey, because she said, I talked to Jenna Stronger weekly.
Yeah, I seen that.
Hang on just 1 second. Mike, is that the, or Florida is that the one I just sent you?
Oh, I don't know. Look, she's just disrupting this. She
Yeah.
can have her opinion.
No,
If
I
she's
just
stuck on,
wanted to fix the background because you can't see the comment.
if she is stuck on that one thing, she can continue to be stuck on that one thing. It'll be proof to show that people cannot move forward.
Yeah, because she said again, Florida man is insinuating, as he has before, that scamming had relations with a student. So now she's back on scamming again.
Oh
And
yeah,
then
she can
now she's saying, I do talk to Jen weekly. Pick your battle, Miss Holiday, because 1 minute it's Jen and 1 minute it's Scammy you're talking about. So,
Twilight Zone.
All right, Miss Holiday, are you screen recording? I'm going to give you a couple seconds to start screen recording. Okay, let me know when you are, because for Scammy's defamation of character lawsuit that she's going to slap on me, I'm going to say it for you while you have a screen recorder. That the asterisk next to her name, Scammy Claus Amy Grasso, of her retirement from the school, is rumored to be that she had an inappropriate relationship with a student. I am in possession of text messages between Tattoos and Cadillacs and someone I cannot name that has that information in it. I will release those text messages on August 30th, 2026, when I am legally allowed to. Now, if that does not make that very clear, play it back, listen to it twice, listen to it with Scammy Claus. Next week, call Jen and listen to it with her, and then come back and talk to me and tell me why I don't give a fuck what you think. It's pretty easy. So, yeah, that's Scammy Claus in the picture. That's Scammy Claus. This is her in her most joyous state. And I know it doesn't look very joyous, but that's it. Also, Miss Holiday, if inappropriate relationship with a student, your mind goes to that, I don't know what your problem is, because an inappropriate relationship with a student can also mean that you are taking them out to lunch, that you are overstepping your boundaries as a student, within the student-teacher relationship. That could mean, come over to my house and practice this. Parents can get uncomfortable. You know, it's a forced recognition, not like a criminal charge. So how bad could a forced recognition be? Are you saying that you have faith that the schools will cover up sexual abuse? I don't have any faith that a school would cover that kind of thing up. So, ma'am, I think you need to readjust what you're aiming for, because it could be anything. It could be nothing. But I never once said that it was anything sexual. So get your mind out together. Anyways, on to the obsession, like Miss Holiday. People can be obsessed with a creator in a hyper defensive way, as we see with Miss Holiday. And then creators can be obsessed with people that they see are better than them in a hyper defensive way, a hyper aggressive way. So I'm going to go ahead and read off some notes here. You know, because everybody's going to say, you just chat GPT this stuff. Okay, you do it. Research is research, learning is learning, no matter how you do it. But do understand that when you use ChatGPT, it just goes to Google and it just pulls up a couple of results and it kind of puts it together. It doesn't get the full range of results. Okay, nothing wrong with ChatGPT. I'm just saying it's better to do manual research and read for yourself and then nitpick parts and all that where you can actually put it together. You can use ChatGPT to help, for sure. It's a tool, but it should never do all the work for you. But if you want to just sit there and take the easy route and say, oh, he could never read, okay, that's a dumb argument by dumb people. That's okay. Let it make your brain hurt. Let them talk. Notice how.
Hi, hey, hello.
Hey,
So
Bougie.
you just do us a favor, or maybe I'll just stay in the box, or somebody can get in the box, because all of us down here cannot read no comments, and our eyes are going wonky with your text on that picture and the comments. It was a whole hot mess.
Well, you guys' eyes are going wonky because Scammy Closet's eyes are going wonky too.
Right, but those of us that like don't have our glasses, and
You can stay in the box. I'm not going to say anything horrific yet.
oh, I'll mute then. I just can't read the comments, and nobody else could either. So I was like, let's just figure this out. I'll mute up. I'll murk up though. Here we go.
Okay.
Because I need to
All
learn
right.
about this obsession topic, because I mean, if you know, you know.
If you know, you know. So we're going to talk about why they latch on and don't let go. They are after an identity and they have a motive for their status. They use public callouts that can be a way to like virtue signal, like they're better than people or this person's not as good as me. And they use topics that try to demean other people. They do that to gain attention. Several studies linked moral grandstanding, which if you don't know what moral grandstanding is, Google it. I did. I didn't know what it was. It's okay to not know what stuff is. That's what research is for. Several studies link it to status-seeking traits and more frequent moral conflict in everyday and online life. The reinforcement from the audience, the defense of the person by their followers, the chat reinforce everyday repeats of that activity. There's a parasocial dynamic. Followers form one-sided attachments to creators. We might just call those one-sided attachment to creators holidays. They join conflicts with a creator. They defend creators without any proof. So are we getting that, there might be a holiday issue everywhere? Also, don't come in here and talk shit. You will become the example, like Miss Holiday. Don't fall for the trap. I am doing laundry. So the attachments with these creators, they can feel personal. They can feel meaningful. Sustaining obsessive monitoring and commentary, they use it as a way of doing reviews for social status to ensure that they are seen above the other individual that they're commenting on. They develop parasocial bonds that are persuasive and they surge in social areas like TikTok. They do it for the algorithm. Again, platforms that are optimized for engagement can amplify sensational, conflict-heavy content. Outrage that earns likes and shares and becomes more likely to be expressed again, creating a loop. TikTok-specific studies in journalism suggest the recommender can quickly tilt towards provocative, angry content, which keeps viewers inside conflict ecosystems. As proof, yesterday, my calm, steady live started. I don't know. I got trash for having 79 people in here. I appreciate those 79 people. It ended with 130. But today I open up with news about Scammy Clause's forced resignation, and I have 170 people in here already. So if we can't see, and the comments are much more active and excited. So if we can't see that this is an example in motion of what this type of content does to people and the type of people that it attracts, that you're stuck in a loop, you're stuck in a cycle. All you want is angry content because you don't feel anything any other way. Disconnect for a moment. Take a break. Understand that the spike that goes up, you have to do more vile shit to keep it going up. You have to bring other people down further to keep it up. It's going to crash eventually. And when it does, that's when your little parasocial relationship with someone like Scammy Clause puts you out. Cognitive closure and sunk cost. Once someone has publicly declared a verdict about a person, disconfirming evidence threatens their self-image. Doubling down protects identity, confirmation, and consistency pressures those that are watching to continue the narrative, especially when the audience is clapping. Why won't they stop talking about that person? They get a reward and it loops. Outrage earns engagement. It gets the algorithmic and social rewards that people are unable to get in other ways. They mistake it for positive feedback. It teaches the person to escalate. It teaches the person to have their people that are watching them escalate. They use moral outrage to generalize engagement by taking people and making them much lower than they are. Feeding the people watching them the idea that they are to be looked up to and the other person is to be looked down on. Echo chambers and a spiral of silence. If the victim self-censors to avoid being piled up on, the hostile narrative looks like the consensus, like nobody's speaking out. Everybody's just saying, fuck this person. The silent person is now validated for being wrong because everybody else is right. Even though sometimes it feels hopeless to argue against such a vast amount of what I can only say is stupid people. And that only encourages more people to pile on. Because now it looks right. Now, time to join the right side. Now it's okay to, say fuck this person because everybody's doing it. It's called a spiral of silence. And you can Google that too. The theory helps explain the mute the minority dynamic. And research has just begun to apply it and study its effects on social media platforms like TikTok, Instagram, Facebook. Why they invoke trigger topics and emotional frames. Effect heuristic. I've talked about that. When people decide by feeling rather than facts, emotionally charged claims Think of the kids. Violence, bigotry, scamming, beggar. It can create a shortcut where careful evaluation is lost. And anger will rally a crowd. The affect heuristics literature documents how emotion steers judgment, often overriding data. The example is bougie. What a horrible thing for somebody could possibly do, drive by somebody's house and take a picture of the kids and the details and all that were there, the trigger topics, when logical thinking left. Where how would someone get through DC traffic, back through DC traffic, 40 minutes away, hour away, back through TSA in 30 minutes? From experience, I argued for 4.5 hours over a plane ticket while Regina and Dora held the receipt that showed it was the complete wrong date. And for 4.5 hours, I purposefully argued while I had Bougie losing her mind behind the scenes. And I'm just like, it's cool. Calm down. I got this. I know. And that 4.5 hours of wasted effort on Dora and Regina's part was 4.5 hours that I will always use to show that people do not read the receipts. They just tell you what they want you to think and hope you believe it. Oh, hey, Smashley, why did you make a fake receipt? And then say you made a fake receipt to show people how easy it would be to make a fake receipt, and then post said fake receipt without any context of it being fake. And why did I get so many text messages being like, what is this? Why did you text her this?
I'm just up here to mute.
Hey, what up? Oh, and hey, Smashley, why don't you take a box? Why don't Malibu take a box? I know you sent somebody in last night to be like, smash that take a box. But there's so much less negativity over here.
Hey, bestie.
How's it going?
Did you ever show proof on Malibu being responsible for the accounts that posted Muffin Man's photos?
I don't see anybody else in the box. I see like a black box.
Nobody's
Yeah.
asking you about Animal.
Okay, so here's the rules. All right.
See, this is why I don't join, because you mute.
You can be aggressive if you like.
Because you mute. Because you mute. This is why I don't join, because you mute. You want to control the narrative. Monster straight said she didn't get any receipts. Why haven't you shown receipts, Florida man? Where's the receipts, baby? Seriously? I've got plenty of screenshots of when she asked.
Okay. Well, that's fine. But here are the rules. We're going to be polite. We're not going to talk over one another. You're not going to be disrespectful to nobody. So nobody's going to be disrespectful to you. I'm not encouraging anybody to be disrespectful to you. I'm actually encouraging people to be respectful to you. So, respectful conversation. Questions, answers. Listen. Don't interrupt. And same goes for me. Everything I'm saying, same goes for me.
If you want me to answer questions, I want to see proof that Malibu was a part of the Muffin Man accounts that posted children. That's what I want to see, and then I'll answer whatever you want me to answer. Florida.
Why did the story change so much?
That's not what I asked, right? That's not what I asked, Florida man. You want to know why I didn't join a box? Because this is why. Because you just gaslight people.
No, this is
So
deflation.
are you going to show proof, or maybe Muffin Man can, because you guys have blamed Stephanie for like what, 2 years now? So are you going to apologize for now?
No, because I do have.
Are you going to
proof.
apologize for
Here's-
blaming Stephanie or what?
Here's where you're interrupting. You try to dominate the conversation, and this is an example for the people.
I asked
that-
for one thing. I asked for one thing, Florida Man. If you
And
want me to
I
answer
asked-
all your questions, if you want
I
me to
asked
answer
for one
all
thing as
your
well.
questions,
And I
I
asked
will
for one
answer
thing.
all your questions, but you need to answer me first.
And I asked for one thing as well, Smashley. And the fact that you were being combative, the fact that you were being interrupting, have a conversation. Show the people that you can do it.
Or
So
show
why-
that you can show receipts. There's a start.
Pretty sure everybody knows. Remember that time you said, Malibu said, me and Smashley don't text. And you said, yeah, we don't text. And I said, oh, but wait, you do. Here you go. And then you freaked out. And then you lost your mind. And then you were like, yeah, look, everybody, look. It was just this one thing. And then the point behind it got lost. And like, I'm questioning.
What are you?
and then-
I don't even know what you're talking about.
I can show you the video. Remember what was
Okay,
claimed?
all right. Can you show that, please?
Sure can.
Thank you. Thank you, Sunshine.
What the fuck is that? I don't know if they were trying to say that was fun to me as a baby or not. What are you looking at? Okay, so what that doesn't say is she was laughing at my reaction.
There's another one. There's one where it's like, we don't text.
Like,
A third
On
party.
the highway again, Florida Man? That's the only question I have. That's the only question I have. And again, like I said, it's not against her. Can we just...
You remember the time. It's just time.
What the fuck is that? I don't know if they were trying to say that was fun to me as a baby or not. What are you looking at? Okay, so what that doesn't say is she was laughing at my reaction. She was laughing at my and I can show it. Watch it. No. I just sent you. They said she just showed that. Watch my reaction.
Okay, so that's the time I'm talking about. I'm sure you remember it. It was a very triggering time for you.
no, I definitely remember when this happened, and I definitely remember being like confused on what you were trying to say at the time. And then once I got the video, I knew what you were talking about. So just like you were able to pull up proof, just like of where Malibu is the person who made up those accounts.
Here's
Can
the
you
thing,
do
though.
that?
I can't.
I didn't think so. Yeah, I didn't think so.
I just said I can. Why are you saying I didn't think so?
Well, you know what I can do? I can show proof that you're a pedophile. How about that? But I'm not going to because,
That's trigger topics right there that you're trying to bring up in the person.
Oh yeah? Like somebody posting half naked pictures of babies, that's not triggering?
You, Malibu, yeah. Stephanie, yeah.
I can show proof right now that you're a fucking pedophile. How about that, Florida Man?
Are you trying to use trigger terms to rally the crowd against me, or is the crowd actually seeing that I just said I can show proof, and then you immediately cut in and said you can't?
But you just showed proof, right? You just showed proof
No.
of something I asked you to show proof of, and now you can't show proof, right?
People see you. People see you. I said I can, and you just said, "Oh, you can't, huh? I can call you a pedophile." That's trigger topics.
No, that's not what I said. I said I also can show proof that you're a pedophile. How about that?
Oh, that's trigger topics.
So is you saying that somebody posted half naked pictures of babies, right? Isn't that triggering, Florida Man?
Isn't it triggering to green screen someone's DV story?
I didn't green screen shit.
You allowed it and denied it to be taken down. When I asked, you said, "Fuck you." You said I'm not.
I didn't post shit. I didn't show shit. That wasn't me.
I was not the one to be.
That was not me.
But
that was not me, friend.
It was on your platform.
Okay, well, there's a lot of shit that goes on your platform, so
I
if we
own
want to
all,
go there.
and I own all of it. I accept responsibility for everything that I allow up on my green screen, up in my box, what people say. Because the people that watch me, they're not incited by anger. They're actually reasonable. They're actually logical. They actually understand what you're doing. When you ask if I can show proof, and I said, yes, I can. You said, oh, you can't. I can show proof you're a pedophile. That's you trying to incite people against somebody that you know has the proof that you in Malibu went and did that shit with Stephanie. I have
That
proof.
we weren't even around then,
I have
Florida Man.
proof that you're
And
friends.
you know that.
I
Then
have
show it.
He's friends with Stephanie.
Then show it.
The way TikTok works.
Even Muffin Man knows that it wasn't fucking us.
The way TikTok works is I'll show it and you'll be like, oh, it's fake. What was with that fake receipt, by the way? Why was it an iMessage receipt?
The one I made?
Yeah, why'd you make that
No,
message receipt?
No, just because I know that you and I don't have each other's phone numbers, right? And I wasn't actually trying to, you know,
But
do what you're doing now. I wasn't. Can I finish? Can I finish?
Everybody knows.
Can I finish?
I don't have iMessage.
That's why I did it. That's why I did it. You think if I really wanted to actually frame you for something, I would have done iMessage, bitch? I would have done it for fucking Discord, if anything.
Oh, wait. Actually, hey, Smash, nobody knows that I don't have iMessage. That's not a known fact.
Wait. So you're going to gaslight again. Got it.
No, I'm gonna show people that you were just saying whatever you can to look smart, to look like you know, and you don't. You have no idea. I've never once said on this app that I have iMessage or I don't have iMessage. This is the first time.
Florida Man, it was immediately brought up that was a fake fucking message, bro. Why are you tripping?
Because you posted it with oof, with no tell.
Absolutely. Isn't that what you do? Isn't that what you do? Almost similarly, you go live and then you say things that aren't true, like Malibu is behind those accounts or I'm behind those accounts, and then you don't have any context and you don't show any proof. Isn't that kind of what you do, Florida Man?
Why does it bother you if it's not true? Why does it push you to the point to be like, I'm going to defend myself preemptively with it, suspiciously? And
well, then why are you defending yourself?
I'm not defending myself.
Well, me either. I'm just curious if you got proof.
But the iMessage thing would be.
Do you have proof? I don't think you have proof.
What if that?
I think if you had proof,
on an iMessage,
you would have shown it. I think that you manipulate people and you gaslight people.
Yeah, so you're blaming. You deny, attack, reversal. You know that Darvo shit. That's what you're doing. Instead of having
You've been doing your research. I'm glad you're researching yourself. I'm really glad that you're researching yourself.
Instead of having a
that makes me happy.
Logical conversation, you would rather attack, deny it, justify your actions. At any point in time, we can have a logical conversation where you can speak, I'll listen, I'll speak, you listen, and we don't personally attack one another like you attempted to do. I'm not going to take any of your insults or attempted insults any kind of way because personally, they don't matter. That is your deflection. That is just like Miss Sunshine trying to deflect on everybody. That is just like
again. Do you have proof on this or no?
I have proof on everything.
Okay, well then you should show it. I'm sure Muffin Man would like to see it, right, Muffin Man? Where you at, girl? Because y'all have been blaming Stephanie for 2 years. So should you be able to hypothetically prove that it is Malibu and I behind those accounts, wouldn't you owe Stephanie an apology?
No, it's Stephanie too. Now, how close have you been paying attention to it? How close?
It's what you're saying. It doesn't make sense because we weren't around when that stuff was going on.
Yeah, the second round, yes, you were. But how close have you been paying attention to it?
The second round, yeah, but the first round, no.
Nobody said the first.
The second round, I didn't fucking know Muffin Man.
Nobody.
I didn't even know her.
First round. Nobody said first round.
It doesn't matter, but you said you didn't clarify, right? No context, right?
No.
No context.
How long have you been?
No context.
How
right?
deep have you been paying attention to it?
No context, right?
How deep have you been paying attention to it? Because if you have actually been paying attention to it, you would have heard me say several times that there are two separate people texting on that account. There are two people. I said that.
Yeah, now it's me, Malibu, and Stephanie. Yeah, I guess. He also says he has proof of us having like back end conversations with Stephanie, I guess. I'm just wondering if anybody in here all fucking 34 of you guys that actually still support him are going to ever ask for proof. That's kind of my point here.
See, I'm proud to have 34 people that support me because
Well, yeah. I mean,
that's
it's
30
better than nothing, right? It's better than nothing.
No, that's 34 more people that are quality people that I appreciate. And I'm sorry.
Or it's birds of a feather flock together.
I'm sorry
type
to
shit.
demean your audience the way you do and to prove that it's all about the numbers for you. But it's not about the numbers for me. I could have one person in here. I could have 2 people in here. I would appreciate both of them. I can have 100 people in here. I would appreciate all of them. But you just said you're 34 people that still support you. Cool. That's 34 people. Then I really feel like I deserve. Okay.
Well, you started out with more than that until you started lying and stealing and cheating and gaslighting people.
See,
you had a whole lot more than that until people started catching on to your bullshit. And there's just a couple of snails in here that just can't get with the program because they're just as fucked up as you are.
It looked like I had more.
Birds of a feather flock together, right?
Let me explain the logic behind it. It looked like I had more, but where was the quality? All them people, the second I said, I ain't going to do that, the second I said, I'm done with this, they said, well, fuck you, and now they're over watching me right now, and you're live, doing whatever, just following my ass around, stalking me. Those were not people that were good. Those were people that were using me. So because I eliminated...
Bougie, you dox everybody. Shut the fuck up.
Bougie does not dox anybody, Joe.
She doxed me, dude. She
Okay.
doxed fucking Queen of Blessings. She's doxed a few people. So you can't say she doesn't dox anybody. I don't dox people. Right?
You allowed Holly Mae to green screen someone's whole ass.
I didn't know what the fuck Holly Mae was showing.
I told you.
I had no fucking clue what Holly Mae was showing.
I said, hey,
and why don't you take that up with Holly Mae? Why is that my fucking problem?
I said, hey, Smash, can you get that TV story off the screen? And you said, hey, Florida man, you're not going to dictate what's gets shown on my platform. You knew what it was. You read my comment. You knew what it was. You did it on purpose. The clip is there.
The point of those messages were to show that that girl has done this on several occasions. So you can fight me all you want on that, but if y'all didn't really want to actually listen, that's on y'all.
Holly Mae hasn't? You let Bougie's kids be spoken on.
Who is Holly Mae doxed? Do you have proof on that, Florida man?
100% of the fucking way I got proof on that.
Well, you should fucking show it because when I tried to call it out, you were silent. You were zippy face and we were friends at that time, right, Florida man?
Bougie, send me the text message. Send me the screenshot of Holly Mae doxing a kid.
Yeah, can we do that? Let's show some proof. For fucking once.
Where's the proof Holly Mae made a police report?
You also claimed that Jerry was somebody that I planted, and I showed you a proof of the police report number, the voicemail that I got from the FBI. What do you say about that, Florida man?
I ain't seen none of that.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah, but that voicemail looks a little staged.
Ironic.
Just
really?
Like,
I can play it.
Well, just like the fake.
I can play it. It's still saved in my shit.
We know you know how to make fake messages because you proved you did. So
sure. Okay, so I will go live on my iPad tonight, and I will let you listen. If you will join the live, I'll let you listen to said voicemail.
You can play it over here. Look.
Well, I can't do that right now because I'm on my phone. I got to get my kids to bed in a few minutes. But if you really gave a fuck and really wanted to hear the truth, you would come over, right, and have a conversation with me. I just don't think you like having less people on your side than are on my side. And because over on my side, I have more people for me than you have for you. So I would understand why a narcissist wouldn't want to go anywhere, that might make them feel smaller. So I get that.
Your argument is a simple straw man argument that involves insults and trigger terms that are like, oh, look, I'm so smart. He's a narcissist that doesn't like that I'm more popular than he is. No, Smash. I'm sorry to tell you that neither one of us are popular. Look at your numbers when you go live. They're pathetic. Because there's someone out there that has 500. There's someone out there that has...
Bro, the reason why you have more than 100 people in here right now is because I'm in here.
Where's your live? You can use that to ego flex up, but the people that are in here because you're here because you're bringing some kind of anger and excitement to it that they like, if that's your people, that's your people. I like the people who are more calm, logical, and reasonable. When you excite people like that, you let them make that mental shortcut. to be like, oh, I'm going to judge an act based off of feeling, not off of logic and critical thinking. When we jump to, oh, here's the proof, guys. Here's the screenshot, guys. That jumps to be like, oh, look, I'm right. Instead of logically speaking about it and logically looking at your actions, logically looking at Malibu's actions and determining that, hey, we need to be on the lookout for behavior like this from other people. And plus it tortures you because you're really not okay. You wouldn't be up here making a cocky, narcissistic argument. If
Bro, I know you're not calling me narcissist.
no, I'm calling. Did you understand me?
No, you're not.
No, break it down. You wouldn't be up here making a cocky, narcissistic argument against me if you were confident about it. You just called me a narcissist. You're making a cocky, your attitude, narcissistic, your claim, argument, what you're doing against me, who it's against. Does that
So
break?
explain in detail. Are you going to ask for proof of this, or we're just not going to? We're just going to push it aside. You guys want to know why I fucking dropped all y'all? And that's why you guys are hating on me, because I fucking dropped all you guys, because you guys are pathetic. You
Oh,
guys are pathetic.
no, you dropped
Literally.
everybody because you dropped the people that would call you on your shit. You dropped the people because you knew this was coming.
Isn't that why you dropped me, Florida man? Because I called you.
Drop me what?
You got Robin. Why are you? Well, if people stop muting me, I'm not talking to this fucking cunt. Bye.
Have have a
Oh, you mean you're not talking because, bitch, I come with proof? I would drop too if I were you, you weird ass fucking bitch. I would definitely drop.
while people are still here, OG, I would like to explain what just happened. Everybody, go watch that back. I'm asking for a calm, reasonable conversation. I'm asking her to talk. I'll hear her. Listen, I'll talk. No, she wants proof. Now.
Smash, you want to come after me? I dropped you months ago when Malibu stated what she said about adoption leading to OG's situation. So no, ma'am. You can take your narcissistic ass and get the fuck out of here.
So she dropped all of us because we're all pathetic, but yet this bitch sits up in a box boohooing and crying and apologizing to people only to go live like 3 days later. Hey, Smash, why don't you tell people how off the app you quite frequently use the R word?
Oh, we're not gonna, like, she might. It's okay. I'm not even worried about that part because remember, as with Miss Unknown, nobody can police the way she talks. She allowed it to happen several times. She never said anything. It's selective outrage is what Smash does. But I would like to point out like how this conversation went with Smash. She went from, can you show proof? I said, I can, to her immediately saying, oh, you can't, you're a pedophile.
Nikki's trying to get up.
Using triggering terms and triggering topics that would be like, oh my God, Smash can do what? As she's already put people in an excited mood to make poor judgment decisions. So,
Where did that come? Like, I left your live and it was just you talking, and I just came back, and then I came back in the middle. How did that even fucking come about?
because Smashley can't have a logical conversation. Smashley likes to attack. She likes to use trigger terms in arguments like pedophile and narcissist and all that to make people think that she's smarter or that she knows something or that I'm such a bad guy, don't listen to me.
You're such a bad guy, but Florida man, respectfully, I can go pull mine in your text messages when people. Will you let Nikki up? She's been fucking fighting for her life down there. When the whole Malibu thing happened, you were the one that went to Smashley's fucking aid, trying to get people off her ass because she was being drugged for the whole Malibu thing. And, you know, let me just say this, coming from a cunt, Smashley, you fucking changed. And bitch, it ain't for the good. You are a ugly, and I don't mean looks, I mean on the inside. You have completely changed who the fuck you are. Like, your inside now matches the outside of the bitch that sits in your box all the time.
Florida man explains that she's sorry for going off. Hey, Smash. It's nice to know that's what you think about the people. It was your best friends. You know, me, Ash, Jenna, Dead Guy, D, the ones that were the closest to you. Fuck you, Smash. Fuck you. You're the one that fucking is pathetic. You're the one that changed because you have, what was it you told me? A bigger platform, a bigger following, because you're all about the numbers. You're all about that motherfucking clout.
And she
What
broke
you need to do, Smash, is sit the fuck down, because you're starting to really piss me the fuck off. We were your best friends. We were the ones there for you. We was the ones that was in your fucking lives when you didn't have anybody but 5 fucking people in there.
But Nikki, remember, Bougie, are you in here? Remember? She was in a fucking live just a few weeks ago apologizing to everybody. Apologizing to me that she sat there with her fucking big mouth shut, having all the proof against what fucking Petty and Sunshine were saying. Remember?
I do have a question, Queenwood, since you're up here. Instead of me having to scroll back to what was it, December or something of 2024, were you not in Holly Mae's live where my daughter was plastered all over that motherfucking screen? You, Petty Parole Officer, Holly Mae,
Yeah.
came in and said that's
Yeah,
my.
because I had to apologize to you, yes.
Thank you. There's my proof, Smash, because she was in there a part of it. Okay, bitch, so don't even play.
Yes, and I took my accountability, and I apologize to Bougie.
Yes, well, I wasn't trying to bring it up for that.
Oh,
but,
I know, I'm just saying.
There's my fucking proof, bitch.
Okay, so I'm going to respectfully ask everybody to tone down the anger because it's not healthy. And this is just a process.
I know, it just hurt me because we were Smash's best friends.
I know.
And the fact that she just sat up here and called all of us pathetic.
I know.
No.
You're not. Okay, so when she wanted to say, the 34 people that you got left, I clearly deserve way less than 34 people. Everybody that I associate myself with, I appreciate. Everybody adds something to it. I don't take anybody for granted, even though I don't message much. I know it seems like I do, but I appreciate everybody. The fact that she said that and then went to claim I got more numbers than you, that doesn't matter to me. It never has. It shows that she doesn't watch whole lives, because yesterday I was all about 79 people are a lot of people, and I appreciate that.
But wait, man, can I just point out real quick? She said the only reason why people were in here is because she was in here. You had a little over 200 when I left your live to go look at another live. So I just want to point that out.
Yeah, no, the numbers don't matter. There could be 5 people in here, 10 people in here. I'm good with that. I've never been about the numbers. I've never been about the money. I've never been about the pay to drop people, Cash App, anything like that. And anybody who is totally fine. But that's just not me. And I've never been one to pick and choose people over people. I always fight and argue for people to be included in stuff. If someone doesn't want them there, I'm like, well, it's not fair. I can't tell you how many times, with Bougie, how hard I argued for Bougie to be able to be included in anything and just be able to exist for OG. Nikki and I, we fought at the beginning, but I accepted I was a dick, and we were able to develop a really good relationship with one another. With Ash, we butt heads every now and then, but just because we butt heads, does that mean that I hold it against her or she holds it against me? No. It's the same people that Smash said is pathetic, and I'll be honest, none of you are pathetic. All of you are good. All of the people that Smash doesn't fuck with, Explain genuinely did drop Smash months ago because of that comment about adoption, because she texted me about it, and I talked to her a little bit about it. It didn't go public because is it worth it? No.
Well, can I just say this real quick, Florida Man? Explain. I did not know that was the reason why you dropped Smash, but thank you. Thank you for having my back. Thank you for doing what was right. And no, up until you just said it, I had no fucking clue because it didn't go public. But I also want to say, in Florida Man, you might not like when I say this, and I'll drop after.
You can drop and say whatever you like.
Hey, Smash, I'm kind of confused at who you're calling pathetic when you live in a trailer from 1985, bitch, with your in-laws.
Okay. Is that clapback justified? Yes, because she just degraded everybody. But is it the right thing to do?
No.
That's
She
up
called
to
me
you.
a cunt, though.
That's up to you. We all make our decisions. We can't judge other people's responses without judging the actions that caused them. So I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, OG is poor shaming. Wasn't he just talking about scammy clause shaming people? Well, yeah, but nobody did really much of shit to her.
I mean, I'm not necessarily poor shaming because for all I know, I mean, she could have money, right?
Don't twist
But
it.
you know what, Devilish Kiss? You know what else is childish as fuck, girl? Smash getting in here, acting like her shit doesn't fucking stink, calling a bunch of people pathetic that was there that had her fucking back.
Hold on a second. Devil's Kiss, I would like to explain this. All day, yeah, I was live for 7 hours yesterday. And I was like, Smash, Malibu, come to a box. Nobody came. But today, the topic is obsession. The topic is scamming clause. The topic is how people who follow people around the signs and symptoms and all that. And then all of a sudden, Smashley comes in, and the argument ensues because she wants to cause havoc, and she wants to derail, and she wants to distract. She wants to say, oh, look, show proof. You can't. Even though I said I can show proof, she immediately said, you can't show proof, and it went on to make an accusation that most people would trigger in their mind, oh, he's a bad person. Oh, my God, got to watch Smash tonight because of the numbers. And then went on to demean the, quote, 34 people and say that she gets more numbers. It's weird. It's odd behavior. It's signs of people being
But
guilty.
she was all about you being in her live, Florida Man, when everybody was on her fucking ass. When Malibu did that shit and everybody was on her ass. I can go back to the text and show our shit. You were the one that went over to help her.
I don't regret that. I would do it again.
And I know you don't. But see, that's the thing, Smash, because I'm sure you're probably still listening. That's the thing. You had no clue that Florida Man, while busy with his own shit, got a text from me because you were in fucking shambles, bitch. And I said, you need to get to Smashley's live. And look what he did. Not only did he go to your live that night to help you, for like the next fucking week he was in your live.
Well, you know, with Smash, it doesn't matter. Do you know how many times I've been in lives and I jumped in a box when people were talking on her and me or Ash defending her? As a matter of fact, I'm pretty sure I went at Mallory over Smash.
You did.
I mean, and yeah, I guess your best friends that were your ex-best friends were pathetic. You know what? I'm going to drop because I'm really upset over this. And I know one of my best friends, you know, one that you lost, Smash, who's actually an amazing person, is probably really fucking hurt. I got to check on her because you're a piece of shit, Smash.
I'm sorry about that, Nikki. I will definitely be texting all of you after the live tonight and seeing how everybody is.
Thank you, Florida Man. Fuck you, Smash.
Y'all let it get to you. Y'all are good people. Nikki, you're good people. Devilish Kiss, can I ask you if you can take a box, please, and have an actual conversation? Because your comment saying thing is, if you want to have beef, fine, but you're going to shame someone for where they live, childish. You're completely disregarding the fact that she just accused me of being a pizzeria dealer multiple times. You're going to disregard the fact that she provoked that response out of OG and that she provoked a group of good people by calling them pathetic, and that's why she dropped them.
And cunts. And I mean, hey, if we want to put truth out on the table, I did ask in the comments before I came up, I asked Smash, is Switzerland your friend? Because, baby, I got Texas to prove otherwise.
I like Switzerland. He's good.
I do too. That's the crazy thing.
Well, Devilish Kiss, if you could take a box, I know you can think reasonably. I saw you in Petty's box when they trashed you. I promise I will not trash you. If we can have a conversation that says, hey, you talk and I will listen and then I will answer, but we can't interrupt each other. We got to get it all out. Thank you.
Yeah, she called me a cunt. That she did. She's like, I'm not going to talk to this cunt. Weird, because Florida Man, you may not know this because I didn't see you on the app when I came back, but I was asked to join a live because Smash was apologizing for past shit she done. Smash admitted that the whole reason why she sat quiet that whole time. Remember, I kept saying to you the first time we talked, like, Smash and I were close. Like, I don't understand why, when this all went down, she just stayed quiet. Well, she admitted in a live one night that she did it because she didn't want Petty to fucking turn on her. And then she apologized. Well, like 2-3 days later, might have been a little bit longer, so don't quote me on the days, but she was then in Holly Mae's live, and I had gone into Holly Mae's live, and I got a box request, and that's when the whole happy with the N-word thing happened. Not the hard ER word, the put the N in front of happy. Anyhow, and I literally seen Smash run her mouth in the comments, and I'm like, wow, that's really weird. I'm like, Smash, you just a couple days ago apologized. And she's like, yeah, and I was puking in my mouth a little the whole time I was apologizing. Oh, so you're a fake ass bitch, is what you're saying. Cool, got you.
So, what I recommend is we all have a habit of bringing up like prior experiences and stuff, and that helps Smash get away with the future. Because they're like, oh, they're bringing up this, that, the other. That's okay. We all know Smash's actions. We all know how she will do what she does. But the problem I'm facing now is the guilt that she's showing, the aggressive, not willing to have a conversation, turn it into an argument, throwing around the insults like P3DO multiple times, and narcissist, not being able to understand my line of speech. When I said you're up here giving a narcissistic argument against me, she took that as me calling her a narcissist when she called me a narcissist, and her argument is that I'm a narcissist. That tells me that she's triggered for some reason, that she has taken that emotional shortcut, fight or flight. She's in defense. So she's up here fighting.
How did it get there, Florida man? When I left your live, it was you and Bougie in a box, and you were talking about how it's okay to be friends or cool with other people that you may not agree with. Like, I'm trying to figure out how, when you were putting a positive message out, it turned so negative. Because when I came back in, then Smash was going on. Like, I'm so confused on that.
Smash was triggered. That's what it was. Smash is concerned because she knows what I have. The fake receipt bothered her. When I asked about the fake receipt, why it was iMessage, and she said, well, I said, everybody knows I don't have iMessage. And she said, well, yeah, I know that. That's why I did it. But no, never has it been stated that I have iMessage or I haven't had iMessage on this app. So how would she ever know if everybody knows if I have iMessage or not? And that's what triggered her right there, is because then she knew she was losing control, and that's when the accusations flew. We can all go back and clip that argument and see the exact flow of it, and it will show you that people who are guilty use these type of arguments when they feel like they're losing control of the narrative. She thinks she can use pressure. She thinks she can use the threat of a larger platform. She thinks she can demean the people that follow me. But she doesn't understand is that the people that follow me, I never once have anybody fight any battles that I'm in. I never ask anybody to join. I never ask anybody to go participate in my shenanigans. Y'all are just here hearing me out and listening, and I appreciate that. Now, before we get started with Devil's Kiss, I would like to say, please, nobody trash her. Nobody be mean to her. It's a respectful conversation. The last time she had an issue on another platform, I believe, was Petty's, and Petty did her really fucking dirty. I was kind to her, and I'm going to remain to be kind to her. She's allowed to have her opinion, even if it conflicts with our opinions. She's allowed to have that opinion. So when she talks, if what she says you don't agree with, that's okay. But she's allowed to have that opinion. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. So, what do you think of the situation from what you've seen tonight?
So, I will say, in all honesty, I missed that part where she called you P3DO. I came in after that.
Okay.
So, in that aspect, I can't speak on that because I wasn't there to witness it. So, for me, that's more of like a he said, she said kind of thing.
Okay.
After she said it, people did also ask for proof of it, and she ignored it.
It's okay, Reggie. That was just her arguing and trying to throw a trigger topic out there that would affect people. But she banks off of two things: that it either affects people, or people come in after the triggered response and then make their judgment based on the actions of all of us after she's thrown accusations out there. And that is also a common tactic too, especially like social media, revolving door, all that good stuff. So I don't blame Devil's Kiss at all. You're trying to defend your friend, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And and it's because I also fuck with you too, Florida man. Like,
yeah,
you've had my back, and I got yours. So for me personally, it's like this is real sucky.
I understand.
Mm-hmm.
I agree. Do you think? So, my question is: do you think it's right that she pretty much told everybody that doesn't support her now that they're pathetic, and that she dropped them because they were pathetic, and that her numbers are bigger? What does that tell you that she thinks about people in general?
I'm not going to sit here and try to say how she thinks because I honestly don't.
I apologize. You're right.
There are a lot of pent up emotions right now with all of this. Then yes, I do. For me personally, I don't give a shit about numbers. But I'm not a big content creator either, so I can't really speak on the numbers thing because to me it doesn't matter. I guess if that makes sense.
That makes sense. It does, and I'm sorry. I'm not meaning to like frame the questions in a way where it's going to be like you're going to be demeaning towards Smashley. So if I do by accident, because it's really hard because I am talking about her, but I don't want her to think that you're talking shit about her. I know you want to be neutral, and if I frame it in a way where it's like directed at Smashley, then just tell me, hey, can you say it a different way? Because I really don't want you to catch any heat, because having a conversation is good. I'll ask it in a different way. Is it okay to disregard people as individuals over people as numbers? People who genuinely add value versus people who just watch.
I mean, no, and I would tell her to her face. I think, I think she may have crossed a line. I think she may have spoke in anger as well. And if any of y'all in the comments want to sit there and keep talking shit, saying she doesn't create content, she's not a big content creator, I don't give a fuck. I'm not here to deal with that shit. That's just how I spoke it, and I'm not going to deal with that shit.
Well, hold on. That's just an opinion. And now the chat, anything derogatory in the chat, like names or anything like that, ain't okay. And especially anything towards you, because you're having a conversation.
But because everyone just wants to jump in there and be like, oh, she's not a content creator. She's not a content creator. Technically, yes, she is. Anyone on here that makes videos and does things is a content creator.
Last night, I argued that fact for Smash. Someone had asked me, they said, hey, what is it? What's it like where your content's only other people? And I said, well, I have content that's not other people. And I use Smashley as an example. Her content is other people, but she's also got the sourdough videos. She's got stuff that isn't other people. So we can't like nitpick who is who and who does what, because we're all up here doing our thing. So content creator or not, what I said to Smashley stands true. None of us are anything related to like content creation, because you might get 300 people, but you're basing your metric off of that number where people get 10,000, 20,000, a million viewers, and we're over here getting 300 people. But I like my people. I would rather have the 34 people than a million people. I wouldn't trade a single one of them for a million people because the value that they add individually makes it what it is. And that's what I'm trying to get at with like the idea of dismissing people as individuals being wrong. And you agreed for numbers and money and stuff. I just don't get that. How do you feel about the situation as a whole? Like your honest opinion.
About this whole situation between you two?
Just everybody. It's not just us. It's like so many people fighting.
I think it's childish. I think it's childish.
I agree. Do you have any?
I mean, to be fair, my kids act better. Like, it just feels very, he said, she said, go this way, go that way. Like, the last time I checked, we are all fully grown adults.
Yes.
And personally, I think this beef with everybody is kind of petty. And I think it's
Hey, Devil's Kiss, not to cut you off. Hold on one second, honey. Florida Man or one of the mods, can you guys please get Puff and Paint with Bear out of here?
Yes. There you go. Are you aware of what my live tonight was about?
No, I popped in on Facebook after I did everything. I was doing housework and things like that. I popped in because I saw you and Smash were live. So I just popped in to kind of see what was going on and kind of caught like the tail end of it.
My live today is about obsession and people's obsessive nature to constantly fight, argue the reasons why they choose to pick fights and pick people to look down upon, and how the logic works behind it and what they do, how they feel, and then ways to stop it. That's what my live is about. It's about getting the fights to stop. That's what it's been about for the past. Have you watched my lives for the past 6 days?
I honestly have not been in a good headspace to be really on Facebook much, and I'm not on late anymore because I work 2 jobs, so no.
Well, for the past, I'd say 6-7 days, my content has been emotionally stable. It has been just talking about reasons people do stuff, why they do it, how they do it, how they use trigger terms and arguments, and how they just try to manipulate the masses by emotional manipulation. And Smashley exhibited every single attribute that I've been talking about for the past 6 days in that argument, one by one by one by one after the other. And the thing is she might have more numbers, but those numbers are pushing her to be angry. Those numbers come from an angry, just sensationalized content that requires people to fight and argue. Whereas mine, I might have lower numbers, but I'm not paying attention to that. The only reason I'm mentioning it is because it shows people that, hey, you're more engaged, you're not mad, you're in a better headspace, you feel better. You're hearing something that's more informational, less bashing. And in between there, yeah, I did put it out there that I know about that situation with Smash and Malibu and Stephanie. But I've been begging for a conversation for the past 2 days, and she chooses to take a box when I'm on this topic randomly.
No, I can, and I can see, like I said, I can see your point. I can see her point. I see both sides, and like I said, personally, I just wish everybody could just breathe and just be done. If you don't want to sit with each other anymore, then don't. Like, this has just been a really shitty year, and I don't think this back and forth, this drama, this anger, this coming at each other, that's not good for anybody's mental health. It's not good for anybody's headspace.
Hey, Devil's Kiss, do you remember when...
Hold on one second, OG. Can I ask you if it's okay to consider somebody boring?
People can be boring.
when I said that Smashly's content was boring, I said exactly this. I haven't been watching any lives lately at all. And I went to go watch Smashly's live because I used to enjoy it. But I just got bored. And I just, scrolled away. Why is it that very night she had me up on the green screen all night and just completely went in on me just for calling her boring? And I went live and did not give her a response and talked calmly and told people that this is signs of people who are, guilty, looking for that rage bait content, stuff like that. Do you think that's right if I express my opinion that I couldn't watch her live as an example, but any live as a whole, because it was boring, justified an entire night of me on the green screen being bashed?
No. And before anybody asks, I would have told her the same thing, that I don't think it's fair. Is it her prerogative to do that? Yes. Does it suck? Is it unfair? Also, yes. Do you have the right to find content boring? Also, yes, because there's a lot of things on TikTok that I'm like, wow, that's not my thing.
Would you find it suspicious if you called me boring? If you went to another live and you were just like, yeah, I was over there, it was pretty boring. Would you find it justified that I put you up on the green screen and just trashed you for hours?
No, I think I would feel upset.
Honestly, I would feel upset too because it would be useless. It would be just not even necessary.
And that's kind of what I'm saying. It's like this between you two, like that back and forth kind of thing. It's like, okay, somebody's got to just be the person to be like, hey, let's just stop. That's Red. Please don't do that, because Smash has let me talk. So please don't make assumptions on what she does when I'm in her boxes. Thank you.
Red's good.
But I'm responding to that because I was tagged, and that's not true. Smash has absolutely let me come up and talk in her box as well. And if I had requested and was saying the same thing, I guarantee you she would hear me out as well, because I am speaking like a normal person. I'm not talking, I'm not yelling, I'm not saying anything. So yes, Florida Man was letting me talk, but Smash also would let me say my piece as well.
So would it be reasonable to assume that from the point that you came in and from the bits and pieces that you have seen, that you were unaware that Smash trashed me for saying that her content was boring and I couldn't watch it, and that I responded with nothing?
No, I did not know that happened.
And then I put out there that I know the situation, and that she put out a fake text message and claimed on her live that she made it and this is how easy it is to make, and she posted it with no indication that it was fake, but the content of the text message claimed that I was mad and I did it to get back at Smash, which to get back at Smash for what, I don't know. But would you think that would be framing an idea, maybe that somebody's nervous, the defense kicks in automatically, the aggression, the names, the trigger words, the useless stuff, and that if someone's not watching all of it 100% of the way through, that they would side with whoever they feel more of a connection to?
I mean, I think that's human nature to try to side with the person that you feel closer to. And like I said, in my position here right now, and I can only speak for me, that it definitely sucks, because it's like, I like both of you. I consider both of you friends. So it's like, I'm really trying to see objectively both sides. And I think
Go ahead.
both sides have done some childish things. But I absolutely would tell Smash too that, hey, you know, I think this has gone too far. Like, I think we need to end it. Problem is, I'm just not up anymore to catch her lives to be able to say my piece.
And you're not obligated to say your piece anywhere. As what you have to say does matter. It's very, it should be insightful for everybody to hear it, because you've said that that people are more willing to decide who they're more connected to. That leads to, how would you get people to be more connected to you? Would it be through anger and emotion, or would it be through speaking calmly and, logically?
You know, anger doesn't get you far. Anger does not get you anywhere. But at the same time, anger is also a very, very human emotion, especially when it comes to former friendships. Nothing turns to hate quicker than love. And I think that's true with friendships as well. And I think that's kind of personally what I feel, maybe what I'm seeing here. I really don't know what caused this rift to begin with. I've been in and out, and all of a sudden it was poof. But I think, I've been around a while. I've been around, at least I think going on 2 years now between the two of you. And, I see a lot of things that I don't agree with on both sides.
That's fair. And I agree with that. There's a lot of things that I do that people may not agree with, and there's some things that she does that people may not agree with. But we all have our justifications for doing it. Some of our justifications are built in, defense for, maybe cover up, silence, accuse. And those would be the trigger words like P3DO, calling somebody a narcissist, making sure that people look at that person differently. But that also invokes the emotional aspect of it and the anger. She's angry, so her friends and the people that watch her will say, "Oh my God, why is she angry? Fuck that guy." As I'm over here, I'm not promoting anger. I'm not promoting any type of hate or hostility. I am promoting people to be calm, rational, and think critically about situations. So when I'm calm, people aren't going to latch on to the idea immediately, but the anger is like a spike of emotion that makes people want to act now, to defend their friend, to protect their friend. Now, that's where people on TikTok, I think, get it mistaken by not letting everybody speak. Conversations like ours right now aren't able to happen because people want to control the conversation. How you're talking and I'm listening, and vice versa. How the chat is being calmed down, we're not attacking you, and the request for everybody to respect you just isn't there when people get into a box. It's like a domination thing where people want to control, want to dominate, so they get forceful, angry, as Smash did. They already have the conversation built out in their head of how they're going to answer, because that's how they have to have it to go. And if it doesn't, they resort to the trigger terms like P3DO and narcissist, as Smash did. Now,
Not gonna lie, I was a little nervous when you told me to take a box. I think I have box PTSD.
I know. I've seen you in Petties. I watched that whole thing. It was disgusting.
Yeah, I have box trauma now.
Double Kiss got attacked in Petties?
Yes. Oh, girl, it was a whole thing. They called me up, and because I spoke some things on Queenie, and they called me up, attacked me. Were like, "Did you say this?" I said, "Yes, I did." They attacked me, and then they blocked me.
Yeah, I watched it. It was awful. I believe I either messaged her or contacted her in Smash chat. Told her I seen that. It was just wrong. Why would anybody do that? I will say, if you get caught up in Smash the Box tonight, please feel free to speak your mind. nothing you say is going to make me mad. Like, because you're allowed to speak, you're allowed to have your opinion. Make sure that you get proper time to say your whole thought, because there's a tactic that people use, and they'll cut you off mid-thought to kind of spin the narrative from that point to make it look like you agree this way or the other way. That's why I'm trying to give you like full chance to get your full thought out. But I agree with you. I do. I think it's childish. I think it should stop, especially when I'm over here trying to promote a more calm, peaceful, like we can talk about it environment versus the attacks. The idea that green screening a screenshot is any form of proof and that behavior is totally disregarded. Where if you do any research whatsoever, behavior is a large part of evidence, logical and critical thinking applied to that behavior and why people behave the way they do.
That's kind of wild because I've never known Devil's Kiss to get in a box and jump on anybody, or to be vile to anybody, or be vile in the comments. So, I mean, I'd like to say I'm surprised, but I'm not, because it's Petty's chat. So I'm sorry that happened to you. It happened to me as well.
I don't
It's because I said Queenie's husband is happy he's deaf.
I mean, you're not wrong, though.
That's literally what it was about.
And the thing is, like, Queenie was like, yeah, you won't say it here. And she was like, your husband's happy he's deaf.
I mean, if I was married to her, I'd probably cram a pencil in my own fucking ear.
You won't say it, you won't say it, you won't say it. And Patty was like, did you say this? And I went, hell yeah, I did.
It was great, honestly, because you shouldn't be intimidated by speaking your mind. If you have an opinion, even if it's like that, that's okay. I mean, you're entitled to it.
Listen, I said what I said. If I said it in the comments, I'll say it to you. Like, it's just, you know, Queenie started that with me. She came at me for some dumb shit, and she wanted to carry it out.
Oh, but, you know, I mean, Queenie will say a whole different story. But it's weird because Amanda and I had a conversation today and last night about how it is okay to have a difference of opinion and still be friends or still, you know, coexist. It's crazy.
In defense of Queenie, maybe we just need to give her a little bit of time, okay? Because it's a very emotional situation that she's in with all of the people pulling and, you know, one way, the other way, one way, the other way. Sometimes we need to let people process those emotions and, you know, understand that, okay, it's not her fault that she's in that position. That it's the people that she surrounds herself with that's making her believe that she has to act a certain way to be included with them. And she really likes them.
Okay, but hold on. Hold on right there, Florida Man. Hang on. Because I hear what you're saying and I respect what you're saying. But at the same time, that bitch literally, like, Holly Mae and Ratina and them will be sitting there having a live that has nothing to do with drama, bullshit, or anything like that. And here comes Queenie's ass up in a fucking box starting bullshit and fucking drama.
Yeah, and we don't know why she does it.
Because she's pathetic.
I can't call her that either. But I can say I have my differences with Queenie for sure. Everybody does. I don't think any of us actually like Queenie. Like,
I don't think she likes herself, bro.
But that's the thing. Do we not like Queenie, or do we just not like how she's acting? And if we base our opinion on the person based off of how they act in situations that might be a little stressing to her, I feel like she deserves an opportunity to be able to come out of that and be herself. And will I like her? I don't know. But I don't think I've ever met who Queenie is as herself. I think she's always portrayed herself as who she thinks she has to be for other people. And that's the opportunity for change that I think that everybody is entitled to. I'm not saying like Queenie. I'm just saying, you know, understand that she might not be going through the same thing as everybody else. Like, it could be a self-esteem issue. It could be she feels she has to act a certain way. I'm not going to judge her based off of her as a person, but the way she acts is shit, for sure.
Well, wait a minute, because last night she claimed that she has, it wasn't a protection order. It was, I'll have to go back and watch the clip that was sent to me, but she's claiming she has some type of order on you, and that by you being in Amanda's live last night, you violated that.
Good for her. Right on. She's been saying that forever, but that's also a tactic that people use to be like, I'm important. He can't do this, guys. Stop listening to him. Because she feels like people will listen to me above her, and it shouldn't be that way, but it's her actions and her behavior that, it's the erratic, it's the nasty, it's the mean, it's the, I'm going to do things to fuck people over. That's why she feels that way. She knows she's doing wrong. She's just got to come to them terms and for herself. And the judgment and like, oh, fuck Queenie, this, that, the other, and nobody's sitting there saying, well, what if she's going through something? What if that's not her? What if she's portraying herself to be a way to appease other people? Nobody's given her that benefit of the doubt. I will say the way she's been acting, shit, for sure. Don't like it. But the way she could act, who she really is, who knows? I don't think any of us ever got to meet that Queenie.
Well, and that's kind of my whole thing here is like, this year has just been, it's been a very long year. And, I've done things and said things that I'm not proud of, and I've made my amends to the people that deserved it. Because, I looked deep in myself and I realized I wasn't happy, and I was kind of almost following along with, we don't like this person, we don't like that person. And I took a step back and was like, but I do, so why am I being this way? And I think that's what I think, like, when I look at you and I look at Smash, and I have a lot of love for both of you, and it's like, it sucks, and I just wish, like, both of you could just walk away from each other and be done and just let sleeping dogs lie.
I understand. And in no way should you have to be forced to choose. If you like Smash content, participate. I encourage it. If you like mine and participate, I hope everybody encourages that too. When it comes to Queenie, I understand. Like, she's done a lot. I so much so that I made a phone call to her sister and shit. So, like, I get it. The reaction that she evokes out of people is that of, fuck you. I get it. I don't like the version of Queenie that's here now. But I'm willing to have a conversation with Queenie and see what's up. As long as this is a great example of one. But have you ever thought about going live yourself, Devil's Kiss?
I've gone live a few times, once or twice here and there. For some reason, I somehow just attract all of the trolls that like to tell me how gross and disgusting I look, or tell me the age-old, oh, did you fall in a tackle box?
It happens. We all attract those people. Some of us control the chat a little better than others. But if you get like 4 or 5 people to be your mod and go live, I think you would do good at like talking about stuff and being rational and reasonable about the whole situation, any situation that's going on. I think the more people that take an independent look at situations and say, why are they fighting? And let's look at the behavior of one party, let's look at the behavior of the other party, really analyze it and be like, what's going on here? Because we've fallen into a hole that says the only proof is what goes up on the screen. But if you look back at Petty, he'll be talking about some weird shit, and he'll have like a news article about how it's going to rain in Tennessee, and people reference that to that being the proof, because oh my god, there was text back there and he was talking. How to kickstart back into the behavior, because there's going to be some situations where the proof lies between Malibu and Stephanie. The iMessage receipt and Smash's excuse for it would lead everybody to believe, well, Smash said it. They use iMessage. Maybe they're worried something leaked. Maybe they're worried Stephanie got shook. Maybe she did get shook. Who knows? I did talk to Poppy, and I do have messages of me saying I'm willing to talk to Stephanie with all feelings aside, and she can give me her full side of the story. Maybe that's what they're worried about. Maybe they should be looking at each other more than attacking everybody else. Because I'm just saying, everybody has a process. Behavior is that process. The behavior of these people have affected Muffin Man greatly for years. And maybe they deserve it back. Is it right? No. I can answer that. Is it wrong? Gladly.
But Douglas, do you remember? I was going to say this to you a little while ago because I first met you in Smash's platform. Do you remember way back then? Like Smash was a completely different person than she is now. Like,
hold on. I don't want Devil's Kiss to be put in any situation where she's going to be able, where it's going to be perceived that she's talking shit about Smash.
Oh no, it's not. No. I was just bringing up like the times because I know Devil's Kiss was in when this stuff happened, but people would come in and say that they wanted to on a live, and we would talk to them, bring them up in a box and shit like that. My own opinion, I feel it's very sad to look at how Smash is now, and I'm not asking you to confirm or deny that, so let me just put that out there now. It's just sad to me, like seeing how she is now compared to the Smash that I first met and the Smash that I would talk to off the app. It's just sad to me, to my opinion.
I agree.
So on that, I can say I saw a switch when everybody started coming at her the day we had that Craig man in the box.
For me, if I'm being honest, I saw the switch when Jenna, no offense to you down there, but I saw the switch when Jenna was no longer in her box and Malibu started being in her box. That's when I've seen a switch in Smash.
I would like to touch on the guy coming up in the box and everybody turning on her or saying stuff about it. That, to me, personally, in my opinion, they knew him off of favoritism. And it was proven that they knew him off of favoritism. But the timing, the questioning that I was giving Malibu was leading up to her association with the Muffin Man stuff. So that's been avoided. And one of the ways I feel like it was avoided was because of that. Because once he came up and once everybody found out that they knew him off of favoritism, that they were in contact with him, I feel like he got a text message saying, come in. Reasonably, that would be where my mind would go because coincidences aren't really that on time, if in my opinion. But I don't want you to answer anything about that because I don't want you to be put in a situation where Smash might take it negatively and attack you for it because I don't want to do that.
No, but that's, because I'll tell her too, I'm not here to pick sides. I'm not picking sides. Like I said, I have love for both of you. But a lot of shit went down that night. And I saw a big shift in people that turned their back on her that night for platforming somebody that needed it. Now, as far as your statements, I can't speak on that, but I did notice a huge shift from that night.
Hey, Jenna, how are you?
Hey, I'm good. Just because OG did it, I'm gonna have to blame her now. I'm not responsible for anything that anyone in these boxes says. It is not my fault. If you have any questions, you can check out my video. I'm just letting you guys know.
No, I'm not saying it was your fault.
No, OG, you missed the whole. No, you're good, girl. Promise. But basically, when people go live and there's an issue, it's all my fault. So you missed that chapter, but I do have a video. If you want to watch it, you can. But I'm just letting everyone in here know that what you said was not because I asked you to. It's not my fault that you just said that.
No, it's what I seen myself. And actually, tonight is the first time Jenna and I have like talked or been in boxes together since.
So I'll explain it. There's a reason why I'm so cautious about my questioning. And
I'm going to drop now with my pathetic self. I'm going to be in the comments, guys.
thank you, Jenna.
I'll see your pathetic ass later.
I'm being cautious about my questioning with Devil's Kiss. I'm not trying to make it look like she's attacking Smash. I'm trying to make her turn on everybody. Because Smash does have a habit of attacking people when she is at blame. She is at fault. And she will attack people and try to deflect onto them. And the last thing I want is for Devil's Kiss to be attacked for being up here, being able to speak her mind, because that discourages people from doing it further. Anybody. That's why we're in the position we're in where nobody can have a conversation. And that's why I also never mention Jenna. Because Jenna has nothing to do with the Smash Bros situation whatsoever.
My bad. That's just when I noticed the change.
None of my opinions are based off of Jenna. They're not influenced by Jenna. They're influenced by my own personal interactions. And that's also why I recommend nobody needs to mention Jenna. We all know it was better back then. But you know what? We can't go into the past and get that same show back.
Right. But I mean, I can say, so take Jenna out of it. I will just say that I've noticed since Smash being around Matt LeBlue, she's changed.
But yeah, that's about all I got to say about that part. I'm looking to get back to the content that was scheduled that wasn't Smash related at all. If you have anything else to say, you're free to say it. Devil's Kiss.
No, that was pretty much it. But I do appreciate, everybody not, coming at me hard, swinging. So
Yeah, nobody will. Nobody should. None of the people here, they're all reasonable. That you see like Nikki and Ram and Ash and OG and everybody. They're good people. They
I
have.
think you're cool. I've always.
also, Jenna, I love you and I miss you.
I appreciate you, Devil's Kiss.
No, I appreciate you guys too. I'm gonna drop now and I'll just kind of hang out in the comments.
Okay. And if you have anything else to say, you're free to come back up. Say it in the comments. Again, it's a good conversation. It's a healthy way to proceed. And that's a great example of how to have a nice, calm, respectful back and forth with one another by letting one another speak. And being considerate of the other is a big one, too.
Like I said, I fucks with all y'all, so I just kind of bounce between everywhere, and I won't take sides. I don't take sides, and unless you do something vile to me personally, I have no issues with anybody on either side.
And I appreciate that, and that's a good way to be. And it's a good example to set for people as well, to be able to go anywhere and speak your mind and have that third-party perspective about what's going on.
Right? Can't we all just get along?
I'm trying. I'm trying. I'm trying to tell everybody what these people are doing, like with the obsession and constantly talking down about other people, and it's weird.
It's literally what Florida man's lives have been about for like the last couple days. Like that's all his lives have been about.
Oh, I teach. I'm also a preschool teacher. I teach my 4-year-olds that we all just need to be friends. So let's just all be friends. And I'll just be nice
Girl, I give you credit because how the fuck do you deal? My best friend's a school teacher too, and I'm like, no.
So I work a before school daycare, like before school care, and then I do a pre-K wraparound, and then I go and I work at my piercing shop for 10 hours. I work about 15 hours a day.
Dang.
I start my day at 6:30 in the morning and I end at 9 at night.
Oof.
That is a lot of work, but I can tell that you enjoy doing it, and it's good. At least you're not bug spraying your refrigerator.
Right. There's food in my fridge and my kids are happy and, fed.
Speaking of food and kids, I'm about to send my 2 teenagers to you because I was just sitting here like, man, Doritos and salsa sound good, and they ate all the damn Doritos, so you can have it.
I have an 18-year-old boy and a 15-year-old girl still at the house. Okay, keeping food in my fridge is difficult.
Yeah, I still got two almost 15-year-olds home, so they're gonna come to you now.
I will send them right the hell back. No, thank you. With all due disrespect, I don't want your teenagers.
They are good at like, making sure their shit's picked up, though. I gotta give them that.
Pathetic, Ash. Nobody wants your kids either. I have enough. Sorry, not sorry. All right, I'm gonna drop. But y'all have a great night, okay?
I appreciate you coming up. Thank you for the conversation.
No, not a problem. Thanks, Butterman.
Have a good night.
You too. Wait.
Pathetic Ash, you better leave my little boy alone. He is fine. Quit being mean to him.
Okay. So that is a great example of how to have a conversation, how to not pressure the other party into the narrative that you want to spin. How to be neutral and respectful.
Are you putting that background back up? Because if so, I was asked to stay up here, but if you're not, I'm gonna drop.
Well, if you drop, I'm gonna put it back up. And if not, then I'll be able to keep my camera off.
Huh? What?
You might as well stay up.
Okay, I'm like, huh? I'll just follow you.
So, we all got that example of how to have a good conversation directly after the example of how to have a bad one, how to derail, how to add anger to it, how to remove all objective thought from it and only think about what you want to achieve during the conversation. When I have a conversation with someone, what I want to achieve is everybody being comfortable and saying exactly what they feel. Because Devil's Kiss brought up points that may be valuable to the people watching. Even if they were points that were positive towards Smashley, the public should be able to hear all viewpoints, not just the continuous bashing of one side or the other. Looking at things objectively promotes critical thinking. It promotes to stop for a second, not just focus on the negatives, but look at the other side too. May not be as positive, may be positive. It doesn't matter. It's all data that we can use to put it together and formulate our opinion. That is not meant to be instantaneous. It's okay to think about things. It's okay to go 2, 3, 4, 5 days and think about things. It's okay to go a week and think about things. It's okay for this situation to not affect you whatsoever and for you to have no opinion at all on it. Everything's okay. There's no wrong answer in any of this except the constant anger, deflection, and trying to silence who you feel is opposition. I don't see Smashley as opposition. I see Smashley as another individual human who perform things that I just don't, my morals don't align with. But we're going to get back to the topic. Nobody should pick sides. If you want, you can. But I urge you, if you pick my side, I'm going to advocate everybody gets heard. That means hearing what Smashley has to say, hearing how she says it, seeing the motive behind it. And me too. You should hear how I say things, hear the motive behind it, and see why I'm doing it as well. It's equal for both parties, for all parties. Look at everybody. Look at how we're all acting. Why promote hate and negativity when you can promote people to really analyze the situation and look at what people are doing? So, I think we left off at cognitive closure and sunk cost. We're going to go on to why they won't stop talking about that person. The reward loops.
How's Elias? Do you know you're in a box, honey?
I dropped him. So we're talking about reward loops. Outrage creators that earn engagement from anger, from aggression, from trigger terms aimed at other creators. They get algorithmic and social rewards. Algorithmic rewards can be the numbers of people that are in your life. Social rewards can be the defense from those people that are already emotionally attached. They believe it's positive feedback, and it teaches them to escalate, to go from show proof to you can't, you P3DO, narcissist P3DO. That's the escalation. Moral outrage studies done on Twitter show that people generally resort to that when there is people generally resort to that type of engagement to optimize their feeds to fit their narrative. Echo chambers and a spiral of silence. We did do this, you might remember, but it's really relevant to what just happened. If the victim of it is self-censoring to avoid being piled up on, the hostile narrative looks like the consensus. Meaning, if I were to be quiet, then the hostile narrative would look like the consensus. Like, that's what it is. Encouraging more people to pile on. It's a spiral of silence theory, and it helps explain the mute the minority dynamic. Now, these are all things that you guys should be independently researching if you're interested in it. Spiral of silence theory and mute the minority dynamic. And they've just begun research on TikTok and Facebook and Instagram to research the effects and how people use it. Now, on to why they invoke trigger topics and emotional frames. The effect heuristic. When people decide by feeling rather than facts, emotionally charged claims. Think of the kids, P3DO, narcissist, violence, bigotry, racism. That can short circuit. That can create the shortcut that we all have that removes careful evaluation, removes critical thinking, adds quick judgment, and is used to rally a crowd. There's plenty of literature out there about the effect heuristic, the effect that it has on us, why we developed it, why every human has it, ways to make it, to avoid it, because we all have it. The best way to avoid it is to take 60 seconds. Do I need to react to this now? Or would it be any different if I reacted in 24 hours? If there's no difference, wait 24 hours, let your emotions process, and then make your decision based off of that. There is no rush to any of this. As an example, show proof shows the need for a rush, the sense of urgency that is created, then a trigger term like P3DO is thrown, which causes people to take that emotional shortcut to now demand proof. Now. Notice how I am not emotionally affected by anything that has happened. The only thing is happy that Devil's Kiss was able to come up here and comfortable enough to speak her mind, and that everybody was respectful and nobody attacked her. That is what I'm happy about. We focus on the positives, and we start to remove ourselves from this negative spiral of attention-seeking behavior that has consumed nearly everybody on this app. There's rumor psychology and repetition. Unverified stories spread more readily under uncertainty. Repeated claims feel truer. Now, if we use the prior argument as an example, P3DO was thrown out there twice. That is repeated. That brings uncertainty because I can provide proof of this trigger term after the urgency that was displayed of show proof now. It's called the illusory truth effect. You can Google that term. It is a real thing. Even when audiences know better, that makes constant, dramatic repetition of accusations especially potent. There's networked harassment as moral enforcement. Scholars describe morally motivated networked harassment where groups frame attacks as righteous community defense. Scammy clause. A lot of people weaponize brigading and dog piles, which is basically what Petty did to people. And what everyone else tries to do to people. And making the participants in it feel justified in doing so. There are specific concerns on TikTok. Independent work that includes various different university studies, research, and reporting programs have shown that TikTok can amplify sensational, hostile content. It streams it quickly, it raises worries quickly, and it normalizes harmful narratives. You have a 10-second clip. You are able to absorb no context from the clip. You have an independent argument that people may catch a portion of, and they only see what they see from that point forward, not what happened prior, not what happened the days before on either side. Why people try to silence a target? It's a platform tactic. It's in the playbook of tactics to use to become Pastor Petty, to become anybody. This is Santa Claus. This is what they do. They don't know that this is what they're doing because we're at a point in this to where they've just seen other people perform these actions and they've seen the results, so they mimic that without knowing fully what they're doing. So you got pile-ups where, the whole platform gets rallied up to attack and mass reported. I've been a victim of that. Rem, you were there when I was getting mass reported. And then when my account, absolutely right, monster, they silence you and you're the liar, right? Then more people join in. But if nobody speaks up and says, hey, hold on, let's think about this logically, it's awful. But even the people speaking up saying, hey, let's look at this logically. For an example, Rem last night with the conversation with Queenie, I went into Queenie's live. I went into that live to shit talk Queenie. But then Rem inspired me to think of it a different way. Before I was able to say anything, Rem advocated for people to let Queenie have a conversation. And I'm like, that's fair. I respect Rem. So I'm going to do my best to go off of that because I know that's the right thing to do. So even if it doesn't work at the time, your words do have effect on people. And the example is Rem advocating to give Queenie a chance to have a conversation had an effect on me to do so as well because of the mutual respect we have for one another. I know Rem said, God forgives, Rem doesn't. And I can be the receipt that says that that's true. I've been around Rem long enough to know that God forgives and Rem doesn't.
Hey, Florida man. Can I cut you off real quick?
Yeah.
It is Mini Mitten's birthday. He turned 14, so can everybody please say happy birthday?
Happy birthday, Mini Mittens.
No, Animal, I'm not going to say his name.
No names.
Happy birthday, Mini Mittens.
I think Jenna wants to sing happy birthday. For all of us.
What?
I'm not singing. I'm not singing.
Flying without wings. You know you're in a box, hon?
Happy birthday, Mini Mittens.
Happy birthday, kiddo.
Hopefully you've had a good day.
Take your mom's Cash App card. I sent you something on there. Sorry, Mittens. Well, I'm not sorry. Mittens had asked me to watch the clock, so that we could all tell him happy birthday. So
No need to be sorry at all. That is all good. It's good to take a break for positive reasons, for sure. And that's a positive reason.
absolutely.
If anybody else wants to come up and say it, that's great too. We can take a moment.
I think everybody that's comfortable in boxes should get up and say it.
Yeah, if they're comfortable. You're welcome up.
We know Rem's comfortable. Animal's comfortable.
Happy birthday, Mini Mittens. I hope you have an awesome day.
Aw, that's so nice, Rem. That just made my heart.
Fuck
like
off,
a-
OG.
There's kids' ears listening, Rem.
Happy birthday, Mini Mittens. Hey, Rem, fuck you. I'm arguing with Rem, Florida man. That's why I said
Animal,
That was
back
fun.
up and back off, motherfucker.
Okay, bye.
Oh, shit.
Hi, Rem.
Hi, monster.
Happy birthday, Mini Mittens. You probably don't know who I am, but I'm the one that made you the sleep candle when you were having trouble, buddy. Happy birthday, and I hope that you have a wonderful day. Hopefully we'll get you out another sleep candle, okay? I'm gonna hop down.
Okay, thank you, Monster.
Happy birthday, Mini Mittens. Give your mom a hard time today.
Shut up, Ash. Thanks, Florida
Shut
man.
the fuck up. Okay?
You're welcome.
Listen.
Aren't we just all a lovely bunch?
I love her. I love you, Ram.
So we have defined pathetic in a new way tonight. It now means good people who care about other people, who do more than care about themselves or the numbers or anything like that. That is the most surprising part to me. But it's a lesson to everybody. Not everybody has to agree, but I think it's very clear. But we're going to continue. That was a great birthday stop break for a moment. Why they try to silence a target? The dogpiling and the mass reporting. I've been mass reported. Rem has seen that. It's to throttle the reach, to trigger the takedowns. Policy research describes brigading as a coordinated cross-platform attack to suppress speech. So when you are weaponizing your platform against somebody and it's noticed, you are noticed suppressing speech. Reputation attacks, including the dogpiling and the doxing and the rumor seeding. Rumor seeding meaning like, I can show proof you're a P3DO. That's rumor seeding, which increases fear cost for speaking. What that means is, well, if I stand up and speak out against them, they're going to do it to me. And that's what a lot of people, why conversation is stalled, because people don't want to speak out because they're afraid that people are going to attack them. And it fuels the spiral of silence. Darvo, I had mentioned that in the conversation with Smashley. Deny attack, reverse victim, and offender. And she laughed and said, "You've been doing your research because I caught it. If you catch it, you know they're doing it on purpose." When they respond with a laugh or they acknowledge the fact that you just said that. If they were not aware that they were doing it, they would not know what it is. They paint the target as the aggressor while claiming to be victims. It's useful for mobilization of platforms, sympathy, and punishing people who speak out. Why some people weaponize the legal process. Most protection orders are legitimate, life-saving tools, and intimate partner violence and stalking. Research shows they can reduce harm and increase a victim's sense of safety. Protection orders are meant to be used as a shield, not a sword. When someone with a protection order constantly targets, harasses, and follows the person that they have a protection order against, that is when it becomes.
I don't think Abby knows that she's in a box. And Animal's gonna come up real quick because I have to drop for a minute, so he's gonna come up and box hold.
That works. Go ahead, request him.
I'll be back in just a second.
Okay. So, when they use the protection order as a sword, meaning they follow, they harass, they continuously target the person that they have the protection order against, it becomes a legal system abuse, also called paper abuse. It is the misuse of legal processes to control or punish. The example is filing strategic petitions, filing strategic protection orders, or leveraging court orders to chill speech. This pattern is recognized in domestic abuse research and court literature. It creates perjury. False statements are crimes. If someone lies under oath or in sworn filings, such as protection orders, that's perjury. That's false statements. Serious offenses under U.S. law. Penalties vary by jurisdiction, but federal overviews note felony exposure. How this validates the smear, the psychology behind it. If the target falls silent to avoid litigation risk, bad faith actors claim silence equals guilt. Repetition and the absence of counter speech then inflate perceived truth, the illusory truth effect. When you're putting the pieces together, you look at status and identity, grandstanding, parasocial loyalties, prime fixation, algorithms reward outrage, creating reinforcement loops, emotion-first narratives, affect heuristics, rumors and repetition that mobilizes crowds, norm-enforcing framing, justifies harassment as protecting the community, as we've seen with the, quote, beggars, where people said, we're protecting people. Yeah. Silencing tactics, brigading, mobilizing people to attack, Darvo. It suppresses counter speech. Legal misuse shows it further. Silence plus repetition produce perceived validation. Practical protections that are research aligned. Documentation, discipline, save everything. Save every time that you have been in a TikTok live and someone who has falsely put a protection order on you has came in. And save every time that you have been invited to a live and people who have falsely put a protection order on you are in there. Especially when they claim he's not supposed to be in here. It's illegal. Oh my God. Screen record threats. Obtain chats between them and other people that show malicious intent. Keep a log of everything. This aligns with the best practice guidelines from harassment mitigation research. You reduce amplification. Avoid quoting, tweeting, duets. Avoid participating in the pile-ons. Counter with concise facts on your own channel or neutral venues. Repetition helps truth too. Community inoculation. Teach your audience about affect heuristics, Darvo, so they can recognize manipulative steps. Safety and welfare. If stalking or threats are present, consult local resources and consider legitimate protection order. They can reduce risk. The effectiveness varies, enforcement context matters, all that. Legal counsel. If you believe a legal process is being misused against you, a licensed attorney can advise on your jurisdiction-specific defenses, contesting false claims, and anti-SLAPP where applicable. General research recognizes system abuse, but remedies are highly local, meaning you have to take action. So, when I'm scared of them becomes they are my whole life. It is one of the strongest forms of social theater acts on the internet. Someone posts that they're terrified of a creator or a subject, then spend weeks, months, years talking about shaming, tracking, and just being where that person is, knowing where they are, wanting to know where they are, requesting the public's aid, asking the public for help to bash this person. They're all signs of that social theater act. They say they're afraid, but they keep showing up. They claim this person controls their life. But every new comment, every new discussion, every new bash session proves the opposite. The person in question occupies their entire attention. That contradiction isn't accidental. It is a feature of how attention, identity, and social media incentives interact. And understanding the why is the first step towards stopping it. Why this happens, the psychology behind the obsession, is fear as a performance. Saying I'm scared can be a rhetorical move to gain sympathy and moral authority. Declaring fear frames the speaker as vulnerable and the target as dangerous. It justifies outrage and mobilizes followers. In short, public fear is often performative, not private. Identity and tribe building. Online callouts are a shortcut to belonging. Rallying others against a shared enemy builds group identity fast. The target becomes the glue that holds the community together. Their flaws are the story, and their role is the oracle who reveals it. Validation through attention. Every like, share, and comment is a reward. In a platform economy optimized for engagement, repeating attacks become an attention business. As you see, Scammy Claus repeatedly attacks everybody, but more people as well. The more you talk about someone, the more visible you are, and visibility can be equated with value. Confirmation bias and sunk cost escalation. Once someone has publicly decided the target is bad, new information that contradicts that story is ignored or reinterpreted. It's easier to double down than to admit being wrong, especially with an audience watching. The FX shortcut. Emotion beats evidence on social feeds. Trigger words and emotional frames, kids, abuse, violence, pizza radio, narcissist, short circuit critical thinking, and mobilize people faster than a careful argument would. Parasocial amplification. Fans develop one-sided intense attachments to creators. Defending your person against a supposed villain feels emotionally necessary, even if defense looks like constant harassment. Identity displacement. For some, this fixation substitutes for other problems: boredom, loneliness, low self-esteem, or stalled projects. Making someone the story gives purpose and attention without doing real work on one's life. The paradox. Silence versus obsession. The mask of fear is convenient. If you publicly claim someone scares you, you get to demand protection and outrage while the person you accuse becomes the only thing you talk about. That silence via threat dynamic can also be weaponized. If the target stops talking to avoid escalation, critics portray silence as guilt. The loop completes itself: accusation, silence, perceived validation, more accusation. and it goes back. It loops and loops and loops. How to stop it? For the people that are caught in the loop. If you're one of the people who follow someone around you, or if you're one of the people that follow somebody around, posting about them, talking about them, going live about them endlessly, while claiming to be terrified, this is for you. I won't moralize. I'll give steps that actually work. These are the short-term actions that you should take. Mute, unfollow, and block. Immediately remove the person from your feed. You don't need to keep watching so you can respond. You do not win by spectating your own spiral. Disable notifications for drama sources. Turn off push notifications for drama accounts that you are fearful of and continue to follow and continue to talk about daily. And turn off comment alerts that trigger you. Set a 48-hour pause rule. Before you post another video, before you hit the live button again, before you go on another rant about this person, wait 48 hours and put it away in your mind. Often, the impulse passes. If not, you'll see the pattern. Write one sentence. Don't post it, and don't say it. If you feel compelled to respond or expose, write one sentence privately explaining why you care. If it's less than a paragraph, ask yourself whether it's worth public energy. Replace the repeated behavior with micro-action. When you feel the urge to talk about them, do a 5-minute activity instead. Walk, call a friend, clean your house. Replace talking about that individual with a small, productive action. Here is the midterm actions that you can, start to turn into habits. These build over weeks of consistent use. Track your time and your mood. Use your phone's screen time tool for 1 week. Note how many hours you spend on the obsession and how you feel after. Awareness is transformation. Limit drama to a set window. If you must follow the situation, give it one 20 to 30 minute block a day and strictly limit it. Treat it like a news check, not a lifestyle. Reclaim an identity. Pick one thing you actually care about that's constructive. A hobby, a side project, learning a skill. Spend time you'd spend obsessing on that person, growing that project. Follow positive creators and accounts that model restraint. Swap out reactive feeds with creators who post creativity, learning, or nuance. Your algorithm learns fast. Practice humility in public. When you do post about others, try to model "I could be wrong" language. It reduces performative certainty and protects your reputation. The biggest example is yesterday in my conversation with Pag, where I said I was not going to discount the relationship that I had with Enabler. I'm not going to say it was all bad, but even though it ended bad, you still have to look at the positives. That's the restraint. That's the humility. That's the not judging people off of one action. Show some humility. Now here's the long-term change. These help you retain your social reflexes. Ask yourself, what's my role in this story? Are you the storyteller, the investigator, or the audience? Move to audience or leave. Being the storyteller comes with responsibility. Most people choose it without the work. Learn basic argument hygiene. Do we know what argument hygiene is? The best example of argument hygiene is argument with Smashley was washed away by the conversation with Devil's Kiss. The toxicity of that was then replaced by the refreshing positivity of the other. Don't attack in arguments. Don't personally attack in arguments. Don't spread claims of trigger topics without immediate sources to back it up. Your reputation depends on it. If you call somebody a P3DO, people will then see that, well, in my example, that is what people have stuck to and just went to when they lose arguments across the last 2.5 and 3 years. People notice that. This is the internet. People can look you up. Basic argument hygiene is showing respect to one another, promoting respect to one another. If you know that you are on your platform, you need to make it clear that the other person talking needs to be shown respect, that it's okay to not agree with them, that is okay, but they are allowed to speak their mind because it is their right to do so. Check. Why now? Ask yourself, why does this person matter today? If the answer is they make good content for my audience or it gets engagement, that's a red flag. If a creator is only basing their metrics off of the number of people they attract, that creator is a massive red flag. Set social accountability. Tell one trusted friend you're stepping back and ask them to call you out if you slip. Social repair often needs a real-life anchor. Consider therapy or coaching. If you find obsessing is compulsive, therapy helps uncover the root causes: shame, loneliness, trauma, and builds healthier habits. Steps for targets. People being followed and attacked. If someone has made you their whole life and you're the target, here are steps to protect your sanity and your safety. Document everything. Save posts, screenshots with dates, video URLs, and messages. Keep a timeline. Limit engagement. Don't feed the account with replies. Silence denies the performance. Use platform tools strategically. Mute, block, and use privacy settings. Report coordinated harassment and mass report campaigns. Don't litigate every falsehood. Responding to each accusation often fuels more content. Choose 2 actions. Either A, a clear public statement if necessary, or B, document and legally perverse evidence if it escalates. Notice I had the evidence server. It was a very clear, open public statement that was full of receipts that people could access because there was no way to combat all of everything. So it was there. I've been taking these steps for a long time, by the way. Just not publicly. Now that I'm nearing the ends of these steps and the legal process is about to begin for these steps, I'm informing everybody of things that work. I didn't want to misinform you 6 months ago with something that may not work, but with just steady focus that you should not have to spend. You should not have to take the time out of your life to focus on making people leave you alone when you do not want anything to do with them, when you are allowed to exist in life and on this internet without having people obsess over you, falsely claim things about you, and do the worst they can to you to benefit themselves and how they feel. It's pretty awful.
Rem has a question.
Yeah, Rem, what's up? I'm going to finish this last one and then, okay. So, to continue, lean on trusted allies offline. Have a small group of people who can speak to your character if needed. Real witnesses matter more than loud online noise. And then self-care is not a weakness. Protect your time, mental health, and energy. Consider professional help if the harassment impacts your well-being. Hey, Mimi, do you know your inbox? Probably not. So, why stopping matters for you and everybody else. Obsessing over one person converts your mind into a drama loop machine. It wastes time, erodes nuance, and trains an algorithm that rewards cruelty on the cultural level. It cheapens civic discourse. Important fights are drowned in spectacle, and people who actually need attention are ignored. For the individual, the payoff of stopping is immediate. Calmer mornings, fewer angry outbursts, and a life less curated around another person's existence. Social status earned by tearing someone down is brittle. The societal currency of empathy, curiosity, and creativity last. Accountability and obsession. There are real cases where calling someone out is necessary and morally justified. This is not for them. It's for the people who live in the posture of outrage and whose lives orbit around someone else's mistakes or presence. Accountability aims to correct harm. Obsession aims to fill emptiness. Recognize the difference between the two. Obsession with one person online when they want nothing to do with you and why it's dangerous. Online obsession is when your attention, content, and emotions orbit a single person or group who isn't engaging you back. You study their post, you study their lives, you track their friends, you look their friends up, you attack their friends, you interpret their silence, and build a running commentary about them. It feels like accountability, it feels like closure, it feels like protection. It's actually a loop. Attention, reaction means more attention. That consumes your time and identity while the other person opts out. Why does it start? Identity filler. If you don't feel solid about who you are or what you're building, a nemesis, a villain, gives instant purpose. Parasocial drift. One-sided relationships make strangers feel close. Rejection or indifference from this feels personal. Validation economy. Drama earns clicks, likes, comments, shares, reposts. Your audience rewards every new update, which trains you to keep going. Cognitive lock-in. After you take a public stance admitting new facts or changing your mind threatens your image, doubling down feels safer. Let me repeat that part for you. It's called cognitive lock-in. After you take a public stance, admitting new facts or changing your mind threatens your image. Doubling down feels safer. It's okay to be wrong. The control fantasy. Focusing on them distracts from problems you can't control. It creates the illusion that if you just prove enough, something will fix itself. Why it's dangerous for everyone. It rewires your attention. You become reactive. Your content, calendar, sleep, and mood track someone else's life. your creativity shrinks and your reactivity grows. It normalizes escalation. The line between commentary and harassment blurs fast. The line between commentary and degrading also blurs fast. The line blurs when it comes to all of the things. You say it's commentary, but what your commentary is doing is degrading and demeaning someone else's life. You have to look at yourself, and your people and the whole community have to look at the people that are doing that commentary, that they're just saying, oh, it's innocent commentary. I'm allowed to talk about this. How is it affecting the other person? How is it affecting their relationships? How is it affecting their mental health when someone is constantly talked about, constantly shamed for stuff that nobody should be shamed for? It warps the truth. Repetition makes claims feel true, even if they're not. If you hear something 10 times, subconsciously you're going to start to maybe believe this might be a thing. Even when evidence is not there. You start selecting only what fits the story. Your audience learns to do the same thing. Your friend groups learn to do the same thing. You got to kick yourself out of that and be rational, reasonable, and use critical thinking in all situations. It invites collateral harm. Friends, family of the target get swept in. Misidentifications happen. Innocent people pay the price for someone else's fixations. It raises a legal risk. Defamation, privacy violations, and false reports can carry real consequences. Taking an issue offline and contacting others' family, threatening, false reports to legal, to three-letter associations, we'll just say, can all lead to a major legal struggle for the person that initiated it. Even if you're just asking questions, or you're just claiming that this is what could happen to you, it comes off as targeted harm. It can be relentless, and people need to watch what they do. There are people out there that will never watch what they do. So it's up to us as a community to point out the people who are using these tactics to harm other people, to make themselves continue in that reward loop of social media. It corrodes communities and friend groups. Group identity forms around an enemy instead of shared values. People new to the group learn that cruelty is the fastest way to belong. That invites people to be more cruel. They want to belong. They want to be in the inner circle, so they're going to be as cruel as possible because that was the initiation to begin with. That is what they're there for. It takes friends groups and it pins them against each other. Things that are meant to be out of good faith are then twisted and distorted by those who want the reward loop from talking about you as a negative. Blame starts to go out. Distrust starts to build. And more often than not, conversation is not possible because emotion overrides all logical thinking, because people can be hurt, people cannot understand, and it's okay to not understand. But they use it as a way to silence people and to isolate people. So it's easier to attack that person because now they're silent and it can build up and everybody piles on because it's now okay because silence is validation. It hurts you. Constant vigilance spikes stress. Oh, I fucked that up. My bad. And yeah, I am reading notes. Constant vigilance spikes stress and resentment. The more times you invest, the harder it is to stop. It's called the sunk cost trap. Your own goals stall out. You become more focused on vigilante justice, more focused on the feeling that you get from the people that think that you're protecting the community or you're doing something right for the community. What community are you doing something right for? Because it ain't mine. There are common rationalizations. When they say, I'm holding them accountable, that means, am I citing verifiable facts or recycling the same claims for engagement? I'm protecting others. Or am I actually reducing harm or keeping people angry and afraid? They're dangerous. Silence is complicity. Or have I reported real evidence to proper channels? Or am I performing fear for an audience? I'll stop when they apologize. Or are they saying, I'm outsourcing my peace to someone who wants nothing to do with me? Signs, you're in a loop. You post about them, you talk about them, you go live about them, more days than not. Topics other than your target feel boring or pointless. You say you're scared, but you also track them and follow them obsessively. Their silence upsets you as much as their replies. I was off the app for a minute, and it wasn't nothing but them still being upset about me. Monster, OG, Bougie, Mittens. When they're not around, the silence upsets them too. The replies upset them. There's no way to make people happy. There's no end. There's no resolution. Your friendships are mostly people who share this fixation. If they disappeared tomorrow, you're not sure what you'd post. How to stop? Hard reset your feed. Unfollow, mute, block, remove their name from the search, and save terms. 48-hour rule. Any new topic about them sits for 2 days. If it still feels essential, shorten it by 80%. Or just don't do it. Swap the habit. When the urge hits, do a 5-minute task with a finish line. Do your dishes. Take a short walk. Talk to somebody else about something else. Train your new reflexes. So this week, for example, you could track the cost, log your time. And that's time spent thinking about them, talking about them, posting about them, making content about them, and your mood before and after. Seeing the bill helps you quit paying it. Rebuild your aboutness. Pick one constructive series, whether it's you teach somebody something, you make something, or you learn something. Post about it, go live about it, talk about it. Don't worry about the number of people that show up. Worry about the interaction that you see, how positive your environment can be. If there's any discourse within your new content, don't react to it. Shut it down. Move on. Bring more positivity to the situation. Show the example, say the example, so everybody can see the example. Encourage people to go back and rewatch it so they can see for themselves as many times as they need how an argument can break down, how people can use emotion as weapon, and the steps that people take to either solve or continue conflict. Make a public commitment. Tell your audience that you're refocusing. You'll lose some drama-only followers. That's normal. You keep the content-focused followers. That's important. This month, what you could do, is use evidence discipline. If you truly believe harm is occurring, compile verifiable facts privately and report through proper channels. Don't litigate it daily publicly. Have an accountability buddy. Ask a trusted friend to preview what you're going to say on a live, what you're going to post, and ask them for their honest opinion. Do it for a month. If it circles that you are the obsessive one, well, your accountability buddy ain't wrong. Seek professional support. If the compulsion feels stuck, talk to a therapist. Obsession often sits on top of loneliness, shame, or grief. That's workable, but not with going live talking about the same person over and over and over. For the people who are targeted, don't feed it. Responding to every claim is throwing gas on the fire. Make one clear statement, if needed. Then stop. Document calmly. Dates, URLs, screenshots. Save your platform reports. Or counsel like legal counsel if it's escalated. Tend your space. Moderate your own comments. Encourage your community to avoid attacking other people in your name. Encourage your viewers to not attack other people at all. Encourage respect. Encourage open-mindedness. Encourage equality. Encourage the fact that everybody is allowed to have their own opinion and it should be respected by everybody because you would like your opinion respected as well. And protect your peace. Mute, block, and curate your audience for the people that you do not want to be around you. Your well-being beats winning the narrative. The point is, obsessions over someone who wants nothing to do with you, who doesn't want to be involved in the argument, it doesn't create justice or safety. It creates dependency. The bravest move isn't for the next expose. It's reclaiming your time, your feed, and your identity. From a story you can't control, focus on what you can build, and that's where your real power is. All right, so that's it for that. Now, questions, everybody. I'm going to scroll up. Mittens. So the problem with people these days is they speak to be heard, not understood. Yep. They listen to, respond, and not understand. That's absolutely right. It's the loop. Say something dramatic, you get a response. You see people attack people for you. It makes you feel power. So now what you say is not based on the truth. It's based on the reaction. What you understand is not accuracy. It's intent. Hey, Miss Wings, how are you? Monster is correct. It gives unconsensual. All of it gives unconsensual. It is almost like when you don't want to participate and people keep obsessing over you and coming into your space when they're told not to, it is unconsensual. I'm doing good. How are you? There is a baseline of common courtesy that is lacking for true discussion to be had. You're correct, Bush. I agree with that completely. I feel like we had an example of bad conversation today. We had an example of great conversation today. Bad conversation, we know what it was. I'm going to clip that. That is going to be the poster child of how to not have a conversation. And with Devil's Kiss, it's going to be the poster child of how to have a good conversation. with respect on both sides, not trying to twist any narratives. Yep. Trying to remain calm and not give people what they want. In the moment, it can be difficult. And not only was Devil open, I was also open too. I was open to looking at the idea that, I didn't want to frame my questions in a way where it would look like she was attacking anybody or choosing a side. Because you can lead people with conversation and make it misleading. But you have to be honest with yourself and honest to the people. Me saying that out loud, that I don't want to frame these questions in this way, was me purposefully saying, hey, do not twist this. She does not deserve to be attacked for her opinion. She's allowed to have it. Monster, me and you are in the same boat. Like, we are paddling that boat together right now. It's totally okay to not argue what you know is true, as long as you have a factual basis to back it up. If it is about your life, the only factual basis to back that up is you. Nobody else lived your life and nobody else experienced your life. So make sure it ends. I'm taking an approach to make sure people are informed of the motives and the signs and all that. And it's okay to get caught up in stuff in the moment, but realize it after and reel it down as quickly as you can without letting it spiral out of control. And Ms. Wings is correct. Let people feel how they feel about you. Sometimes it's hard to not defend everything, but do you need to defend everything? No. If you know it's not true, don't put any weight on it. Don't let that weigh you down. That's a tactic that people use to silence you. So much weighing you down. How do you ever defend all this? Stick to the points. Stick to the facts. Stick to what the argument's about. When people have what they call a conversation and they try to move away from the point of the conversation, as in Smashley's case, the proof of Malibu being involved, it moved away quickly from can you show proof to an immediate no you can't, after I said yes I can, and she just continued and threw a trigger term and tried to just disrupt the whole conversation. Of course, Mush, yeah. Anything that you have to ask, you're more than welcome to. And just because Mush is here all the time, I still have to say it. Nobody should attack Mush. Everybody should respect Mush's opinions, questions. There's hard questions, but they deserve honest, hard answers too.
So I hear somebody jumped into Holly Mae's box.
That's okay. I'm not concerned. If anybody wants to go watch that, they're more than welcome to.
Oh, no. I wasn't saying it for that reason. I was saying it good for them.
Yeah. So a good way to kind of remove yourself from the drama is, are what they're saying actually matters?
No, that's why I'm not going to watch it. I know people will record it.
Yeah.
And that's what people forget. People want to be involved in the drama right then and there and watch everything that's happening, but so many people on this app record everything.
Yep. And, there's no wrong answer to does it matter. If it does matter to you, that's great. Just make sure that you watch the signs, watch the behavior, watch how the argument ensues. Is there opposing viewpoints? Is the opposition allowed to come up and question openly without being attacked or interrupted? How loud does it get? Is it calm? Is it respectful? If there's no respect between the parties, well, you got to look at where the respect isn't.
Then it will just be a yelling match.
Yes, and yelling matches turn into a spectacle that people love to watch.
Exactly. I also think that respect is an overused term. With what you've been saying, you've been using respect. To me, everything you've been saying is courtesy. Respect is something that is earned, in my opinion, not given. So everyone deserves and it should be given courtesy. Respect is something that they earn through communication and understanding, and how you treat the person you're talking to, and how they treat you.
That's a fair point. I agree. I have been generalizing respect and courtesy, and maybe a couple other terms as one.
Yeah.
And yeah, I have been doing that, and defining proper definitions, defining and all that is necessary. That's why independent opinions are welcome. And yeah, so there is a difference between courtesy and respect, and Mush is correct. A lot of the stuff that I've been saying is like show respect to, but it is courtesy. Courtesy is a good thing.
That's a universal thing.
Correct. And I generalize respect as like, because the way I see it, my outlook is like, I respect everybody, but it does go to show that you don't have to respect the person as long as you give them some courtesy.
Right. Yelling, interrupting, those are baseline courtesies that when broken, just break down any type of fruitful communication.
I agree. There's no hearing one side or the other.
And then the personalization of an attack. So you disagree with somebody. Okay, cool. Once you personalize attacking on them, that takes away from whatever topic you guys are discussing. You know what I'm saying?
I do. The example would be
what just happened.
Yeah.
That to me, throwing that jacket, especially on a man, and I'm just saying this, especially throwing that jacket on a man with no proof, no evidence, and it being completely false can ruin a man's life in the matter of one conversation.
I agree.
And it's horrible. And the fact that it gets lumped in with, oh, well, he called me a scumbag, so I'm going to call him a P3DO. No, that's inexcusable. That's not right in any form, shape, or size.
Would you agree that throwing words around like that, including other terms like racism and all that, would you agree that it takes power away from that word in the general public's mind?
Yes, it waters it down. It waters it down incredibly. When you water down something as intense as that, it takes away from the significance and the effect that it's actually had on the victims that it's been done to.
I did not look at it that way, but I like that.
When that word gets thrown around, and then you look at a child who's actually had that done to them, well, that person who did that to them is heinous. It's the scum of the fucking earth. But if you start calling everyone that term, it takes away the significance of what that term truly means.
I like that a lot better than how I was looking at it. How I was looking at it was when you throw that word around, it gives power to the actual perpetrators, the actual people who are. But looking at it from the victim standpoint, it makes it a lot more clear that it's way more damage than I even thought it was.
Yeah.
And they throw that word around so easily now.
Mm-hmm. And it bothers me. I've been in places where I couldn't leave and I wasn't allowed to leave with people like that. And I can't sit by when that word gets thrown around. It's awful.
That word has been thrown around on me for the last 2 or 3 years. And it always spirals when people I've seen losing a conversation and needed to get that pickup. And I didn't recognize any like trends or motives behind it. I just thought that's what they did. And doing research on it, looking at why people do stuff like that, it really puts all these internet arguments into a perspective. And now, after you said that, it makes it even worse, because when you throw words like that around, victims of racism, victims of P3DOs are actually harmed by it, because it's just watering down the term.
Exactly. And this sense of entitlement that people have, that I've seen on this app. Like, you said this. All right, well, show me the receipts that it's true. Who, again, I like to tell people I'm a scumbag. I'm just in recovery for it. I'm trying to be better than who I've been before. But who the fuck are you to question me? You know?
Would you agree?
I get that a lot. That bothers me a lot. Like, oh, well, you have to show me proof. Well, believe me or not. If you don't believe me, then fuck off. But again, recovering scumbag.
Would you agree that, like, the visual of having a screenshot up on the screen does nothing more than train people to believe that behavior has nothing to do with actions or motives?
Yes. I think consistency is more important than an instance. Like, if somebody says something out of anger once, then hey, guess what? He said it, he or she said it out of anger. They took accountability and apologized for it, moved on. They're not doing it again. If it continues and continues, that's not an accident. That's not out of anger. That's a personality trait.
I agree. And I've been guilty of sensationalizing people's words. Mallory is a good example. But when you realize that you're doing it, it's okay to have done it as long as you realize that you're doing it, and then make a change to really, like, see the problem, see the repeat behavior, see if this is how they really are, and is it really any of our business or concern to go on this big moral crusade publicly and shame somebody, when if you like that person, that's okay. If you don't like that person, that's also okay. Why are we trying to mobilize communities against one individual person?
Yeah. People don't like me. Okay, don't like me. People like me, cool. If not, oh well. But just because you don't like me or you don't like a certain person doesn't give you a reason to go and mobilize 200 other people to come at you. Like you were just saying, block, unfollow, and move the fuck on.
Yeah, it's the classic mob mentality. Like, they all come at you, rushing after you just off of stuff they've heard from one person that might not even be true. Like, the whole thing is make your own opinions, make your own judgments. Don't go off of what other people say. That's a big thing on this app.
Right. And it goes back to the feeling of, everyone wants to be liked in some way or form. Everyone looks at people that they admire in some way and want to have that feeling of friendship and that feeling of in a group with them, So to get that feeling of acceptance, they're going to say and act in a way that, hell, on the street in day-to-day life they don't. But then they turn around on this app and they do, because they want to feel accepted by people they like.
I agree. And I was about to reference everyday life as well. When you're in the supermarket, you're not stopping and yelling at somebody for flying a sign outside asking for money. No, you're going home and you're attacking somebody asking for money on the internet when you passed up a perfectly fine opportunity that, if it was really within your day-to-day moral values, you would have done that too. It's performance.
Right. I mean, let me tell you. Let me say an example. Like, you started this live to not call out, but to you use Scammy Claus as an example. She calls out scammers, people who beg for money, right?
Yes.
Well, you pull up to a corner and a guy's holding up a sign asking for money. 9 times out of 10, what I've seen is people either give them $1 or whatever, or they roll up the window. You know,
Yes.
it's one of those two. Now you get the 1 or 2 oddballs that'll roll down the window and yell out like "get a job" or something.
Yeah.
But what's the reaction that other people have when that happens? I know for me, if I'm sitting in a line and the car in front of me, the guy yells out "get a job," I'm going to roll up the window because I don't want to deal with that altercation. It's not my fight. There's no true outcome to it. And you look at that person like, dude, you have that much hate in your heart to call this dude out. He's not hurting you. But then you come on this app and people act like it's their job and it's their cause to call out scammers.
Yes.
What kind of vindication other than, self-gratification do you get from any of it?
I agree. It's a really good thing to point out that when people ahead of you are yelling, "Hey, get a job," that there's this feeling of like, why? Like, was it necessary? But also, like, they come up with arguments against, oh, it's just like that. And they say they ask for money for this, but they use it for that. Would you think that that's just splitting hairs and being like finding any excuse to downplay somebody's argument that they're human and they're asking for money, but it turns into they're lying and they're not buying food with it? How would they know they're not buying food with it?
And whose business is what they use it for? You gave that dollar out of your own heart. You gave that money. What that person uses it for is their business.
It's generalization. It's putting everybody in a group that those people, that group of people will be just like something they've seen or heard about. What if they actually do want a cheeseburger? Or, they're not going to always use it. They're not all the same. And that's the thing. You can't judge people in a group or a class thinking they're all going to be the same.
Yep. And that, like Monster just said, that mom mentality that we're talking about a lot, like I said, because they want to be liked. But the other side of that coin is they fear what certain people will do if they speak out against them. So instead of saying something or just walking away or blocking and moving on and resetting your algorithm, they just stay quiet or participate because they don't want to be the next. They don't want to have the fucking magnifying glass on them.
I can actually give you a lived example of that.
Okay.
Lisa Richards. Everybody was bullying Lisa Richards and doing everything they possibly could to Lisa Richards to trigger her to get more gifts and all that. Well, I stood up and said, this shit's wrong. I was attacked by thousands of people. Literally, Discords and this Discord and that one. And I stood there and said, it's wrong. Publicly. And I did not shut up because what happened? A lot of stuff. Wellness checks, swatting, all that. But all for saying it's wrong to do this to somebody. I feel like they were protecting their entertainment. Anybody who would speak out against like what is morally incorrect of doing everything that they did to that woman was going to become the next person that they did it to.
Yeah, that's insane.
It's insane, exactly. They protect the negativity and they project it even more. It's almost like they don't know what they would do without it.
Yeah.
Speaking of the Lisa stuff, like there's just found out that some of like people that are against her are the people that are feeding her the money. I don't get people.
I'm going to answer real quick. You lost support for standing up for Lisa. It might look like that, but I gained quality support for standing up for Lisa. The people that I met through that process are people that I stand with morally. People like Rem. you gained quality support. You just cleaned out your support there. I would never want support from someone who thought it was okay to do that horrible stuff. I would want
Exactly.
support.
Like you said earlier, it's quality, not quantity.
Right. Quality, not quantity. And it goes to the numbers. The numbers don't matter. It's the quality of the people. Me saying, oh, I wish there was 300 people in here, it would diminish all of your value that you add.
I
Enough.
get, so I kind of have, let me play devil's advocate here, because yes, quality over quantity is something I cherish in friendships and just in everyday life. And it's what I cherish on here. However, there are a lot of, I think we're looking at this application and looking at all these accounts as people. If you take it out of not looking at them as people and looking at them as just accounts, the quantity creates more gifts, and when you're monetized, more gifts means more money that you make. So when a creator or someone wants more people in their lives, they want to have that controversy, because you have that controversy, you get more people, you get more gifts, you get more money. So if monetization and money is your driving factor on the application, then you're willing to look at quantity over quality.
Yes, I agree with that. And I think that's where morals can be differentiated with some creators versus others. Me personally, I've never been about monetization. I've never wanted to make money off of the app. I've always valued the people over the money.
The connection over the money.
Yeah, I've never once on this app cashed out any gifts. I've always recycled. Not because that was what was taught early on and like the awareness stuff, but it's because it's morally correct. Because I'm not
agreed
going to monetize off of somebody else that I am trashing. But at the same time, it's okay to monetize off the app. But at what point does it become harassment to an individual? No individual is worth anybody's monetization. Using Bougie as an example, the amount that she was lied on and trashed was used for monetization for petty and engagement for petty. Bougie's well-being is not worth any amount of money to any other individual. And I think we all have to look at that as, like, it's not just a right or wrong situation when it comes to monetizing and not monetizing. How we're monetizing. Are we sacrificing another human's well-being so we can make more money or get more attention? And that right there is fundamentally wrong in every way.
Yeah, it's you interact with people on a day-to-day basis in life, and then you come on this app and you interact with people who are not from your same social circle, your same belief systems, your same moral compass. The world is full of every type of person with every type of thought, and this application has made it more apparent and has intermixed those mindsets. And a lot of people have this expectation that you're going to act on how I think everyone should act, without understanding that not everyone's going to.
Right. I agree with that. Would it be safe to assume that there's enough people for everybody? There's enough of viewership for everybody, that there's no real push to get the anger and all that to get more people instantly? Or would it be healthier to build slowly on content that's sustainable, that's emotionally stable, that doesn't incite people, that is informative, but also can be entertaining in a way that's not dehumanizing to other people?
Oh yeah, 100%. It's, you find your niche and you slowly build through that.
And that builds a stronger foundation of people that are quality that don't fear to put their input in or speak their mind, even if it goes against what the creator may think. Like, there's no narrative to control. Things are how they are, and we should all be able to speak freely, not derogatory, but freely about situations, and not let emotion and anger dictate the path forward.
Agreed. And we should all be able to say our feelings, thoughts, beliefs on any topic without fear of, oh, if I say something, somebody's not going to like my opinion and call my job, or, you know, make it where my real life is hindered and in bad conditions because somebody doesn't like my goddamn opinion. Unless it's stepping on someone else's life. You know what I'm saying? Like, if what I'm doing hinders someone else from doing what they want to do, then yes. But
I agree completely. I know the vast majority of the people that I know are people who have been stepped on by other large platforms, and I've participated in some of it. But is it wrong that I participated? Absolutely. But is it natural to do it? It can be, but as long as you catch it in time, and you're not doing anything like truly harmful, it's catching it and correcting the course and making things right with those people that really matter. Because there's nothing wrong with liking somebody. No matter if anyone likes them or not, it is what it is. We can all like who we like, but we should not be judged by that just because of a group mentality that this person has been tagged bad.
Exactly.
Oh, you're good, Monster. I'll keep you there.
And the stalking shit is insane. Okay, you have a problem with somebody. They spoke bad against you. You've had arguments with them. Nothing's been resolved. Why drag it on for however long?
Months,
and
years.
Then months, years. And then that person blocks you and you make a fake account to go find them again. And you keep going and keep going. What you're like, I don't have the words you do, but it's fucked up, and it's delusional, and it's almost to the point where it becomes an addiction, where the bullying and the harassment and the focus on someone else's life, where you make that a priority in yours, becomes an addiction. And once you start, you can't stop.
And that's what Monster's dealing with right now. I mean, stalking on this app is crazy.
It is.
And it's not even really crazies. It's mostly people that find one thing and then get that hate mentality and that mob mentality and just go after people. And they keep going and hitting them and hitting them and hitting them, even when they're down.
Even when they're off the app.
Even when they're off the app. Exactly. Like, what the fuck? It blows my mind. Blows my mind.
I would like to say that, like you said, you don't have the words that I do, but the words you have are perfectly fine too, because we all express ourselves differently, and it's totally fine. Yeah, agree that the stalking is just mind-boggling. Like, I can't wrap my head around the idea of stalking somebody to the point of them not responding, them getting off the app, and still continuing to talk about people and continuing to want to harm this person. But the points that I referenced with the reward loop of the engagement, and maybe they're missing something, like maybe they're going through grief, or maybe they just lack control in their life, are things that we can point at to be like, okay, why are you acting this way? It's all about behavior. It's not about stuff on the screen. It's not about the sensational feeling of seeing this proof magically appear before you. It's about analyzing the behavior of people and their actions, what led up to it, why they keep doing it, and what they do to continue the stalking and just wild accusations.
Because it's a dopamine flood.
It is. But then they go real
enjoyment.
life. That's a huge thing right there. Why do these people keep going real life? Like, you need to separate the app from real life And a lot of these people can't.
I can answer that because these groups that Mush had talked about, it's true. They want to belong to this group. But when they get initiated into this group, you're conditioned to see what is happening. So they see that cruelty is the currency here. This is how you get accepted. So the people in the group, they want to be accepted deeper. They don't want to just be associated with it. They want to be a part of it. They want to be in the inner circle of things, the mod structure. They want to earn their way up to be a mod. They want to earn their way up to be in those other chats. There's reward for the people that participate. When cruelty is what it's about, people will be more and more and more cruel just to prove themselves to the group that they deserve to be a mod or they deserve to be in these chats for the inner workings of all that.
And for the outside so you're getting validation from two places. You're getting your internal validation of, oh, I feel accepted, this is awesome. So you do it more to get that dopamine. And then you get the external validation of, the group that you're trying to be a part of, saying, oh yeah, this is awesome. Oh, she's bad. He's a badass, man. Look what he can do. He don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
You get that outside validation coming in, and then from that you get that dopamine rush. So it's just like chasing the dragon. You got to do it more. You got to do it stronger. You got to do it harder to get that same amount of dopamine.
And you also get the validation from the reaction that you provoked out of the person that you did it to. If they go live and say, somebody did this to me, inside they might feel a kind of way that they did a good job, and they see the reaction that person is making all of the group have, which makes it even more intense to keep going and keep pushing to be more mean.
It's like a cult.
It's like
and that's what I've been saying when everybody talks about the chicken man and they say, oh, his congregation and he's a pastor. No, that's cult mentality. That is blindly following without question. No matter what happens, even if you morally disagree with it as a normal human being in everyday life, you accept it on the app because you want the acceptance. It is a cult mentality.
I would like to answer Mittens, point out what Mittens said. Holly Mae wants me to go in her live. I'm not stupid. They'll just attack me. The mentality from that is that people have fallen into traps before. And that is totally fine for Mittens to think that. It is totally fine for anybody to rationally assume that that's what it's about. What about safe spaces? What about neutral places? There's negotiation here. If they want to talk, they can go to a neutral place like Megan. Megan's very neutral, contrary to what people have been led to believe about her. Megan, the who is Megan, super neutral. She can be unbiased, determine right from wrong, and take her personal feelings out of the situation. And she gets all the credit in the world from me for that ability to do that. I'm not recommending myself because that would be greedy, but Megan. Suggest Megan Mittens as a neutral platform to have that conversation because she's really good at being unbiased.
But the thing with you, Florida man, is what you just said. Don't suggest me because, but you admit that. Other people wouldn't admit that.
True.
Yes, because I may not be able to set my feelings aside for Holly Mae. I'm reasonably going to say I probably would not be able to, so I might ruin that chance at a conversation. But there are other people that are better equipped to handle situations. I'm not equipped to handle everything. Some things, sure, but everything, no. And I think we need to all realize our own boundaries of how we handle things.
It's strength and weakness. I mean, it's not really a weakness. It's just where that line is.
Weakness is perfect because we all have a weakness. And to be able to say that we all have weaknesses here or there, that's healthy to be able to admit. And it's healthy for the people around us because the people around us, they strengthen us in the spots that we're weak in. And we have to recognize that other people have strong points that we don't have, and we have to encourage people to use them. That there is not one individual leader, that everybody is their own leader, but the teamwork, using the strong points, acknowledging that we have a weakness here, that someone else would be better for this, is healthy. It sets a good example, and it's something that people don't really do.
Agreed.
Yeah, good point.
No one's perfect. No one's better than anyone else. Everyone just has different attributes.
We're all cells and bones.
Right. It's not about knowing our place. Like, we can try to develop a strength in this over here, but personal feelings and emotions may override any critical thing on that topic or in that situation. So as I might be a good mediator for Mittens and OG, because I'm removed from that situation, neither have done anything to me, I would not be a good mediator for Mittens.
I'm choking, sorry.
You're good. And the demand for proof goes back to exactly what Mush said. Why are we so entitled to demand proof? Why are we so entitled for right now? People have comfort levels.
The right now is causing people to make up fake proof.
That, and think about it. If you respond now, will it be any different than if you respond in 24 hours? The rush, the urgency, it tries to remove critical thinking. So when you have that critical thinking removed from you, you're more likely to slip up in speech. You're more likely to say the wrong thing and have it twisted. And the fear of that happening causes you to feel uncomfortable with the conversation. And that's why having a mediator that's going to be unbiased in the situation, I recommend somebody like Megan. If she will be able to help guide the conversation along in a healthy way, stop the interruptions, stop the loudness, and allow everybody to speak, be heard, and be respected.
And have emotional control over the situation.
Yeah, and she actually has emotional control over her own situations. Like, you think about it, I mean, she could actually hold a conversation with someone that pretty much tried ruining her complete life. I wouldn't be able to do that. I'll be honest.
No, not at all.
Right. And that's one of the big reasons that I respect Megan, is because her control over her emotions is noticeable. She was between me and Mallory when me and Mallory didn't like each other, and that was a toxic situation. But she was still able to tell me I was wrong and tell Mallory she was wrong in the same sentence. That's something to look at and be proud to see in somebody.
Oh yeah.
And the
that's a
thing, too,
level of maturity, and it's crazy.
People you're beefing with or have an issue with, isn't it, to these people, doesn't it feel nice to, like, talk it out real quick? You don't have to be best friends, but make a truce and go your own way so that the shit stops. None of these people will, because when they do make these truces, they break them like 20 minutes later.
And I don't have to like somebody to have a conversation with them. I don't have to like someone to be in the same space as them. To me, being an adult, there's a level of just being cordial. And especially, like, if there's people who don't like me on this app, okay, oh well. There's people I don't like. But if I go into someone else's live, a third party's live, I'm going to be cordial and polite to that person and not bring that drama in,
It goes back to the courtesy that you were talking about.
Exactly. It bothers me when people just, like, you're having a conversation or, a live's going a certain way, and then somebody just hops in the box and it's like, well, just to take this off topic for a second, but I need to say what I need to say. Well, then start your own live and say it, but again, that's just my thought on it. Like, there's boundaries, there's certain things,
Yes, boundaries. There are some things that really shouldn't be touched. And I'm guilty of sensationalizing and going on, as with really everybody else too. It's the realization and the correcting the course. There is, as an example, with Scamming Claus, there's no logical reason why she should be attacking anybody. Instead of trying to build, build something that recognizes patterns, build something that recognizes actual problems, not because you have a personal vendetta towards somebody for the badge of honor of taking them off the app. Because sometimes I feel like that's all it boils down to.
It's again, I put that back to the feeling of superiority and hey, I'm important. I have followers. Look at me. It's that dopamine they get from it.
Yep. And when these people are off the app, they continue to go. So it doesn't matter if you leave the app or not. They're still coming after you either way.
I'm going to answer Monster real quick. You create your own boundaries. And if someone crosses a boundary to a point where it's a hard no for that person ever again, that's totally valid and acceptable. It could be a hard no, but that other side has to comply with that hard no. When they're not doing that, that's where these conflicts come in. My example is Cassandra is a hard no for me. But yesterday you've seen her come in 3 separate times and try to provoke. She was blocked, it was mentioned, and it was moved on. It's tough, especially when they won't stop. And that's why getting people the information to see that, hey, you might be acting this way. Or, hey, the way you're acting is irrational. It could let someone around them see it and then bring the discussion up with them. Because maybe once people see their behavior, they won't want to do it no more.
But here's the thing. Even when people see their behavior, and I know a little bit of Monster's story, not everything, so I'm not going to speak on it too much. But what I am going to say is, from what I've seen in my perspective, the people coming after her don't want to stop, will never stop, do not care to respect any sort of boundary. And for me, like PPOs and ROs and all that were mind blowing when I heard somebody got a PPO for someone on the internet. But her situation is a perfect example of how my mind changed. Like, okay, there is no other avenue to make them stop.
Right. So I've got 2 against me. Both were falsely obtained. And I say that confidently. That's why some of the structure of the conversation earlier was due to that, false statements, all that. Yeah. But people won't stop. They go so far. They keep going. There's no limit. There's no boundary because they feel like now it's their obsession. Now they have to do it. They wake up, they hit the button to get on TikTok, and you were the first thing they think of. And how they can make you feel like shit is the first thing they attempt to do every day. How can I make it worse today? What can I do today to spark a reaction out of them? I got them feeling like they just have to block me. Then now I'm ahead. Knowing that they're wrong, they try to reinforce they're wrong by continuing it to make themselves look right. And it's just a cycle. It gets responses out of their friend groups, the groups that you had mentioned. And it's just a vicious cycle of this person becomes their whole identity. And being negative towards that person has become the identity, the purpose of the identity. And it's just kind of gross.
It's fucking disgusting is what it is. It's fucking disgusting.
That's like another thing. Some people don't agree with me on this, but the whole mandatory, like you're a mandated reporter. I've been in law enforcement for many years. I'm not anymore. But it's see something with your eyes, say something. It's not hear something on the internet or go off a lie and ruin people's lives. And people need to remember that. There's really no mandated reporting on the fucking internet.
They use it as an excuse to justify their actions, to make themselves feel like they're in a higher position of power, so they can translate that to the people that are following them, so they look up to them just that much more. And with Rem, the perfect example is Enablers Live. That was an example of a lot of stuff. That was like a culmination of everything that could possibly be done wrong was done wrong. Came over to my live, asked me for a conversation. She said on her platform. I agreed out of respect because maybe she wasn't.
But it was no comments, no mods. Also,
yes. So she laid the terms. I asked the topic, but she couldn't give one, and I was okay. I'm not going to put you on the spot for a topic. Maybe it's just a spur of the moment conversation. I know what the topic should have been, but we'll see. Based on my friendship with her and the respect that I had for her, and the fact that I enjoyed my friendship with her while it was there, I agreed to all of her terms to make sure she was as comfortable as can be. The fact that I went over there, all the terms were just off the table, and it was an immediate, let me put my nose into this business over here that has nothing to do with anything and avoid the conversation that we should actually have. And the interrupting, the nitpick questions, the anger, the trying to incite me letting it work, all led to a never again situation where I will not have a conversation with her, even if it's on here, even if it's the topic that she should. That shut off that. But still afterwards, you have to set a good example.
You did awesome with, the whole I'm muting, I don't want to hear it, and then you kept talking so that eventually they'll stop.
Right. But you still have to set a good example after bad experiences like that. You have to remind everybody that just because that moment was very intense and very filled with anger, there's no reason to discredit the friendship that you had with somebody. You still have to look at the positives. Even though it's negative now, that moment was negative enough for you to shut that door, but still appreciate the positive times that you had with that person to avoid any hate, to avoid the malice building up, to avoid the thought of how could this person do this? We had such a good time. No, appreciate the good times, separate them from the bad times, judge accordingly, but don't forget the good times. That it's not bad to remember somebody in a positive light, even though you're no longer going to associate with them anymore. They've done everybody wrong. And that when she did everybody wrong, it was respect across the board from everybody that was done wrong, to me, to all of her other friends. And it really opened her eyes on who has morals, values, and ethics, and respect, courtesy, who is polite, who understands, who's listening, who takes you into consideration, and who doesn't.
Yep.
It's kind of crazy. The whole thing, everybody's actions, the big group mentalities, the weaponizing platforms against individual people to make them a villain. So they have a goal. The villain creates the goal, got to take the villain down, but they don't have anything else to build. They have no other content, but they still want to proceed. And I've been the villain to many, many, many people. And it sucks because lies and rumors spread about you, and you have the most basic argument with somebody, and they just blow it up and start saying some stuff that they heard other people say. It spirals out of control, and it's unhealthy behavior, and it's the people that are promoting this unhealthy behavior that should really stop, look at themselves, and see what you're doing.
And to me, it's oh man, I can go on for hours, but the weaponizing victimization and the feeling offended over something, taking something out of context, or hearing somebody say something, and instead of hearing the intent behind it, just listening to the words.
I agree. The weaponizing victimization is disgusting.
And even weaponizing victimization that you truly aren't even a part of the community that would be able to claim the victimization, what? People talk how they talk. I'm going to say what I want to say. You might not like it, but that goes back to me being offensive and you being offended are two different things. Intention is more, to me, intention and intent behind what you say is more important than the words you say to a certain point.
Yes. So on that topic, you don't see the same creators that are using selective outrage to nitpick the people they have negative feelings towards. You don't see them going to other sides of TikTok where language is acceptable, where people can speak how they want, use any terms they want. That's them. That's not you, but that's okay. People are allowed to be individuals. Is some terms wrong? Sure, I won't use them because I think they're wrong. But if they choose to use them, then morally within them, they have the right to. But you don't see them going over to any other side of TikTok and bashing and attacking people for using language.
Exactly. It's the I'm going to take the moral high ground because what you said is wrong and that's a slur and you shouldn't say that and you can't say that. Well, I can. And what you believe is morally wrong, it may be different than what I believe is morally wrong. And instead of just hearing a word, listen to the intent and what was, the whole conversation.
Yes.
Again, to a certain extent, for me.
Well, it should be a conversation is allowed to be had. But like, if you get blown off on that conversation, like I'm going to use it anyway, is the conversation going to be productive? There's a great example of something that happens with selective outrage, and I'm going to play a very small audio clip, and it really sums up what people do when they have negative feelings towards somebody and they hear something that they can use against them.
She had said something about she's happily married or some shit, and I said, bitch, you ain't even motherfucking married. How you find that out? Oh, girl, I just heard somebody say it in a live. I didn't know if it was true or not, bitch. I just ran with it. I ain't gonna lie. I just did.
If we could all be more honest and say, yeah, I don't like that person. I just heard some shit and I ran with it. And we can all understand that when we're not honest, that we're manipulating the people that look to us as some kind of influence or are friends with us and want to help us. We're manipulating those emotions and those feelings purposefully. When it comes to victimization, I think that's one of the most disgusting things that anybody could do on this app. It takes away attention from people who are actually victims. I have an example. Miss Sunshine. Miss Sunshine chose an opportunity to then use trigger terms to weaponize attention against Snark. And then turned around and the middle of all of the emotion manipulated people into thinking that she was a victim while not telling people that she was in other places doing the same thing by using things like, I'm going to get looked at by the FBI. I'm going to use my social security, framing the my husband don't even know and he's going to be angry as a way to think there's going to be a DV situation. Stuff like that, which causes people to run on emotion and still fully believe that they're using critical thinking. Because when you lose the ability to critically think for the moment, you don't realize it. And it's natural to not realize it because you're confident. A sense of urgency and confidence, like I need to fix this now, means I've lost critical thinking. It's hard to step back out of a situation when somebody piles so much of I'm going to be a victim. And especially when people care about them. That's what causes things to spiral. That's what causes distrust. And that's what conversation fixes. If you have a deep conversation and really pinpoint, this is, these are the issues and this is how you validate one another and this is how you see one another. You have that conversation. Is it hard to do? Yeah, it is. It's not impossible though. If you really enjoy the company of the people that you're with, you participate in it and you fully indulge yourself in it. And there are people that can do it successfully and do a wonderful job at it. But there are people that it takes, 5 or 6 tries. It's best with a mediator. That's how groups fall out. And that's how isolation really takes hold. Because now the victimizing, well, you did what you thought was right in the moment for this person because you have empathy towards people. And now you found out it's wrong and everybody else, your support system, you now distrust them. That it's all manipulation and it's all built to do that. So when people victimize themselves, you have to not respond in the moment. Respond with conversation, not harmful actions towards people that they say are doing it to them. Because if you look at it realistically, if somebody on this internet is harming somebody else, attacking that person that is harming that person is probably going to make that person attack that person harder. So take a step back, remove the person from the situation, and say, don't respond. Responding is no-go. You're just going to incite more. So talk about it, give it a day, give it 2 days, figure out what's going on. And then your critical thinking will be there for you to really see the whole situation. Because when people are lying, it comes out pretty quick through conversation with different people. And it's perfectly fine to not act right now on any situation.
Monster wants to put your comment. It's like saying my psychological break wasn't real because her mom did that to manipulate her.
Yes. What's up, Rem? You don't have to be nice. You can speak your mind.
Like, and also, and I can say this because I'm the same way. Like, I can't sit in a glass house and throw stones. I can't be a hypocrite. I roll around in the mud, so I should understand that I'm gonna get dirty. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't sit there and act like
it's matching energy.
Yeah, that matching energy shit is what escalates for people to go real life, for people to go and say even more vile shit towards each other because they feel that they have to not only match but one up.
It's pride, it's ego, it's the feeling of not looking like you're a lesser person in front of the people that you are trying to project this image onto. And I'm guilty of that. We're all probably guilty of that, for sure. But it's recognizing it, correcting course, and then if you're guilty of it, you're free to talk about it, and free to explain how it affected you and how it made you feel, and why it's okay to not want to feel that way.
No, I get that, Monster, and I can understand why you chose that route.
Yeah, I can too. It would be a very hard choice for a lot of people, especially in the world that I live in is kind of a different mindset. So I can definitely understand that being a very hard decision.
There's a lot of hard decisions in this whole thing of stalking and people just not stopping, people doing the most, people doing the worst, and then it becomes a group of people that do the worst, and who can do the worst, and what can everybody do, and it becomes a competition of who can hurt that one individual person.
It's like a damn competition. Who can do better and who can kiss ass the most to the host.
Yeah. And there are times when it succeeds and people are proud of it. And people that are like, oh, yep, who care of them? They're not here no more. And that's what it really feels like to a lot of people when they have groups of people.
Look at Adriel Ziegler. That's a perfect example.
It is. Adriel Ziegler. Adriel Ziegler, everybody's like, she's a scammer or something. I don't know anything about her because the second somebody's labeled as a scammer, I lose interest. That's not for me.
And she's off the app now, but
Rem recognized my voice. My bad. Did I do something to you, Rem? I might have. I'm kind of an asshole.
Rem and I have been good forever.
When Rem gets a feeling about somebody, Rem's usually right.
Oh, well. Now I'm a little nervous and scared. Oh, yeah, that was me. I'll just say that. Yep, that was all me. I hate those two. Can't stand them, but it is what it is. When I came back on this app from that account that she's talking about, those were the 2 people I blocked. Those are the only 2 people I have blocked on my account.
Nice. I want to point out what House of Lies said. Stephanie, a lawyer, wouldn't give you an IP address that is part of an active investigation. Anyone with a brain knows that. That tells me that Stephanie is watching, and she is not taking anything constructive away from the conversation that we're having, and that she is trying to twist the narrative of guilt somewhere instead of understanding that the solution starts with calm conversation and breaking down why people are acting this way, why we are all acting this way. By instead of shifting guilt, accept your portion. It's much more kind to the community instead of putting stress on the community. So instead of projecting guilt everywhere, accept your guilt, own it.
It's honestly common sense. They don't realize that a lot of people have common sense. That's the problem.
Oh, geez. Yeah, that has gone off the rails with that. No, everybody is lacking, including myself in some ways. Like, a lawyer is going to give you an IP address. No, a lawyer's not going to give it. The police aren't going to give you an IP address, active investigation or not. The only way you're going to get that is from a police report at the end of the investigation, and they're not giving it to you. They're giving you the whole thing. It's part of a whole package.
Or if you're involved in the case and you're getting discovery.
Right, yeah.
Now,
but that's about it.
To point out that things can seem like they don't have common sense is normally because they're not logical. There's no reasoning behind it, and there is actual evidence that would prove otherwise. When people Google the IP address that she gives, it will tell you that that IP address is a fake IP address. A simple Google result for your own independent research would tell you that that is factual information, what I just said. People lost the ability to use their own independence to research topics themselves. And when you are in a group of people and you allow one of the members of your group to blatantly lie and you are not fact-checking your own group of people, that is unhealthy and it promotes dishonesty. When that dishonesty is there and you are co-signing it because you are with them and you are not fact-checking your own people, that removes credibility from the whole group. I get fact-checked by my own people, happily.
Yeah, that's what causes this mob mentality when people say stuff and then the host will agree with it and it's not facts and then everybody runs with it, like the IP address. You know, right. Common sense would be, okay, you know, there's something still going on. And just like you would need, you know, you would have a hacker get an IP address and hack your shit.
Whoops.
I would like to
Harley messaged it up again.
I would like to answer Duchess. Involving yourself is healthy. Yes, it is. If it's a topic that interests you, that you're passionate about, involving yourself absolutely can be healthy for the whole situation, because if you bring your own independent research into it, you speak your mind freely, you're able to say, hey, this is what I found to be the facts. While other people are saying, hey, this is what I found to be the facts, you have a healthy conversation about what you each found factual. Put it together, use it as data, see how they did their research, you tell how you did yours. We all learn as a community to do independent research and then come together and then say, okay, what is the real facts behind this? It should not be me telling you that this happened and you automatically believe me. There should be no creator out there that should fight for someone to believe them without pushing for independent research and independent opinions and the opposing opinion to be heard.
Sorry, man.
Can I interrupt for a second?
Yeah.
All right, Holly Mays Live. You guys can suck my fucking dick.
Hold on, Mittens. Hold on.
I'm not going to your live, and Mittens. I don't give a fuck what you have to say.
Mittens, calm down. Calm down. Ain't no reason to be angry. There's solutions, okay? And the solution is a mediated neutral platform that I didn't even recommend myself for. I recommended Megan. If they're unhappy,
there's no talking with them. They cut down everything I say. They dismiss any proof of anything that I have. What's the point of talking to them?
That's where they need to learn the healthy communication methods of hearing the other person, understanding, and, not judging them just for having an opposing opinion or for being right.
They speak just to hear themselves speak.
So let them.
Reference.
So let them.
Reference.
Who cares? Block and move on.
Reference the conversation that we first had, Mittens. How long was that conversation?
Long.
It was about a week, 2 weeks long. We talked in depth about issues, about what's bothering you, where you were wrong, where other people were wrong, what caused you to, have this response. We went into detail, paragraphs, and it was healthy. It was good. It was nice to be able to get it out, and I judged you not a bit. And I told you I wasn't going to judge you. I stuck to that. You're still a very good friend. I'm never going to judge you for any of that because you were willing to be that open. Same with OG. Same with Bougie. Same with many people that I've had these conversations with. Why are we judging people for our opinions, our thoughts, what we find is factual, instead of logically discussing it in a healthy way? The deflection, the demeaning, dismissing what you say, those are all behavioral traits of people who are trying to shift the focus away from what's healthy, what's accurate, to what suits them better. And that's a better way of saying what Mush said. Let them.
It's just frustrating, especially because they say that I post my own kid and that I post other people's kids on here, and it's just frustrating. Where's the proof? You're getting proof from everybody else, but where's their proof?
But that's the thing.
Again, it goes back to what we were just saying, Mittens. They are going to feed off the engagement. They are going to feed off the argument and the drama. If you don't want to and you don't think it's going to be productive, then don't participate.
Right. But also it's Mitten's emotional response to feel the need to defend herself after what she has been through on this app many, many times. And in that conversation that Mittens I had, she had expressed many times that she felt betrayed. She felt attacked. She felt like people don't believe her. She feels like, she feels less than anyone else. She feels the need to push herself up to feel equal, but the realization that you already are equal is just people are using your thoughts against you. You're already equal. Your opinion holds just as much weight as mine, as OG's, as anybody's. But the execution of that opinion is what's key. Thinking you need to fight for your opinion to be validated by people who are not willing to validate it is a waste of energy. Giving them the opportunity to be in an environment where they could healthily accept your opinion and what you say, that's the respectful thing to do. If they're not willing to do it, then it shows a trait of behavior that says we want to silence people and only want people to hear what we have to say because everything else is fake and what we say is true. And that's just not right.
Florida man.
Yeah.
Do you have proof of... Hold on. I'm trying to remember because there was a bunch of different proof. Do you have proof of Holly Mae posting Bougie's kids? Do you have proof of Malibu making the page on Muffin Man? And anybody else that was in there, can anybody help me out? Because I feel like there was something else that I'm forgetting.
The answer is yes, 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 and yes.
Can you show it? Will you show it? Will you have a conversation with Holly Mae, and you guys show each other the proof?
Yes. The conversation has to be healthy, and the conversation is not get into a box. Okay, show me the proof. Show it now. The conversation is, let's talk about why we're acting this way. Let's talk about what motives we have. Let's break some of this stuff down for the people. Let's not personally attack each other. Let's talk about what we're doing to control and manipulate and the actions that we're taking. So maybe that we can both walk away with a better, healthier understanding of one another, first off, but the people watching will also have a better, healthier understanding of us too. If we're hiding any detail about our motive and the actions that we take, that shows deceit.
Also, did you set Malibu up with that whole CP thing?
No.
Because she just got in the box and asked me if I knew that you had set her up with that whole situation.
No,
She said
not at
that you
all.
admitted that. You did.
Nope, not at all. I had that video. It was sent to me a few times, and I didn't get the context behind it. I thought it was just Smash's reaction that was funny. And I didn't put any other weight on it other than that. But then when Malibu had specifically said, while I was asking her some questions, that she had never once texted Smashley ever. And Smashley agreed that Malibu did not text her ever. The video clicked in my head. That's a text message. So I sent it to Smashley. I specifically told Smashley to watch it. I didn't show it on the green screen. I didn't incite anyone. She seen it. She got triggered. Why do people get triggered? Well, because they know they might be a little guilty of some stuff. She said, I think that was just her laughing at my reaction. And I clearly say, I accept that. Meaning, and let's move on from that topic. And she said, look, I'll show it to the people. And I say, no, don't do that. Because I didn't show it to the people. I sent it to her for her own personal viewing to show that you guys do, in fact, text one another. She showed it. That's when all hell broke loose and people were able to twist the narrative and to attack Smashley for it instead of the point that I was trying to get at going forward.
You force someone to text someone. Like, they're trying to say you set that up. How is it possible for you to set that up?
I don't know.
It was shown. The pictures were shown by Stephanie and Shannon, and there was a bunch of other people in there that you had nothing to do with at the time.
Hold on 1 second, Animal. Yeah, Rem, I went in there. Rosina and I had messaged. She said they were playing the shit from last night and I'd come and listen, which I did that. And then somehow I got spun into all of this other shit. But, Florida Man, did you, and I'm asking this for a very specific reason, did you ever say in Smashley's live that you set Malibu up?
No.
Okay.
I may have answered a question, but the answer would have been no. I may have framed it in a way that was like, well, they're saying I set you up.
Yeah, they're it's like common sense. How can you set someone up when it's one person texting another person and you recorded it? How is that a setup?
Right. It's framing the narrative. There's always got to be a villain. So they point at the villain and say, well, the villain orchestrated all of this. Well, if we look at the whole thing, I was deep into the Muffin Man stuff. I had talked to literally almost everybody at that point, and that was my turn to talk to Malibu because she was a prior mod of the Muffin Man. She says she never was, but I've got about close to 20 people outside of Muffin Man herself that says she was. So that tells deceit. Why are we hiding things? And what's the motive behind it? The irrational hate towards the Muffin Man shows more behavioral traits that lead to guilt. The friendship with Stephanie leads to association. Now we start looking at all of it as a whole, and we start to see that when questions come up, well, deflection happens. Let's get off of that topic. Let's have somebody come up and say that they're in crisis and then get trashed for it because you knew them off of favorited and it was probably a text message to get them up there. Reasonably, critical thinking tells you more answers than any receipt ever would. If people are unwilling to look at the motive and behavior associated with people who are doing this, people have lost the idea of identifying these behaviors before they become a major problem. And just because it might become a major problem for one person, don't tell me that one person don't matter, because that one person could be you. And if that one person was you, it would matter a whole fucking lot. For anyone who forgets, Muffin Man spent the vast majority of her time on this app trying to get those accounts down. But they kept coming back up. And I get it. People don't remember. But all these facts have been said and clipped and put away. A lot of it is on purpose, to build and to make them change stories and to make them, to see their responses. It all adds up together. A screenshot on a screen. Smashley proved herself. Look how easy it is to make a fake receipt, guys. Okay. If you want to prove that it's that easy to make a fake receipt, let's break it down logically. We won't use screenshot receipts, Smashley. We'll use behavior, motive, intent, behavior, actions, change of stories, words, all of that. Smashley has set the tone for the receipts by saying, hey guys, I made this fake receipt. Look how easy it was to make, and posting it. I am doing nothing but playing by her rules.
But can I ask something? And this is coming from myself that fought like I mean, you and I had a 12-hour conversation. Absolutely. And I was a fucking wreck. So I can understand being accused for something and it not being true and windmilling the fuck out of my live comments, everything, because I was being accused for something that I didn't do. Mm-hmm. So how come, I don't understand why they just won't show proof and you just won't show the proof. What is it going to take to show the proof versus it just being said that it was done?
Oh, no. The proof is being shown. The proof is being shown by behavior. I'm not going into Smashless Live on my account, fake accounts, nothing, windmilling the comments. I'm not sending anybody in. I'm actually encouraging people to do their own independent research on it while we break down behavior traits. If Smashley jumped to conclusions and says, here's this fake receipt, look how easy it was to make, that tells me that anything that I show, she's going to deflect and be like, hey guys, look, fake receipts, because that is a point in time that people remember. And they'll assume that she's like, see, told you, called it. So I'm playing by her rules that she wanted to create on the spot, adapting to the situation, and I'm going to prove, I'm going to show that there's more than one way to place a receipt. There's the screenshot receipt on the screen is not the only way. And that is solely because of Smashley. Now, Holly Mae, yeah, I can show where Holly Mae docs kids. Docs Bougie's kids, 100% of the way. That's undeniable. It happened. Nikki was there to see it.
Can I see that? Can you send that to me?
Are you able to get it from Bougie?
I can ask her, yeah.
Yes.
And then did Holly Mae contact somebody, doc somebody, or contact somebody's
Holly Mae green screen somebody's DV story on Smashless Live. I went in, I said that's not appropriate to have up there. Can you please take it down? Smashley said, you're not the one to dictate what I have up on my green screens, and blocked me. And it remained up.
And is that the one that's the abuser, that word?
Yeah.
Showed up to the person's home?
Yes. And there are more details behind that. And there may be a reason why that I'm not exactly putting it out there. I got to make sure. Let me text that person, see if they're comfortable with me telling people.
Bougie, are you in here? Breezy, am I saying that right? I see you reminded me of that part, but am I saying that right?
And I said, and I guess they logged off, OG, so I really wouldn't worry about it. Because where is it? Breezy said, OG didn't ask the questions fast enough, and they said it was a wasted time and logged off. And
Well,
Bougie,
I mean, I'm sorry, but here's the thing, and I'm gonna put this out there, and I thought I put it out there over there. I'm pretty sure I did, but I'm not just gonna cut somebody off. I try to be cool and let everybody talk. I don't the shit that I don't know about.
It might have been your life. It's too because
Yeah, it does have nothing to do with me. It truly doesn't. But I also said that I would ask because I know how the fuck it feels to be accused of something that is not true.
So there's no time limit on conversation. The rush and the sense of urgency is what I would like to point out there. Oh, it didn't get said quick enough. What do you mean it didn't get said quick enough? Conversation has to have time to flow. You cannot dictate what gets said now because you're trying to remove context from the situation. Okay, and there's details behind the whole Holly Mae thing that I don't really want to put out without preparation. Not preparation of like, get it ready, because I already got it. Preparation of preparing people to not shock them, to not try to throw them into some kind of emotional state and make them attack. Because I'm trying to avoid doing what other people do. Time, patience, it will come out. That's why we're going through all of this stuff here. All of the signs of stalking. We're taking a break from the drama. Yeah, Smashley came up, but we've seen how that went.
Well, I will say this too. She had no problem getting in a box over there, and I did say, no, remember you said you didn't want to talk to this cunt. She's like, well, I'll talk to you on a neutral platform. No, keep that same energy. You didn't want to talk to me. Remember? You didn't want to talk to this cunt.
Well, I feel like I'm a neutral platform when it comes to Smashley. Because, well, I don't hate Smashley. I mean, as we see, I'm not trashing her. I'm not degrading her. I'm not being any kind of derogatory towards her. She has that feeling towards me because behavior, guilt, whatever, hiding.
Why is Dutch okay?
She had asked if she could come up and she wanted to talk.
Oh, she was showing Smashley's live.
Oh, no, I don't want to see Smashley's live. It's not that I don't want to see it. It's just, it clouds judgment. It puts a halt to productive conversation.
It's just starting more bullshit too. Like, there's no point in that.
If Smashley feels the need to attack, it's also motive based. What's the motive for her attacking versus what's the motive for me over here promoting other healthier alternatives? Isn't defense the best reply to an attack? No. Sometimes you just gotta let people get it out of their system. Whatever she says about me, I'm not concerned with. Because not only can I disprove any accusation put on me through screenshot receipts, but also behavior, motive, actions, and all the things that I will prove Smashley and Malibu guilty with. But remember, Smashley set the stage. I am playing by her rules. When she made the receipt, and she said, look how easy it is to make a fake receipt. That should really click in your head of why she did that. Why the content of it was what it was. She could have done it and said, Florida Man said he was an asshole. Look, instead, she put the content of, I did it to set him up to get him back. For what? I'm sorry. She's the one that came up here and called all of my friends pathetic.
Well, Malibu got in a box over there and said that you admitted to setting her up with the whole CP picture thing. And she's like, you didn't know about that he said that. He admitted to it. And I said, no, that must have happened when I was off the app.
What he said was that the point where she had said that they had never sent screenshots or text back and forth or whatever, that's what he was setting her up to have to either be honest about or not, because he knew that they had texts back and forth. So that's when he sent it to Smash.
Receipt conversations.
Yeah, I
Receipts on the
have.
screen.
I
But they're
have
taking
those.
that as you admitted to setting her up. Because even Smash had said that at first when she first walked away from us, that you set them up, and then became the savior. You did it on purpose.
I would like to point out that there's a reason why people don't want to talk to me. And it's not because I'm mean. It's because that one thing that you said could trigger something in my mind. And I have such an organized file of Discord servers of receipts that I can access that quickly. And I can disprove what you just said within moments. That's why. Because that's what the screenshot receipts are for. You say a word during conversation and boom. Why are you saying something there? That doesn't prove guilt of anything. That proves now we have established that you're lying. Let's find out what the motive is. What the intent is. What do you get out of it? How many times people see me have a conversation with somebody and it just immediately they break down. Their story doesn't make sense. Receipts are shown. There you
She
go.
said that, and she said that was Easter weekend. So I don't know what day it was. Somebody give me a date because I'll go pull the live.
Bougie, do you have the proof of Holly Mae posting your kids?
Holly Mae did not post them. Holly Mae allowed Nikki and Petty Parole Officer to post them, my daughter, in her live the day that Nikki had a heart attack. And actually, Nikki was just in the live earlier and said the same thing.
I have a screenshot of Holly Mae green screening your daughter's Facebook post. That's not
That's right. She did do that. That was the same live. Correct.
Yeah, it was something about green screening your stuff. You guys are accusing Holly Mae of green screening something with your children, but no one can show proof. Is what?
And that's whenever Rissa went in there and said, "You guys know that her daughter is in a serious DV situation." Holly Mae's response was, "Well, she's not a child; she's an adult, and her mom shouldn't have brought her to that." And also, in their Reddit page, which Holly Mae is a fucking moderator of, they had a picture of my mother and my daughter as their profile photo. And then also, when Stephanie did her fuck shit not too long ago and posted all of my fucking children on my house and all the things, they also reposted that in the Reddit, in which Holly Mae and Ratina are both mods in, by the way.
Oh, side note before I forget, I will say, because I'm sure you're listening, Stephanie, I did not realize that was you in a box until I was already out of the box and coming back over here. But I did hear what you said about mittens, and for don't go real life, why the fuck
She's
are you
lying.
going
She's fucking lying. She's done this before. This is what she's done. Oh, the stuff I got about you today, Mittens. You better sit all the way the fuck down. I was jaw dropped. Coming from somebody that literally filed a petition to have an order of protection against Mittens, that's what you're going to do. But didn't you just do that a couple months ago with me when you alleged that I had done something with somebody's deceased husband's photos? Oh, and I think you did the same thing when you alleged that I had caused somebody to put a pew-pew and shoot themselves. Okay?
One second now. Now we look at all the orders of protection that Stephanie's put out on everybody else. Why does Smash only get a simple, not legally enforceable C&D?
That part. Especially
Hey,
when
Florida
I
man.
haven't even been talking about Stephanie.
You know, going back to what you were originally discussing here, the PPO thing. Why do these people put PPOs and all these restraining orders against everybody that they're so afraid of, but then go in their lives and talk? If you're so afraid of that person, wouldn't you stay away?
Yes.
No.
Well,
Here's the thing.
That's the fear tactic. I'm a
She
victim.
did all of this right after she did a live and posted all of our families and then read letters that she had written to all of us.
No, I remember that.
Allegedly by our children. So why are you going to get orders of protection when you just did all the fuck shit you did?
Hold on, I'll tell you exactly why. Because when you preface your argument with "I'm afraid," the public will most likely see you as a victim. The victim, I'm afraid of X. Well, they're going to look at this person negatively because they felt the need to go get a protection order. And that's, they're healthy to have. They're safe, all that, when they're used correctly. When you abuse the legal system, and don't think this isn't all being documented, Stephanie. It is. You commit perjury. You falsify claims. And you preface your argument with "I'm afraid." It's all theatrics. It's all the act. It's all the show. It's all to show people that, oh, you know, I'm such a victim and they're so evil. But you're really the evil one.
Well, if you're so afraid that you need to go get arrows and shit on people such as Mittens because you are filed one on her, why are you getting up in a box and threatening her tonight?
Well, let's put this together, okay? Let's think about this. Stephanie does all these orders of protection on people. Smash gets a non-legally enforceable C&D. Well, hey, they share Ahmad and Mitch. Why did Mitch cheer when the Jerry's backyard doxed her name, smashed his name? Well, if they share Ahmad, wouldn't they like be neutral? Wouldn't he be like, ooh?
That's not the only person though, Florida man, because that's why I brought up Switzerland earlier. Like I like Switzerland, but if I'm being honest, Switzerland, I'm not gonna say it, but you and I both know the stuff that we've
Mitch
spoken about.
Mitch with a Y, not Mitch. Mitch with a Y. Hey, Justice Farrar, you know you're in the box.
Yeah, I am. You sent me a message, so
yeah,
I'm here.
How are you?
I'm good. Thank you for asking.
So everybody, whatever your feelings may be on Justice for All, again, no disrespect. Everybody's allowed to voice their opinion.
Okay.
It's theirs. They're not wrong. To them, conversation, you know how it goes. But we are.
Listen, Florida man.
Yeah.
None of that stuff affects me. None of I'm an adult and I can have a conversation. And I'm here to be respectful to you because this is something that you requested. I do not generally do these things, but if you would like to speak to me, you don't have to. If people want to be angry at me, they can have at it. But I'm here because you asked, and I'm giving you this opportunity to say what you needed to say to me.
I appreciate that you don't delete my comments. That I will say.
That I what?
That you don't delete my comments. I do like that.
There's no reason to delete any comments. I don't delete anybody's comments unless it says something bad. I don't want to shut up anybody.
So, go
ahead.
Can we schedule this for a moment where the emotions of like Bougie, OG, and everybody else poking isn't so high? Because I'm trying to break down.
I'm not saying anything.
I don't have any other than posting pictures of Bougie on my former platform and judging her appearance and just I wasn't nice, but I don't think I do that on this platform. Bougie didn't like one thing that I posted. She told me. I immediately took it down.
She did. She absolutely did.
I've heard that.
That is my policy, that as soon as if someone asks me, I will remove it because it is not my intention
And I appreciate that.
I am not awareness. I am trying to bring some humor to some of the funny stuff that's said. Like if you notice, I don't post about children. There's nothing funny about that. I don't post pictures of families. I don't even talk about those things. I don't talk about anybody's suicide. I don't do that. The first time I made a video was the other day when Mallory called out Shannon for faking an this is all alleged because I don't know if Shannon did or not. I mean, that is just not my business.
Sorry, you go ahead.
I was just going to say that I take those things very serious, and I find all this talk and back and forth with that to be I think it has desensitized people, and that's my point in it all. I am not negating anybody's mental health. I am not negating anybody's feelings. It's
Hey,
just
Justice,
oversaturated.
real quick though, like I knew you before you were Justice, but I will bring
I'm
up
not talking to Mallory right now. Just keep
no,
Mallory where she is.
I'm OG. I'm the one
I
talking.
know, but I know OG. I see Mallory below.
Okay, comfort for everybody. Help. I do have questions to ask.
Just let me.
I'm not
Okay,
judging.
so, and you also know that I have been in a box 6 times now, 7. The first time being with OG, my very first time, and I was scared to death. And then the last 3 weeks, I've been in a few times. So
I didn't know that.
just take it
I was
easy on
actually
me.
gonna say, yeah, I was gonna say I knew you before you became Justice, and you were actually a
Yes.
really cool person. I will say a comment that I just did see in the chat said, because you were saying like you don't do this, you don't do that, and somebody
Mhm.
said, well, why not leave people alone when they ask you to leave them alone?
If anybody has asked me to, if anyone's messaged me to leave them alone, first of all, no one's ever asked me that publicly, and
Has Mallory ever asked you
and
that?
honestly,
I got your whole page taken down before because you wouldn't leave me
I
alone
never
after
knew
I
that.
asked.
Hold on.
Mallory, I have
It's
never
spiraling.
I have
received
asked
one
you multiple times on live to
Hold on.
leave me
If
the
either
fuck
you
alone.
remove Mallory, or I'm gonna have to go.
Mallory,
Because
Tommy
I
said she
can
didn't
have
want
this
Mallory up here,
conversation.
so
Yeah, it's
I'm not
obvious
talking
that
to
she
Mallory.
was.
I will not
I'm gonna talk to
to her.
Florida.
Okay, so Florida
we can
man,
wait because we
I
need
didn't
to respect that
receive.
you asked Justice to come here.
And
So
Florida Man has
Yeah,
asked everybody
and
to be calm.
Everybody is interrupting me. I've tried to say something for a
and
while now.
can
Can
I
I
just
preface
say
this?
one thing and then we'll be done with the Mallory thing? I woke up one morning and my page was gone. I have never received a message from Mallory. If Mallory, she can show all the proof in the world, I would have stopped. Look at the videos I used to post of Bougie. As soon as she said something, I stopped.
Okay, I need to preface this with we're not gonna do any virtue signaling. I feel like that's what
We're
that
not gonna
is.
what?
We're not gonna be like, I'm so good, look what I do to other people. This is not about that. Okay? This is
Who?
about it. Well, look at my prior behavior. I took Bougie stuff off, and it's Bougie, using Bougie as the negative first example of I do that.
I have never been asked by Mallory, and I can't change that she thinks that. And if she is asking me right now, done deal. I
Yeah,
will
that's
remove every.
times in the chat, Justice.
I
Yes.
can't, I'm not looking at the chat because, but
No,
if
I
that
thought
is,
it
see,
sounded
I
like you.
just got a message request right now from Mallory. Like, she's just bombarding me. All it has to be is,
May I?
hey, Justice, I don't like your content. Let's remove
May
it.
May I? Okay.
Yes.
This isn't about the subject of your content. This is about the style of your content. This is about what I've noticed from your content. So, Mallory, if you would like to stay. I encourage you to have a conversation with Mallory. But how it gets emotional and up, everybody just keeps talking, and then how I'm over here like, hey guys, hey, it's disrespectful to me. I'm not being disrespectful to you. I will allow you to speak. You will allow me to speak, and back and forth. And honestly, yeah, we get our whole thought out, but we can't prolong it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So,
well, I'll remove everything and then we're done with that and let's go forward.
the style of your content is mostly like vague posting, as I had posted. I don't know if you've seen it.
Yeah, because I am not awareness.
Okay. But it's very deceitful to people. Vague posting is when you take a generalized comment or ideology and you put it there, and then you specifically aim at or reference certain people to make people come to their own decision that they came to that thought themselves about these people. It is harmful material.
Okay.
And my post that puts, direct awareness of an issue with context versus vague posting, which has no context whatsoever, it's harmful to the average viewer and it spreads propaganda. That's my opinion. What is your opinion on what your content is supposed to achieve?
So my opinion was based on first of all, I didn't get in a box. I had no way to share what I was thinking. That was just my way of getting out because, like, I mean, everyone gets really anxious in these things. And when you're not a loud person and when you're not someone who is in the box, you're not used to that public scrutiny, all I could do was do it on my page. And that's what my page was for.
What is
And
the intent? Like, are you intending to get people to look at somebody in a harmful way, negative way? Are you feeding?
it's not that I'm looking for people to look at them in a harmful way. I would say with my first Justice for All page, I did that all wrong. Like, and then it got taken from me. I never knew why because I don't know how to retrieve that. Like, I was devastated, but I took it as a hint. And at that time when it got taken, I know someone in your group that can vouch for how devastated I was, and I had no clue what I had done. But I just took it and said, well, I've hurt someone's feelings, and I've done something wrong.
Do you believe that portraying Mallory as a weight that she is not, like larger than she is appropriate for like everyone's mental health matters?
So no, and I try really hard not to do that, but it's Chat GPT, and I do see where that could be very upsetting. I can't disagree with that. And if you've ever seen, I mean, you can't see it, but if you see how I try to change it and everything, it doesn't really matter. They're already out there, and it's not fair. It's not appropriate. I agree.
Now, I'm guilty of that myself.
Yeah.
What a lot of people don't know is that Mallory got a book of an apology from me. Not just for my one action, but for this action, that action, the other action. Because stepping back and looking at it from a perspective of somebody who is disconnected, I've realized that Mallory has comments that she makes that are taken out of context. Everything is nitpicked. And when you start to do that and you start to put it in front of people, from my own experience, when I would make a Cheeto video, if it was accurately representing Mallory as her weight, it wouldn't get as many likes or views. It wouldn't be as funny to me or anybody else. So when I would go the extra, that's when it would get the likes and the views.
Okay, so let's stick
you
to
see the
what...
correlation between the reward
Yes.
of likes.
But Florida
views?
man, I am a grown woman and I am willing to apologize. I am willing to remove anything. I don't have a problem reflecting. I don't have a problem apologizing. I don't have a problem if somebody tells me to leave them alone. I would leave them alone. I don't know why I don't know this about Mallory, and she'll never believe me, but I know the truth, and so do my friends. I would never, if I knew that it was mentally damaging her, and I stopped for a while. But then when she starts up, I feel like she needs to, but it's not my place, so it really doesn't matter. So what did you want to ask me about?
So,
why am I here?
Real quick.
This is why you're here. Hold on, OG. I got this 100% of the way. Everybody else, please mute. Don't interrupt me. I appreciate it. So in my own experience with doing the same thing that you do to Mallory, because I feel like only those who have the experience doing it should be able to have a conversation with those who do it. To say, hey, this is how I knew. This is my thought process. We can all have a different thought process. But even when I was doing it, I knew it was harmful, and I didn't care. That's a tough pill to swallow. That's a tough look to have. But I can openly admit that even when I knew it was wrong, I was still doing it. And I did it because of the just like the sudden rush of people commenting. And, you know, I felt like it was good content. But I disregarded purposefully that it harmed somebody else. And the only way that we can fix this is to openly admit that and to have a conversation about it and hopefully prevent things from going further. That's
And
what
I've just done that. And I'm actually taking my page down and everything because I see Mallory wants it. She wants Joyce excluded. I'm taking my page down. I don't want to hurt anybody. I'm not going to contribute. I came to this conclusion on my own because I have my own thought process. I have my own way of conducting myself. And
yes.
I don't need advice on it. I'm not trying to be rude, but I just don't need the lecture. And I understand that you're using this as a teaching moment for your platform and people, or for you.
For me,
I understand
I
that.
I want to learn from this myself, because just because my thought process with this, that does not mean that it's that thought process for everybody. If I openly
Yeah.
express my thought process and you openly express yours, everybody in here will be able to look and see how we can knowingly be negatively contributing to someone else's mental health while not even really caring, to put it bluntly.
But I do care. And maybe it doesn't appear that way. And I can't change that for you. None of you know me. You've only known what I posted. You just don't know me. And I'm not going to share my intimate thought process with you.
I would like to know you. I can share mine, and if you choose to not share yours, that's totally fine. But I'd still like to share mine.
Yeah.
I equated care to bashing Mallory because of all the people that said Mallory done them wrong. So that equaled my care towards those people to harm Mallory, not my care for everybody involved, and try to come to a peaceful resolution where nobody has to care.
Well, I'm just pretty simple that way. Like, I literally have never spoken to Mallory, and I've never had a conversation with her. I've only been blocked one time from her live. I don't sit there and watch, contrary to popular belief. And that's why I don't have extended clips of her. And that's why they're just those small things. And I find the funny part, and I try to exploit that humor. But I know that it's not funny, and it's wrong.
That's exactly what I did. I never watched it.
No, I never did. But then I'd hear this funny thing, and I just could not quit giggling. Like, she honestly kind of cracks me up in little bits and doses. But
what cracks me up more,
also don't like how she treats people. And, like, for instance, I think Mallory could probably go really far if she didn't jump. And I understand she must have emotions that are just out of control because so many people go after her. But what I'm saying is, if she would come up and approach me, like, I'm a real chill person. I am not an asshole.
If I may, how can we determine anything about Mallory if we have both admitted that we only watch a couple second clips? What's funny? We never watch her whole lives. We've never had a conversation with her.
I can say it just by, so maybe I've never sat in one of her lives. Have I watched her on other platforms say things? Yes. But do I specifically go to her platform to watch her? No, I don't.
Could it be because we're socially engineered to tag Mallory as a negative individual, as somebody that we should laugh at, or someone that we should make a joke out of, or somebody that should not be listened to?
Maybe for you, but I'm not socially engineered to pick on one specific person. I find what I find in people. There are certain people, my process is I don't really post on people I know or interact with because I think that's really biased, but then it's kind of screwed up to post about someone that you don't know either. Like, it's kind of a messed up system. So the most responsible thing is for me not to do it.
We're a lot alike, because whether it was Mallory with the Cheetos, or Shannon with the roaches, or Queenie with the Fix-A-Dat, or, Stephanie with the Cankles, everything. I have a topic in my Discord for each one where I pick on one topic of one person, and that's what I stick to. I'm very diverse with my making fun of people as well.
And am I.
I try to justify that as not specifically picking on one person, But then when I would go back and I would look, I wouldn't just post a video about Mallory today and then give it a month. I would post a video about Mallory in chunks, 5 or 6 in a row, and then move on to somebody else, and then, you know, so on and so forth. I would only do it based off of clips. I would only do it based off of what joke I could make out of it. And I would only do it based off of primarily weight and food, which was wrong with me. Now,
Yeah.
with
I
your,
wouldn't say that mine are specifically geared and engineered about her weight because I don't struggle with her weight. But I understand how if somebody was making images of me, I wouldn't be happy either. I get that. So
weight for me, weight is one of the most low intelligent ways to insult people. And I admit that. And I used it. It wasn't very intelligent of me. Now, when it comes
I don't
to
consider myself that. So
when it comes to the message that you deliver to people versus the message you deliver Mallory directly, the mental health matters, except for who you choose it to not matter for, is the message I get overall. Is that fair?
it's fair, but can we move this along?
Yeah, would you?
Can I just tell you what I'm picking up? You want my thought process right now, what I'm picking up?
What do you?
I'm literally going to do what everyone wants done.
I don't want you
So I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. The thought that Mallory may hate me or whatever, or others may dislike me, I don't want to cause any permanent damage. And you messaged me on my old page when I first started out. I don't know if you remember that. You said, I really like your content.
I said, I really like your content. I just think that
But you said that you said, I like the way you're doing it. And I said, if I could just get someone, because when you're in the comments, you're lost. Nobody hears you. Nobody cares. Only people that matter are the people up in the boxes doing big shit, big things. Well, I'm never going to do those things. I'm never going to dox somebody. I am never going to post a picture of someone's family. I'm never going to mock the stuff that I find socially unacceptable.
Right.
So that is how I spoke.
Maybe we don't see it.
I'm not going to do it.
When I messaged you and I said I liked your content, I absolutely did. I was lost in the whole mindset of it, though. Like Mallory was tagged as a negative person. And I even just said, I do like your content. You know why I like your content? Because it's different.
But that was months ago. And it was back when you didn't like Mallory either. So, Florida Man, everybody gets to their point. Like, you got to your point with the Mallory thing. You've done a lot of stuff on this app. Mm-hmm. And you were hyperfixated on Mallory.
Yes, I was.
I now understand, I really don't watch her.
I would like to explain why I was hyperfixated. I would like to explain to you why I was hyperfixated.
But just wait.
Yeah.
I just want to complete this thought and then please continue. And I'm sorry to cut you off. I don't get to talk very often, so I don't have the best etiquette. And I apologize.
Don't do that. Don't apologize.
So what I'm trying to say is I couldn't do anything about what was being done. Something I saw that was so unjust. And I'm not going to bring up that topic, but it upset me so bad. And I'm just sitting there twiddling my thumbs. So I started making videos. I started talking and yada, yada, yada. That's how that started. But you came to your point. How long did it take you to get to your point where you've decided to leave that alone, the Mallory topic alone?
How long did it take?
You arrived.
The process.
You arrived at it at a different time. I've arrived at it a few days ago. I've arrived at it. So
that's good. That
you have to let people get to arrive at it. You can't force that arrival.
Right. And that's what the conversation is about. This conversation isn't to change anybody's mind today. It's just food for thought. You know? That's all it is. It's not, I'm not right, you're not right, we're both not wrong. We're both in our own ways. And this is no way to like force or persuade. That's why I'm like calming everybody down, being like, no, don't everybody jump in.
Well, I
feel that you're like attacked by multiple people.
I don't feel attacked at all. I just felt attacked in that moment. I just wish one thing, and I can't, as an older woman, I just think that maybe Mallory could offer so much more and more people could hear her if she worked on that approach when arriving in the box to her questions. It's just very like, I just started shaking immediately. I don't get angry.
Well, from my perspective, when you have that negative thought about people, it happens. Because even when Mallory would let me in, I would be like, ooh, the little bit of like that angst would build up. Like, I got to say something negative and get a pop out of people. And I would. Or when she hit me with a good point, I would be like, I'd go to weight jokes. And if you look back on mine and Mallory's like beef, you can look and see when Mallory brought up a good point, I would bring up her weight to deflect. And it would spiral the conversation out of control because I, at the moment, couldn't stand the fact that Mallory was right and I wasn't. That was just at an individual basis, though. Other people could be right. But for whatever reason, and most of our minds that participate in that, for some reason, Mallory can't be right. And
that's just not true.
Disconnecting really made me see everything objectively. Now, mine and Mallory's issue started because of me. She didn't do nothing to me. She responded to my action, and I took that as a reason to continue to respond. And any response that she would give me, well, I would use that. And guess what? When she didn't respond to me, I would still provoke and still provoke. Exactly what I'm talking about here. The lived experience is coming to be told that I was wrong.
Okay. Well, so here's the thing. I'm not going to, I don't want to keep, okay, sorry. I apologize.
You're fine. It's totally fine. So as I realized this, I actually had a conversation with Mallory. She's nice. What got me to get there was Joyce, who's also nice. How can Joyce, who is nice, be friends with somebody so evil? She couldn't. Impossible. There's Riri. How can she be friends with somebody so evil? She couldn't. I noticed that Joyce and them were being attacked for associating with Mallory. And I've always thought that was wrong. Everybody deserves somebody to talk to. Everybody deserves somebody to, no matter how awful we may perceive them, they deserve people around them to try to guide them in a better way. We should not attack the people that are around them. Now, when I had that conversation with Mallory,
absolutely,
it went good. It wasn't like an apology right off. I apologized to Mallory not even that long ago, and I've been talking to Mallory for way longer than that. I still had to process and come to terms with why. And the conversation happens, and an apology don't have to happen immediately, but really deeply realizing all the reasons behind your actions towards somebody individually is healthy. And I think you have like an end to some of the inner circle people that perpetuate the anti-Mallory stuff. Maybe if you start a conversation with them and say, hey, let's think about this.
Hey, Florida man.
Yeah.
You gotta stop lecturing me, man. Like,
No,
I don't have an in with anybody. I don't do the back end stuff. I've apologized. I said I'm going to take down my page, and I'm doing that by my choice. Like, this isn't, first of all, I just would never want to hurt somebody the way I feel like I have obviously hurt Mallory. I've only heard her, yes.
He's not really trying to lecture you, honey. That's just the way that he talks. He's trying to explain what he did to get through it and to see Mallory in
But
a
I
different
don't need
light.
to know. But like, I appreciate that about him, but this is about me talking to him. He wanted to talk to me. I didn't need to talk to Florida man. I'm just talking to Florida man so that he just understands that
I want you to know that I contacted you privately because it was it was a personal choice whether you wanted to talk or not. And if you didn't want to, I was never going to blast you for it ever.
But how do those but Florida man, like literally, I'm leaving the app because you messaged me, and I know what you do to people who would have said no. Don't get in the box. You said in that message that for the reason, if I didn't want to get in the box, it was for this reason or that reason, and so that is really why I'm leaving the app. And if that makes you feel better, I hope it does, because you got rid of somebody who was really not one of the baddest of the actors, and who can change, and who doesn't want to hurt people.
That's fear
So
right there. 'Cause my message to you is,
it's not fear.
my message to you is in
You
no way.
scare people.
Is
That's
it-
the truth, Florida man.
Is
You
it-
scare
Scary,
people.
though,
Is
Justice.
it what
I'm
people-
not saying he's scary, but I'm telling him based on his actions that are very fresh in the forefront of things that have happened has made it so that people are scared. And I am not going to be that way. I haven't been in a live since Friday. I haven't talked to anybody except 3 people to let them know I'm leaving.
Oh, girl, don't leave the app. Like,
Hold on,
Florida
sorry.
man wants
No.
you to leave the app. He's not gonna fuck with you.
I need to respond to this because this is how narratives get spun out of control. You saying that my message to you caused you to leave the app. My message to you was nothing but polite.
It's going to.
It was nothing but polite. I laid out ground rules for a healthy conversation. And I feel like I asked you in the most respectful way. And
You did, but
the choice was yours. I don't know how I personally put fear into you. When I've commented on your page and I've made a couple of points, my comments didn't get deleted. I felt good about that. That's why I sent you a private message, because you weren't deleting my comments. You were allowing me to express myself. So I was like, great, that shows responsible content creation. Now let me get your ideology behind why. And publicly, great, yeah, because then everybody can see, then Mallory can see, then other people that are doing this may be able to see, may not be able to see. I told you a conversation is not about being right or wrong, winning or losing. The outcome is education for all, not removing justice from a very few.
well, Florida man, when you first messaged me, I didn't know this was back way back last year when you first messaged me on my other page. And I didn't know you, and I didn't judge you, and I had to make a new rule. Starting January 25th on is how I can judge people. And based on your prior actions that I have witnessed and I have seen, I have heard, I'm sorry that it makes me feel like you're going to do something to me, but that is how I feel. And even though you're telling me you're not, I really appreciate that. But it doesn't take away that feeling. And if I can't come to the app, and I'm a nervous Nelly, and if I can't come to the app and I hear I've damaged Mallory, that's not a good feeling to know. I don't want to hurt her. But how could it have not hurt her? 2, it's just not fun. I don't want to fight. That's all it is. And I don't want you to think that
I would like to explain the reason.
I'm just telling you how I feel. Like I'm not trying to fearmonger. You can throw that in my face, but I am being 100% authentic.
And I'm going to be authentic with you. The fear that you feel, could it possibly be based off of lies and misinformation that has been thrown around about me? Because I have a saying, and it's not my saying, but it stands very true for me, as well as many other people, is that my reputation is built by the people who went against me and lied. Lies travel faster than truth. The truth is that if you were to privately contact anybody that I know without me knowing and ask their real opinion about me, the consensus would be the same. Yeah, he's a little fucking loopy. He's a little nutty. He does some weird shit. But there's a method to his madness. And that people lie and people say whatever they feel like they need to say to be able to make people fear him so they don't listen to him, or so they try to cut him out, isolate him so people don't support him. The arguments against me are not about my opinions and not about the facts that I know. They're about my reputation and how people perceive me. And that's a good way to judge. What are you arguing against? Me? My opinion? Or how people perceive me, so you can gather people to be like, no, he's trying to intimidate me off the app. Fear is just what I was talking about. I'm afraid of you. So it frames the argument as you're the victim and I'm some dangerous individual. And it just doesn't really translate well.
Okay, so will it help you if I say this? Okay. I'm not afraid of you as a person because I've never done anything to you, and I'm not afraid of you. I am afraid of what I know you've done, and there's one thing that you've done that I can tell you is the day that you put fear in me.
What's
and
up?
I think that's when you called somebody's family member on a live. And the thought of anybody contacting my family members is absolutely horrified. That's it. I mean,
agree.
that
Now-
scared me. I think that could scare any parent.
May I ask you, what drove me to that decision?
What drove me to what decision?
What drove me to call that family member?
It's not my business. I'm not going to discuss that. That's Florida man. I don't know what you want from me. I don't know what you want out of this conversation.
Well, so we're getting somewhere good. We are.
We're not, because it's going on too long.
No, there's no time limit on conversations. If you need a break, that's totally acceptable too.
No, I'm just going to wrap it up.
Well,
because I'm wrapping it up for me. And it doesn't mean anything bad about you. I just don't believe in beating a dead horse. And I know that this is one of your tactics no matter what. You'll get people to hate me, which is fine.
No.
I won't be here.
I like you. I don't go back on what I say. I like your content too. I just
look down at your chat and
listen to this.
I'm to blame for all these things and yada yada yada, and oh my god.
Can you listen to this audio clip? And this is
No. I'm not listening to Chat GPT.
No, this is Queenie.
I'm not listening to a clip of another person that I don't have contact with.
So the thing is about this audio clip is it will show you reasoning behind why I took the steps that I did, which is important to understand. If you feel like contacting somebody is fearful and harmful, which you wouldn't want nobody to do that to you, why would I not be entitled to the same thing? And to show maybe I didn't take the right step, but I took Queenie as a very viable threat to do that. I don't discount them. I don't discredit them. I don't look at them as lesser people. When I see Queenie and I see her say, I'm going to do something bad to you, I believe her because I believe that she is a very tough and incredible woman.
But that's your issue with her. Okay?
Yes.
I saw you do something that I've seen you do to other people that makes everyone nervous. I would be afraid to hang out with anyone who did any of the things most of you all are doing.
But
I wouldn't do that to you.
Haven't you been cool with Queenie though?
I used to be. I don't talk to anybody on the back. I don't talk to Queen E. I don't go in her lives either. Look for it. I haven't been there.
So she's contacted people's family too. She just doesn't put it out on the app.
But I don't, and I stopped going in those lives. I've been in one time since the day that, twice since the day it was said about Mitten's child. I don't go in there.
So I'll play the audio clip after.
I don't want to hear. Yeah, when I leave.
Other people will want to hear it because I don't want this narrative.
Okay.
But what it shows is your neglect to hear opposing reason. Now
it's not an opposing opinion. I'm just a human that has my own way of living. I've come to my own decisions, and you don't know 51 years of me to cause me to make my decision. I don't want to be on the app because it's really not fun because everybody hates each other. Right. I don't want anything bad to happen to anyone because they hang out with me.
Right.
I don't want to hang out with people who are doing bad things. Right. And I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings anymore. And it appears I have very badly. And honest to God, If I knew that Mallory had been messaging me, I would have stopped.
Please. I know for a fact Mallory did not want you to post that stuff, but you didn't watch her, and that's okay. That's justifiable. That's why you preface it with if she would have messaged me. But hearing out the opposing audio, like adding context to it, refusing to do that is negligently not looking at the whole thing. So your opinion based off of I'm fearful of you because you did this frames it as I did that for no reason. But now you could listen to the audio and then you could argue a fact back that says, well, was it really necessary for you to do what you did? And I would have
Okay, so you got what you wanted out of me. You got some content. You got someone to drag for the next week or so. But I just did want to come over here and let you know. Thank you. I hope you take good care of yourself. I hope everyone takes good care of themselves. And I appreciate you extending this olive branch to me. But I'm going to let you go. And
you're welcome back anytime. This is not to drag you.
Okay.
For other people.
Okay, well, and I do appreciate that. And for what it's worth, I'm sure it doesn't mean much, but I'm very sorry for hurting you, Mallory. I am incredibly sorry. It was wrong. It has been wrong. And I should never have done that, whether I liked you or disliked you. I do not think that you are fat. I do not think that you're a loser. And I am so sorry that I contributed to that. I am.
A good path forward is just have a conversation with Mallory.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you. I hope you have a good night.
You too.
And thanks, OG.
Mallory, if you would like to take a box, I'm going to play the 2 audio clips real quick just to show the context behind that. So it's not left on the cliffhanger so everybody can say you bullied Justice for All off the app because of that. But if you want to take a box, I'd be more than willing to talk to you too. So, was I justified in my actions? Maybe to me, maybe in the moment. Maybe I should have taken a step back and waited a day to see if my reaction was going to solve anything. If I would have stepped back and waited 24 hours, I probably wouldn't have did that. I made a snap decision based off of emotions, not based off of critical thinking. And that is the failure there. Because people are allowed to say whatever they want. And just because I perceive Queenie as somebody who would do it, that's more of a respect thing towards her. Instead of saying, you ain't going to do that, insinuating that she's some type of weak individual. No.
Can you play that one more time?
Yeah.
She said that was about you?
Yeah. Yes, it was. Sure was. And you know what? People should be allowed to say stuff, but also it's the triggering content. It's the, I'm going to say something to get this guy to do something and then respond and then cry about the response. And I fell into it. I could use the excuse that I would have never known that conversation would have went that way, but also the argument could be made. What did you expect to happen? Like, what was your end goal? And I would have no argument against that being it.
Sweetbriar said, what would the viewpoint be if you were a mother?
So, yeah, I can admit I'm wrong in that situation. I can admit that she's wrong in that situation. Respect goes both ways. But you can't say you fear me because of something I did, because of you not looking at the actions of other people that caused it. You got to see the growth of learning and understanding where people go wrong and how to fix it later. But hey, Mallory, how are you?
Hey, I just wanted to come up and say thank you to Justice for All. I really appreciate that. Nobody's planning on dragging you, at least for my side.
Or
I
mine.
just would like to ask that in the future, if you don't talk to or watch somebody, and you're only seeing bits and pieces of their live and clips people are sending you, maybe you take a little extra time to do some research and make sure that you have the full context of everything, and that you're not just going based on a small thing that you're hearing, because I know that personally I have asked you multiple times to leave me alone. I have had at one point 11 accounts coming at me all at one time. So if I sat here and messaged every single person and asked them to leave me alone, and I have messaged some, like voices, and asked them to leave me alone, and the response has never been kind, then it would be all I'm doing. So all I'm asking is, if you're going to post about somebody, make sure it's somebody that you watch in totality, because there have been a lot of times where I have made it clear that things were really making me feel a type of way, because it wasn't just you. It was a lot of people. And I would hope that other people...
No, I think she means Justice.
Yeah, Justice. Well, like, there were a lot of people at one time that I was fighting with. And, like, I've owned and taken accountability for a lot of the shit that I've done. I'm coming to terms with some things. Like, I've worked on changing my platform. But I think that, like, at the end of the day, one thing that I've really learned to ask is, what is the end goal? And when is there a clear indication that the end goal has been met? Because if all you're going to do is keep fucking with somebody and you don't have, like, an objective goal, then you're never going to kind of reach that finality. I do also want to say, like, at the end of the day, if you ever decide fuck Mallory, come at me. Please leave Joyce alone, though. Like, she really is a good person. She is not a bad person. She gets dragged for having her own feelings, I think, sometimes. But if you actually talk to her, you would know she's one of the sweetest, most forgiving people in the fucking world. And she's been in the hospital for 2 weeks, if that says anything. So just please leave her alone, because it's not healthy. It's just not healthy for everybody.
I don't think I've ever really seen Joyce be shitty to anybody, except for one night when we got into it and we both apologized to each other, and then...
Yeah.
Do you mind if I ask you a couple questions, Mallory?
Yeah.
First off, sorry for getting a little snappy when I was like, everybody mute. I wanted to try to, like, not make her feel so attacked by multiple people coming at her. I want to avoid that because of the petty thing where he does that. I don't want any excuse to be used that it derailed her.
I don't think, though, Florida Man, anything you could have said would have taken that thought out of her mind, because she was very defensive from jump.
Could I address something really quickly?
Yeah, one second. Let me just answer that with OG. It's okay. The conversation isn't about changing your mind at all. It's just about putting the thoughts out there and for consideration. It might take people a week to consider, 2 weeks to consider. It's not about changing anybody's mind or making anybody do anything that you say. It's just, this is my opinion. And then you say your opinion. And then we ponder on that opinion and apply parts or none or all. It's just individuality. It's healthy that it happened. But go ahead, Mallory.
Okay, there is an individual on this app that, Rem, I'm just going to say it, they have said some really nasty things about several of us. And we do not feel as if we are allowed to speak about the things that they have made us feel and what they've said about us because of that reaction. It wasn't the right time for Joyce to voice it. We've had that conversation, but she's entitled to her feelings. That person has really hurt a few people that she really loves. So please don't judge her based on that.
Rem is always a good person always. Like Rim will have her opinion and
Yeah.
entitled to her opinion no matter what, but Rim always thinks about things, and like I said, it's out there for not to change anybody's mind, but voicing the opinion is also good too, because it opens up the conversation of why do you think that way? What exactly made you come to that? And you break down the details of it instead of your opinion is right or wrong. Let me understand how you got to that opinion. Let me understand how that made you feel, because Rim is entitled to her opinions, as is anyone else, and as I like Joyce, and I like Rim.
No, and I'm not coming at her. I feel really bad that Joyce catches a lot of heat for that, because I think that there's a lot that some of us have been really afraid to talk about that we've seen being commented on. And so I think she was in her emotions and she let something slip, and she was very sorry about it.
All of our actions
So yeah.
and behaviors determine whether or not people want to mess with us. And Rim's a good example of somebody who uses that, uses individuality as, do I mesh with this person? And that's wonderful that Rim does that. If Rim has a negative opinion about Joyce, Rim is allowed that.
Yep.
But conversation is key of reasoning why, not trying to convince why Rim might be wrong or why Rim could reconsider, but understand the reasoning why, and then talk to Rim and understand her. She'll understand why you think the way you do. And trust me, Rim is one of the most sensible people ever to exist.
Listen, everyone is not for everyone. Like, if we all got along, the world would be fucking boring because we'd all have to agree on every single thing.
I kind of want it to be boring.
So, I mean, I think at the end of the day, like, I don't expect everybody to agree with everything. I don't know. I don't want her to get, like, judged negatively. And I know today she was somewhat blamed for someone wanting to take their life, and that really hit her very hard today.
That she gets blamed for a lot of shit just for being your mod.
Yeah, actually, there was somebody who told her specifically because she was my mod, that's why they were coming at her. So that's, I think, why I feel a little extra protective over her, because in the last few weeks she has kind of been made to feel as if because she's around me, people are going to keep coming at her.
Right.
Florida man, or
feelings and understanding each other's feelings. As Rim said, it's not about her as a person. It's just about the comments. And you're saying you're more protective over Joyce because she's your mod and you feel responsible for the heat that she's taken, which I feel that 100%. Yeah. I feel like
Animal's gotten that too, Florida man, to be in my mod.
Yeah, we all feel responsible for our friends that, we give them a mod, and not because they work for us, but because we respect their decisions and choices, and they know what's best for us. I get that. I do. And it's just a calm, peaceful conversation I think everybody can have. And Rem is super, super, super reasonable. And so are you, and so is Joyce, and so is everybody. But Rem's not rallying the troops. Rem is
agree.
Expressing her opinion, which she is more than I encourage it. Like, I love Rem's opinion. Like, but in a way that it's not rallying the troops. It's not trying to trigger people. It's not taken out of context, not throwing any more trigger words into it. Full context is there, and not like going live being like, yeah, let's get her. That's the difference between like what some of your content about you does to you and your mods versus an individual opinion that's totally okay to be spoken. But I have a couple of questions. So you had mentioned you had taken accountability for stuff that you've done.
Yeah.
You've changed all that. Does it make you feel like people are trying to chain you down in your worst moments when you're trying to do better? Like trying to hold you back instead of letting you grow and do better?
I try not to like think in victim mentality. Like when somebody is around and I don't want to let them just like walk over me, I will address it. But I I don't know. Like I want to do better because I care about the people that are around me, and it's not about what the people who don't like me think at this point. It's about how I know I am, and I know like when I sat with certain people, I was not the best version of myself. I didn't like who I was. And so in totality, like I think that there are some accounts that will keep hounding you with things that happened like a year ago, and it can at first get like really mentally degrading and just kind of make you feel as if you're stuck in a never-ending loop. And I think there's some people who stay stuck in that, but here lately, like I've just decided not to listen to it, so I guess that kind of helps.
That's a good way to look at it. I noticed you mentioned like you try not to think of it as in like a victim mentality. I don't see that as in a victim mentality. I see that as in a way where people try to chain you down in your worst moments, because your worst moments is where they got the most exposure, the biggest response to a post about you or a live about you, and they got that reward from the response. So they try to hold you down there, and they can't let you get up, because
Yeah,
if they do, then they lose the power.
and I like really appreciated Nikki a week or two ago when like yeah, I made the fucking white van joke about voices. I never like made it out to be anything like, oh, she's going around kidnapping kids. It was literally like one time she tried to lure me into her creepy white van.
That was funny though.
It was really funny to me, and like for her to go around after all of the things that she said about me, including repeating what somebody had said about my fiance and saying that he was a P3do, or stalking 13-year-olds around this app, which was really fucking weird. I don't think it's fair to like, and I've learned that like I can't sit here and just like nitpick every little thing. Like it's hard watching people like constantly get mad at you for responding when someone else won't leave you the fuck alone, because your response tends to be what everybody wants to fucking run with. Kind of like when that one nurse lady threatened to come to my town and pass out flyers and make sure nobody ever hired me. My angry response was, if you do that, I'll call the fucking nursing board. And all that gets played is the nursing board part. Nobody remembers the fact that she fucking sat there and said she was going to come and make sure nobody ever wanted to employ me again.
Right.
So
Out of context clips.
yeah, and I think that's where like people kind of get lost in you. Like they try to bring you down, they try to keep you in that space, they try to play it so that people don't want to be around you. And at some point you have to recognize, like I've recognized where I've done that to people, and you can't fucking do it. Like it's just wrong.
I agree. I mean, I was I had involvement in that. I consider myself your first big beef. Like,
You were.
I was the first one to go at you. You went at me, but I went at you first, and I started. I used your responses as fuel to continue going, and I used the response that I got from other people as validation for doing it. And sometimes, even from experience, it took me a long time to see that, but I didn't see it until I really disconnected from the app. I started to see it when I started to see people attack the people that you were around. Then I started to put myself in your position, and I'm like, wait, this might be what kind of happens to me. Not necessarily. I don't have all the like pages that you do, and I certainly don't have videos with 200 likes on it and 150 comments. It's a lot, and I started paying attention to that. And I noticed that to me, from being a part of it, it feels like what Mush had said earlier. Like, it's a community. You're a part of this community, and who can do the worst, the smallest bit to make it look the worst on you, and then put it together, and then it just frames you as just this awful individual that draws more and more and more people in. The consensus says that Mallory is negative, so any new person coming to is going to automatically assume, hey, this person is a villain, which leads into, do you think people make you the villain because they don't have anything else constructive to, make content about. So they have to have a goal to like take Mallory down, knowing that it's never going to happen. But what other content do they focus on other than you?
I think that at the end of the day, like, we all kind of have our friends and we all have the people that surround us. And when you get stuck in like that group thinking and you're in an echo chamber where it's only ever people who don't like the same person, it becomes kind of that, oh my God, we need to make sure. Like, we see it with the bigger creators, like the people who will sit there in Kim Peters live, and anyone who messages her or like in the chat supporting her or sends her a gift, they instantaneously get a message telling them what a piece of shit she is. Like, I feel as if there are those kinds of people that just want to like make sure that some people don't get supported and they don't have friends. And I think at the end of the day, like, that's why I've always kind of said, like, give your money to who you want to give it to. Just know who you're giving to sometimes. But like, don't sit there and fucking harass them and do everything that you can to like tear them down, because if you're going to do that, then you're never going to give them an opportunity to become a better version of themselves, because they're just going to be stuck in that. And I think sometimes the drama is just what a lot of people want. Like, they want to keep people going because it's just something to like do.
The reward loop, they get the reaction, they get the validation from your response, from the response of their peers around them, that causes them to do more things. Because that's what it was for me, admittedly. Bubbles would be streaming you. I would go take a box, say something to you. Everybody over there would be big laughing, and that's funny and all that. And that was in my mind the right thing to do. But it's a selfish mindset, because you're taking one person, you're harming them for your own validation and own entertainment and the entertainment of other people. And that's where I can truly see that I'm like wrong in that whole situation. That's why I'm not ashamed to admit it either.
Well, I have a question though.
Yeah.
Mallory, why did you always let Florida Man in your box?
It's a good question.
Honestly, like, how do I explain this?
Because you knew, like, I guess the reason why I'm asking is because as he said that, like, I thought back to, like, how he said, like, someone would say something, yeah, he'd go jump in your box. And I'm like, she's so quick to block somebody. And of course he has 5311 accounts, but she would let him up in the box. He would pull his bullshit. She would drop him. He'd come back out. Like, why did you keep letting him up in your box?
Honestly, I felt like if I kept letting him up, he would just show he was being an asshole to me, and people wouldn't listen to him, because he was like one of those ones. Not to mention, like, sometimes he was kind of low-key funny. Like, I've said it before in messages, if you would use like your evil powers for good, you could fucking get a lot done.
Ram, I think so too, Ram. I think they did like picking at each other.
It was fun picking at Mallory for sure. And her responses sometimes were good too. Some of them were good, some of them were witty, a lot of them were funny. But then some of them, like the good ones that like kind of invalidated my point that I was making, that's when you would see I would like just derail it and just go for the weight. But the fact that you kept letting me up in your box over and over, I was kind of confused about that too. Because I'm like, aren't I a dick?
To be honest, though, you were one of the only ones that would actually have like a genuine conversation, and we might not have like been able to like part on mutual terms of like just leave each other the fuck alone or whatever. But like, I've had voices in my box a couple times, and she just gaslights me, and she sits there, and it's constantly like, she can't ever admit that she's wrong. She can't ever admit that she did something that she shouldn't have done. And she also isn't fucking funny. Like, I'll just say it. Like, she just comes off very condescending and very rude. And maybe, I don't know, I feel like I always felt like you were doing what you were doing because you cared about other people. And when you first started coming at me, I wasn't getting along with Samantha and Virgo. And then Skittles happened and you were with Skittles. And so it just always felt like you were kind of basing your opinion on the people I wasn't getting along with, where a lot of people base their opinion off of these like little clips that they have, but they don't really care to get to know like anything. And so I don't know, maybe I just kind of had hoped at one point like it would change.
I did that to you. I can admit that I did that to Mallory.
I've done that to people too. Like I have.
I'll tell you what I did. I didn't even care about the clips. I'd post them and be like, yeah, she's a dick, look at her. That's it.
And I'm not gonna lie, like I made memes of you with ChatGPT like months and months and months ago. And the first thing I did was message it to a couple of the mods, and I was like, I can't fucking post these or I'm gonna be the bad person. But like it was always like I always wanted to.
You could have. You were more than welcome to. I love a good joke about me, honestly. Especially like, but so many of them are like lame, you know. But then I fall into like seeing how mine could be like lame to you when I hit on the weight. That's just lame. That's just like a low intelligent way. But intelligent, funny stuff is always good, especially if it's about me. But people would have, you know, attacked you. I would have been like, oh, you want to do that to me? And it would have escalated it. I get it. I do.
Yeah. I really wasn't looking to fight.
My original opinion of Mallory came because I didn't even know who Mallory was. I can admit that. I didn't know who she was. And somebody off the app told me that she had bullied and harassed them. And at that time, I adored that person. I wonder if that person's even still on the app anymore. But that's where I got my opinion of Mallory from right away. And I was like, fuck that bitch. I don't like her.
It's easy. It's easy because, like, Mallory's so confident in what she says, okay? And that's a part of the why it's so easy, because when people want somebody to be wrong and they confidently tell you, no, fuck you, I'm right, that can trigger something in you to be like, and it spirals into negativity. And when there's nobody there to cut it and just be like, hey, stop. Look at where each other came from. Look where you're coming from. Look where she's coming from. What are you doing? Then it becomes a problem. With Mallory, she's got hundreds of people that are like, listen to what she said is so negative. Here's the 5 seconds that she said it, like the nurse one, where nobody showed that she was going to put flyers all around her town. Just that I'm going to call the nursing board. But they present that first. And then later on, when it gets so, well, she said that she was going to, put the flyers around my town. The response is, well, you told her she was going to contact the nursing board, when they confuse the, events, how they happen, the timeline of it. And everything just gets so confusing, and everybody spirals into negativity, and I did it.
No, because I never heard that, Florida Man. Like, I never heard that part, that the lady was going to do that to Mallory. I just seen the clip where Mallory said something about calling the nursing board.
Yeah, she was in Petty's box, and she said she was going to go business to business and hand flyers to everyone there and, like, tell them not to hire me, and I'm not a good person to hire.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I didn't know any of that. The only part that I seen was a clip of you showing the live, and I think you said something like, I want to know who she is, because there's only so many hospitals within me, or within where I live, and so I never knew that, like, she had done something shitty to you. In fact, I told Chris, I was like, that's kind of fucked up for Mallory to go after somebody's job over TikTok bullshit, but I didn't know that part until just now.
I never, want to ruin anybody's life, and I did find out she was only, an hour and a half away from me, which, in that moment, when somebody's threatening to do that, it does make you question, would they really fucking do it?
Right. I thought it was backwards. I thought you had said that to her, and then she had responded to you with that for the longest time.
Yeah.
And that's just that one situation. And that's a good example on how things can get twisted and how we might need to step back and wait a day and really think about it and get the full story from both sides. Talking to Mallory ain't so bad. I believe I called Mallory. I was like, hey, I got an important thing I got to show you. And I called her, and then I sent her a meme. And then I was like, all right, have a good day, and hung up. Like,
I just woken up. I was like, what the fuck is happening right now?
like it ain't bad. Like, nothing malicious.
It was
Nothing.
just a meme. I didn't know what to expect, though.
Yeah, sometimes I'll be like that with people. I'll be like, oh, it's important, and then it's funny. And then it's just, all right, bye. Or you'll there's no.
Did you just say you called Mallory for advice?
Yeah, I said I got
Oh,
something
yeah, you
to
did
show
it
you.
the other night, too, and I was like,
It was the day after Scammy Claus accused me of being in cahoots with Florida Man too. So that was great.
well,
that's another like fear tactic. Like, look at how evil Florida Man is portrayed and how evil Mallory is. Imagine if they're joining forces, guys. It's going to be there in the chats. They're plotting and planning on all of us.
Oh, people think I asked Mittens to do my dirty work for me. I don't know where the fuck that has ever come from.
Little bit of responsibility with Mittens. I take a lot of responsibility with Mittens. Like, I 100% make sure that Mittens knows that, and this is all learning too, that there's no condition that Mittens can earn any more of my trust or respect. She doesn't have to do anything for me. I make sure she knows when I'm in a situation, Mittens wants to help. But Mittens now knows that I do not want her to be involved, and that I will feel the same way about it either way. Mittens is a people pleaser. That's why Regina threw her under the bus. That's why Sunshine threw her under the bus. You know, it's sad that they would do that to her because Mittens is a good person.
Mm-hmm.
But taking that, yeah.
Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say, sorry. This just popped into my mind, and my ADHD brain kind of remembered it. Okay. Random question, but when you did that list that you got like help for, there is somebody on the app who tells them that I 100% convinced you to put their name on it. Did I have like any input in that list at all ever?
No. I don't even think we were not even in contact at that point. I was still making Cheetos videos about you.
Yeah, we weren't, but it's been told to people that I convinced them or convinced you to get them on the list so they could be threatened. So I just wanted to
so speaking of voices in that list.
I assume it would come from Voices because she's like,
yeah, well, the weird thing is at that time, remember, Florida Man, I wasn't on the app. I had just gotten home from that situation. And I definitely was not talking to her. And I happened to check my Instagram, and there was a message on there from her. I still have it. It's like, she asked me about SBG. And I told her, like, you know, I just got home. I've been gone for a couple weeks, and quite frankly, I don't really, you know, want to deal with anything about TikTok. And then she brought that list up to me. And of course, that list got my attention because you and I hadn't talked because I wasn't around my phone. Yeah, my bad, Rem, but I really wasn't at this time. Didn't even have my phone at this time. And she had said, and I never did, I've not talked to you about this, Florida Man. She said you made she called it a hit list.
It's sensationalized like material. She took it and added context to it that wasn't there, that would get people riled up, trying to switch it around, being like, he offered to pay for children's information. What a terrible.
That's what she told me. Yeah, that's what she said.
Weird. It's their inability to take factual how it was versus they need to twist it for attention to rally the troops against somebody.
Yeah, well, I mean, I wasn't on the app. Love you, Rem.
But yeah, that's weird. I started not liking Voices when I still didn't like Mallory, and I find that to be valid because I don't need to like everybody who doesn't like people that I'm not a fan of. You know what I mean? Like, it wasn't like some split or division. It was, I started beefing with Regina before I even thought about making good with Mallory. I can make my own decisions about people. And just because there's no hate bond, there's no common enemy with me. It's, you did some fuck shit. She did some fuck shit. It's fuck all of you. Not just, let's team up against this one person. I get how some people can think they need all the help they can against Mallory. But my goal was never to get Mallory off of the app.
Hey, Dalton's trying to get your attention in the comments. He said hi and to keep your head up.
Oh yeah, I'm always good. How you doing, Dalton? My goal was never to get you off the app. My goal was I didn't have one.
Yeah. And I think we all get lost in that sometimes.
I think the funniest thing about Voices too is that she asked if she could call me on Instagram one night, and I said yeah. And then the next morning I wake up to this nasty message saying that the call echoed, so I had to have been recording the call, and I'm like, the fuck? No, I wasn't recording. Like, she went all the way off claiming I was recording the call because there was an echo. Like, do you think that could be because it was on Instagram, maybe? Like,
I'm not gonna lie, my favorite recording ever is when she fucking finally lost it on Florida Man, and he was up in her box, and he's like, you know what? Mallory was right about you. Mallory was right about you. Somebody call the cops. I need to be 5150'd. I never thought I'd say this. Mallory was fucking right. And it was like the funniest fucking thing. Sitting there like, what's going on?
I need to be 5150'd.
I can now say there's one thing I've heard Voices say that is true. But not to bash on Voices the whole time, because that's how this spiral starts. And then we make it okay for everybody else to think it's funny. This is just from our personal experiences with Voices. Don't hate on Voices just because of any of our opinions up here. If you like Voices, by all means, watch Voices. But watch people with context. Don't take the word for it. Don't take anybody's word for it. If I tell you, hey, this is some fuck shit, if Mallory tells you something, if Voices tells you something, please do your own independent research. Do not just follow the leader, because it's the best way to avoid creators that might have, ulterior motives. Like, hey, I just don't like this person, so I'm going to say what I want about them, and I'm going to bash them and get everybody I can to do so. And you look at the examples of people that it's happened to. It's not fun. It's a process. You come out of it a much more reasonable person, I think. But also, nobody should have to go through it. It's a little gross. Don't let other people's opinions of someone judge how you think of them. To have a conversation with them. You don't have to win the conversation. You have to have it. And people will eventually have more. Too many people are afraid to talk. Too many people are afraid to say, yeah, I like Mallory. Mallory's got a lot of people in her comments that I bet you don't even talk. But they like her, but they're afraid to talk because people will trash her.
Well, if I'm being honest, like, back when I had a sneaky, I would go on Mallory's live just to sit, because I will say that she is funny at times.
Yeah, I've gotten clips of Mallory where she was funny.
If I'm being honest, yes, Rem, it is. If I'm being honest, I do have a recording of Mallory dancing to Not Like Me, and when he says the part about the A minor part, she's like, bet you can't say the same, Petty. I do got that on recording, Mallory.
So that's some of the content that should be put out. The funny content, putting people in a good light. Another form, if you want to make content about Mallory, do it. Do one the way I did, with like the Cheetos, not with the weight, but where she's like shaking from the withdrawals of the Cheetos.
That shit was funny too.
Yeah.
That was funny, and it went on. It was like a whole series.
Stuff like that is not harmful. It's like your SOC, your snack of choice, Cheetos. Like be like creative with it. The
Mine
stuff.
would be my Verner's, Mallory, so don't feel bad. And I will be woman enough to say, like, I'm sorry for coming at you about your weight. Like, there was some shit that you said that hurt me, and so I clapped back. And I shouldn't have, because everybody goes through their own shit.
And I am sorry for coming at you in the ways that I've come at you too.
I would definitely be open to, whether it's on the app or off the app, having a conversation and you asking me anything you want to know about anything that's been said. And I will, I don't know if you have an iPhone, but as Florida Man, I will openly share my phone and show you proof of everything, because I keep receipts on everything.
I appreciate that.
But also, I would like to say, OG, that the last time somebody apologized specifically for weight jokes, it didn't last long. That was me. I got to Mallory's box and I apologize for calling you fat, but I'm going to find other ways to insult you. And at the time, I'm like, that was like a forced apology, kind of. Like, I wasn't ready, but I should have been.
I told my mods one of the funnier fucking fat jokes on this app was when you put my face on a fucking orca. He called it Mallorca.
I didn't see that one.
That was fucking
I will
hilarious.
say, Florida Man, you should know that, like, at no point in time do I ever feel like I am forced to apologize. And there's been times if people, you know, were honest or whatnot, not saying they're not honest, but some people know that I've said for a while. In fact, if you go look, I think on Instagram, I messaged you and I was like, are you ready to have an adult conversation yet?
Yeah,
because I truly feel that there was people feeding Mallory shit, and Mallory just didn't like me, and so instead of her like asking for both sides, she went with it, and I get it because I'm guilty of the same shit. But I think if Mallory actually seen the proof from both sides, she would be like, oh, okay, wait a fucking second.
I would like to say that if anybody after this live or whatever sees any clips of anybody saying, oh, well, they're just doing that to form an allegiance against us or anything like that, that is not the case at all. I would rather be peaceful with people than be mean and vindictive towards people.
Oh, I'm sure there's going to be clips all over the place tomorrow.
Be taken as an example of growth and understanding one another. I'm not going to agree with 100% of what Mallory says, does, and vice versa. I would not expect her to. There's no expectations on my end for me to not respect Mallory. Like, if she does something I don't agree with, I don't have to go to the internet with it. I can contact her and say, hey, this is how I feel. She can tell me how she feels, and then we accept it. It's very easy to understand and not try to change one another, as, you know, we have all tried to do to people. It's, you know, kind of gross to keep it up forever, and that's saying that my behavior was kind of gross, for sure. Admitting where you're wrong and being able to admit that publicly helps you far more than you might think. If everybody started doing it and just be like, yeah, I was probably wrong at that point, it would make it normal.
Like I told Scammy Claus the other night when she was trying to come at me, like I don't have to be best friends with everybody, but I'm kind of like shifting my content. Like, yes, I like to watch drama. I like to recap it. I just don't want to be in it. So I'm not looking to fucking sit here and fight with anybody. I'm not looking, like, if anybody thinks that I'm like digging into people at this point, like literally I send fucking memes of sunfish to people and stupid ass shit like that. Like, there's nothing going on. I'm not trying to like go after people. I've definitely said things in the heat of the moment that I shouldn't have, like when I said the thing about calling the nursing board, but I would never fucking do that, like ever. It's not right. I don't call CPS. I don't call the cops. Like,
oh, can I? CPS just made me. Somewhere along the line, I think You had said something about I called CPS on someone. I'll tell you right now, I have never called CPS on anybody on this app, and nor would I unless the child is actually truly in danger.
It just sounds like Daisy and all that stuff. So I do apologize if I.
Yeah, I never did. So, Kaylee, I came home. We had a family death at that time, and I came home and found out that Kaylee called the hospital, and I was on the phone. I think Mittens was on the phone at that time too, and I said, "Why? Like, what was the point of that?"
Yeah.
Because first of all, as a nurse, I'll tell you, we can't give you any information anyway. But furthermore, like, why?
Kaylin, do you know you're in the box? Sorry, I just don't want anybody to like mistakenly put anything out there.
Also, real quick, because Dalton is down there apologizing for things. Like, Dalton, I will say this.
Well, hold on.
I didn't even know you.
How about after Mallory? How about Dalton come up and then you guys can have a conversation? It's better voice to voice, and if it doesn't need to be public, it doesn't have to be. But if you guys want it to be, it's a good example for other people as well.
No, he was apologizing to everybody down there that he's ever hurt. He said,
Mr. Mal just went to bed, so I think I'm gonna go. So I'll drop, but
Yeah.
I'm sure they've got enough content for tomorrow to set the shoes on fire. So.
I hope it changes their opinion. I appreciate you, Mallory, and
Thank you.
again, I am sorry for all the gross bullshit, but we are here right now.
yeah, and I, at some point in time, if you're willing, I definitely would like to have, whether, like I said, whether you want it on the app or off the app, I'd like to have a conversation because I think you were given a lot of misinformation and bullshit.
All right. Well, I will talk to you guys later. Thank you.
Have a good night.
Have a good night. Okay,
Look at
Dalton,
you,
you
look
want to
at
come
you, Florida man. Look at
Right.
you.
Right.
This new leaf of talking things out.
It's setting a good example.
Well, and it's honestly a better feeling than not wanting to open the app because you dread what bullshit you're gonna open the app to.
Right. And look, even Rem said goodnight, Mallory. That's amazing. Hey, Dalton, how are you?
And hey, OG, I'm making it. I've said a few other places, and I know I've done a lot on this app, you guys, and I don't need people like everyone to forgive me. That's not my reason. I came here to address the people I have hurt in the past, and it's not about what they did to me, so I'm not even going to address that. Okay, I don't care about what anybody else has done in this point.
So, hey, can I recommend something, Dalton? Only address the people that are here in the box are willing to get
That's why I'm not the old Dalton, so I don't address other people or try to bring up old past problems. I'm not here for that. I wouldn't even go get a box. I came in, and when I came in, like I didn't want to disrespect you or your live or anybody here, so I was really not trying to make a lot of comments. I was just trying to like really address you and just show you a little love. And I'm still growing. I'm still gonna make some mistakes, and I'm still fighting with some people on this app. I've been everywhere. Y'all know this. But I am trying, and the one thing that I want to do is at least come and acknowledge the people that I have hurt and say sorry to them, whether they accept it or not. Taking that accountability and apologizing to people any point in life is a start, and it might not change nothing, and that's okay. But, OG had addressed me, and I wanted to address her back, and I felt that it was honestly the respectful thing that, if they wanted me to come up, I didn't mind to do that. Like, I don't have no reason to hide or, not come up. I haven't even been around. Like, honestly, this is like the first time I've been in here, and I don't know what's going on between y'all. Like, I've only been here a few minutes, so
it's been healthy content. It's been emotionally stable content for like the past week, 6 days, where it's just like explaining behavior and explaining that maybe sometimes an apology isn't a blanket coverage. It doesn't work because if you've noticed, sometimes you can apologize to somebody, and
Yeah,
then there's still some tension there,
of
but it
course.
grows.
Well, Florida
So,
man, there's always going to be tension with certain people, anyways, in your life. You know, not everyone's going to like you, and no one has to like you, and some people will like you. I'm learning myself, and mine wasn't to come and to sit back around here or any of that. Mine is just acknowledgement. You know, like I acknowledge what I've done in my past, and if I'm willing to sit in another live stream for the last few days, you know, take my accountability. Because people keep bringing up things I've already took accountability for, then everyone truly deserves that. It's not a one-sided apology. You know, like if you're gonna really own up to your things and you're gonna go and try to be better on this platform, or just try each step you're doing, you've gotta do it to everyone. So,
can I give you some advice?
yeah,
If you look at like the relationships, the friendships between me and some people, Bougie, we'll use Bougie as an example. I fucked with Bougie. I bullied her. I fucked with her, you know, and all that. But now there's a mutual, I trust you, you trust me. There's no question there because we went pretty deep into the issues. We talked about details. We talked about, you know, how you feel about this and how this made you feel when I did it. And, you know, what's the goal? What's the path forward? All that. We went into major details. It wasn't a blanket apology for everything. Sometimes with some people, and that, it doesn't have to happen on the live. The deep conversation should happen individually between the two of you off of the app, because you know 300 people don't have to listen to why what you said made OGs feel like shit, why it made it feel like shit, how it made it feel like shit, and the things that you could have done differently. That is like an in-depth, couple hour long conversation with each person that feels that way. And is it a lot of work? Yes, but it's enlightening.
it may be that might be a way for you to think or whatever, which is fine. I didn't come to do no like 3 hour tour apology. I don't live in that life, and it wasn't to bring up the past. It was OG had addressed because I had addressed other people that I was apologizing that I felt I've done wrong to, and if she feels wrong, then my least I could do was apologize to her. And you know, you said I could come up and wanted me to come up, so I came up for that. That was the only reason. Like I didn't come to do it in front of 300 people or to make people sorry.
I want to give you advice on how to not have that lingering feeling from people.
Oh, I'm not going to have that lingering feeling because I done went to therapy, changed, grew up. You know, people don't watch me now, only judge from the past, which is that's their choice. Everyone has a past. Everyone wants to, you know, look up.
Hold on. That's exactly it. There may not be any lingering feeling with you, but there is lingering feeling with other people. That's where that in-depth conversation with those people.
After you though, when you say sorry, Flarman, is what I need you to learn, because I've already went to therapists and talked about this, and this is true. After someone apologizes, though, it's your point to heal. It's not their fault that you're not healing from it. So if someone takes that accountability, that acknowledgement, and that apology, there is no other things that has to be let on from it or dragged on or is going to be dragged on. Just like I don't have to speak to anyone again. I came in and did what I did as a grown man, a grown person, and apologized directly to the people I've affected. Right there, that's the only thing that needs to do.
I have to correct it for the wide audience because if you notice when, like Dalton will apologize, he has all the best intentions when he apologizes, but the deep-rooted cause of the aggression that like Dalton will get is because when he says, "Hey, I'm sorry," that's a blanket coverage to the person that's receiving it. They might accept it at the moment because the want to end the conflict is there. It's always there. And when they see him do it to somebody else, they see, or they, you know, they interpret his behavior as something that he's still doing again. That brings up all those negative emotions again.
But I'm not still doing that. See, that's the point of you have the old Dalton and you don't know this Dalton because you haven't watched, and that's the bad reality of it, because everyone wants to speak like that. But Florida man, there is no connection because I don't talk to you or bother you. I don't bother OG. She don't think of me. There's no affection there. There's no problems. She got hurt and she made a comment because I addressed it and I acknowledged, and y'all wanted me to come up. So there's nothing we need to drag here. It's not going to be like one big back. Let's bring it down and talk about all this, because that's not going to happen. I'm not here for that.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah.
So, and this was so long ago, and I didn't even think about it until I seen your name, honestly. remember somebody had made an account with loyalty in the name, and I was the one that started like the loyalty family, and so you were going off about it, and I came over to ask you, like, hey, I started loyalty, you know, what happened? Because I didn't know anything about you, like, until this situation happened. And you got, and I laugh about it now because I think it's funny, but you called me a dumb, dirty slut. And I was like, damn, that escalated fast. And dropped me out of your box. And I was like, okay.
But
And
see, that's what a lot of people do is they always want to point and say what Dalton said, but you're not telling also what you said for me to react to that. And you said some very mean things in my box that night too. And I'm not trying to point fingers, but
no, it wasn't in your box. It was then I went into another live after you had said that, and that's when I called you. I think I called you a little fucking squirrel, if I remember right.
Actually, you called me that first, and actually, you just had said I dropped you from the box when I called you that first. So I just tried to clarify that. That night you had called me names. I had said things back. We both did.
I have
no,
an
not
idea.
that, honey.
I have an idea. OG, I think this conversation between you and Dalton should happen behind the scenes.
No, I'm not doing that with Joe. I came to say sorry. That's the end of it. No, I'm not calling nobody. I'm not doing that. Florida man, no.
Okay, so
that was not productive.
Reinsert positivity into this and explain why sometimes you have to like take a step back from conversations. Like, it's great that the Dalton wanted to do it, but the intent and motive behind it, you know, you have to see genuine interest in wanting to get it done. The fact that Dalton will repeat behavior, as he may be sorry for that behavior to one person, great. I will not discount his actual, like, genuine apology to people. But if it's not worked out, if it's not like, this is why I react this way, so the person understands why he continues to react that way, that's where the hostility comes from. The hostility doesn't come from, well, he's doing it again just to do it again, or people just hate Dalton. There you go. Apologies don't work. No, apologies seem to not work because when people want the conflict to end, they accept the apology. But when people are unwilling to talk about the underlying reasons of why you act the way you do or why you respond the way you do, then they're bound to get mad at you again. You know, like with the Beanie phone call.
I'm sure somebody has that clip, Florida man. And to be honest with you, I didn't talk shit to him until after he said what he said.
That's okay. And that's why I say, like, because it would blow up into a negative argument. If that's going to happen, it should probably happen behind the scenes. That way it can be handled and everybody, 300 people don't look negatively on any one party. Because my goal is not to make anybody look bad. I'm not trying to make Dalton look bad. It took a lot for Dalton to come up here, and I appreciate that. It is just the open-mindedness of having a conversation. And when I was explaining to him, hey, you know, maybe get to the root cause of why people react to your actions the way they do, it was no, I'm sorry, move on. That is honestly not what a therapist would say.
No.
And I don't agree with it, but just because I don't agree with it doesn't mean he's not allowed to say it. But there is conversation to get to the root of the problem. That's imperative. If you really want to settle it with somebody, my apology to Mallory was not, hey, I'm sorry, that's it, get over it, move on. It was a book, and it's continued, like, acknowledgement that, hey, I was wrong for that situation. That is not to put myself in a lower position. That is to remind myself and everybody else that, hey, it's okay to acknowledge when you're wrong multiple times, because it proves points of other people's behaviors, and it proves points of you continue to look at yourself and you change your behavior. If you don't remind yourself that you were wrong, you will go back to that behavior with that person.
In all honesty, Dalton needs to leave the app and have a lot of self-reflection on the actions he's done that causes the reactions that he gets. He can't then turn around when he gets these reactions and say, see, they're bullying me. See, I did nothing. See, it's them. When he actually starts it, baits everybody to react, and then plays the victim.
I love your accent, by the way.
Yes, and now I'm not trying to
Thank
frame
you.
this in a negative way to Dalton. That's with a lot of people. That, like, not just Dalton. A ton of people need to disconnect. I needed to disconnect so I could reevaluate my overall look on it. So anything that she says about you, Dalton, would probably apply to me too, because disconnecting did help me.
It helped me.
I had to do it as well. I was involved in a group and I had to disconnect because I didn't like the person I was turning into inside that group.
Yeah. No, I don't want anybody to bash Dalton. I don't want anybody to use this in any sort of negative way, because, look, the want to apologize was there. The ability to come up into the box and try was there. So it's not a shameful thing. It's not something to be bashed. It's not something that he should be discouraged from trying again.
But you could also hear the agitatedness when you were trying to explain all that to him too. Like you could hear him getting irritated with you.
That's where the open-mindedness comes in. And to have a successful conversation, both parties have to be open-minded. And I know I might have seemed closed-minded by being like, hey, I got to drop you, but I really wasn't trying to bring that tense up here, because Dalton could come back up here right now and just be like, all right, I understand. Let me just hear you out. But knowing that I would also hear Dalton out. Like, it's not one-sided. It's both. We all have to listen to each other. We don't have to change each other's minds immediately. That's not what the conversation's for. Again, it sits, you process it, you think about it, and like you might even do your own research on it.
There's been numerous times where you and I have had conversations off the app, and I'll see something one way, and then you and I talk, and then we hang up, and I think about it. For instance, I'm not going to bring the person up, but you'll probably know who I'm talking about when I say this. There was somebody that you had a conversation with, and you said something about, that I was owed an apology, and I was like, remember? I was like, no, fuck that. And then before the end of the conversation, I said to you, you know what? Maybe we can have a phone call or a live to where me and this person can have a conversation. But there's been many times where you'll say something to me on the phone when we used to talk on the phone every day, and then I would take what you said and I would think about it. And a lot of times my opinion or my thought on the matter or the outlook would change because I could see it from your point of view versus seeing it from my point of view.
That's how it works. And there's a lot of times my opinion has changed based on, like, Rim. Sometimes it's not as instant as it was with Rim. Okay? And I'll give that example. In Amanda's live, when Queenie was up there, I got a text saying that Queenie was going at Mittens, and I got mad. I was like, oh, and I went in and I went to a box, and I was gonna go in, but Rim said, give Queenie an opportunity to have a conversation. And you know what? My anger went away. And that's how quick you can change your mind sometimes, but also sometimes it takes a day, a week, or you might not even, like, you might apply that viewpoint to a situation 2 months from now. Ain't even got nothing to do with it. Like, what if I looked at it this way? It's not about who's right or who's wrong or do what I say or how I say it. It's just about the feeling of being heard is probably the best thing that anybody could ever give anybody.
Yeah, I agree with that. That night that
MAGA
you and I talked for so long.
Numbers don't matter. Those 16 people to Dalton, hopefully, are quality people to Dalton. We don't know what Dalton's going through. We don't know if there's anything that's underlying causing him to lash out or anything like that. So I'm not going to talk any trash about Dalton. I don't think anybody else should. I wouldn't make fun of him. It's not about that. Let people process. Let people do their thing.
I'm going to bed.
And excessive negativity spirals.
I'm going to get off and go to bed.
Okay. I'm going to get off too.
Good night.
Have a good night, everybody. I will be live.
Just before you do Florida Man, I would like to put an apology out to Animal. Some things got accused of you from a group that I sat with that I was going to talk to you privately on the back end about, and it should never have been brought to the app.
Do you want to come up?
And I'm
Animal?
sorry that it was.
See, I didn't know everybody had all these issues. I'm just good with everybody. I'm either good with everybody or bad with everybody.
What happened got blown way out of proportion by the person who brought it to the app.
I think I know the situation. But yeah, I wouldn't message Animal on the back end for
Involving my child, yes. Yeah.
If it's a child, I would definitely handle that on the back end. Because bringing all the kids up and shit is wrong. And blowing it out of proportion is also wrong too. And you've been very nice and very reasonable, Bitchy Bitch. Like, I can say I've never had an issue with you. So, Animal also very nice, very reasonable.
Yeah. And I'm raising my children a bit differently than standard ways. They have freedom of speech within the home because of challenges they have in life. And sometimes they get a bit into it with adults.
Are you
so, but Animal, if you'd like to reach out on the back end, I'll message you. And we'll have a talk.
I appreciate that. It takes a lot to extend an apology like that. And everybody should learn from that too. It's not easy at all. So people should be looked at in a much, much, much brighter light for being able to begin the process. Sometimes that's the hardest part, is beginning the process of the apology. And I think Bitchy Witch did a good job at extending that out to Animal. Oh, Animal just came back in.
Yeah, I'll message you, Animal, because I owe you an apology.
Bitchy Witch is going to message you. She says she owes you an apology. And it has to do with something. I think it would be better, like on the back end, for you guys to talk about it. I don't think it's public appropriate. I mean, not every apology has to be in the public. Sometimes it's way more comfortable to be vulnerable and open privately. But I'm going to end. I appreciate all of you. Thank you for everybody who participated.
Thank you for leaving me up.
Yeah. And don't look bad on anybody whose participation didn't go quite like what someone would say is good, because it's all good. Whether it went negative or it went positive, it's all good.